Witam wszystkich bardzo serdecznie na turnieju Quake 3Elite. Zmierzą się. Teraz się zmierzą Darkside przeciwko teamowi Able. Zobaczymy, jak to będzie, jak to wyjdzie, kto wygra. No i zaczynamy. Fight. Zawodnicy Darkside atakują zawodników. No zobaczymy, jak to wyjdzie. Zobaczymy. Jest pierwszy frag. Jest pierwszy frag.
Teams are tied. Quad damage. Red leads. Regeneration. Excellent. Quad damage. Teams are tied. Prepare to fight. Prepare to fight. Regeneration. Quad damage. one. Fight. Blue leads. Teams are tied. Blue leads. Teams are tied. Teams are tied. Red leads. Teams are tied. Red leads. Damage. Regeneration. Teams are tied. Quad damage. Teams are tied. Red leads.
To 0, and sadly will be eliminating Cygib from the Quake World Championships this year. It's been wonderful to see him play all year long with those weeklies, and as it all ultimately comes to a head here at QuakeCon, a tournament very close to Cygib's heart, as is the community who love him very much. So, GG's, Maxter is going to secure the last one there, and that is a done deal for him.
Indeed it is. Applause for Maxter, well deserved, cleaning it up in a 2-0 fashion, but absolutely not an easy victory, right, Weeds?
Not an easy victory, although 40 will tell you, I caught him watching in the back. There he is right there. I was like, are you sleeping back here? He's like, oh no, I gotta watch this Keel game. And of course, was very happy. Thank you guys for that. You know, it's an interesting play. Definitely came out there. I did like the Keel play. Thought it worked out pretty nicely. The number of times a side game, that should not have happened, or that really bounced around. That mess had to have been frustrating, but we see why Maxter continues to pick that. And then, you know, the Slash game was interesting. Hard fought, but I think Maxter deserves that 2-0, and I am happy to see him move on right in the tournament. Cygib's been great all season long. I think he should be happy with some, you know, results that he's seen. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that we are going to have Maxter join us shortly for an interview. Oh, he's already here.
I can see him.
I wasn't planning on actually introducing him, but hey, here we go. Maxter joining us on the stage. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you guys. How's it going?
Well, while you're here, it's a prime opportunity to look at your own replays.
Yeah.
Look at that. Technology.
I mean, there were some rockets that I really want to see. There was some fantastic direct rockets.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we know. We know all about that, especially from the Keel map as well.
Oh, yeah.
Been representing the Keel all the way through the weekend. 40 loves you very much for that, as I'm sure you know. But, yeah, I mean, why not, even while these are going, let's just kick it off. Let's have a chat. So, you have looked really strong this weekend. You have had some incredibly close calls as well. I would like to start off being very broad overall. Still in the tournament, how are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm actually trying to feel a little bit more my game. I didn't feel that well versus Toxic on my first match. Like, I wasn't feeling myself, to be honest. Like, suddenly I forgot how to play Quake. Like, my game wasn't there. Toxic was playing really good. He was actually being patient. So that took me out of surprise, because I was expecting his game to be more aggressive, because that's how you are used to see him. But in the end, I managed to just take it on the third map on sudden death. And also I made 40 being proud of myself.
Yeah.
I mean, you popped off, right? I'm pretty sure I heard it in the thing.
I did, because I wasn't not expecting the result. I wasn't expecting his performance as well. And also the fact that I wasn't performing as I was expecting. I was like, okay, I needed to get rid of that. And thankfully I just managed to play against Gilson, which map 1.
Yeah, I mean, tell us about that's what I want to talk about, that map 1. You know, to be brutally honest, it seemed like you had the game won, and there was that exchange right near Mega. Decided to go in. What happened there?
I don't remember exactly what happened there. But I remember that I overcommit one situation. That might be the one.
Yeah.
And then Kilson just got the momentum.
Right.
And then when we were tied, when we were in the sudden death, there were a lot of time that he escaped with 3 HP.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't rewatch it yet, but he was screaming all the time. And when I needed it, I was missing the rocket jump. It's like I was doing these cooler rocket jumps all the time. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. But I mean, I'm still in the tournament.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to just if I have.
Do you know who you play next, or who you might play next?
Buxer or Nosfa?
Yeah, Buxer or Nosfa. We don't know yet.
Okay.
So
I do want to ask you again about the Keel, right? Because throughout the normal season, no one played him, no one touched him, and out of Atlanta, he's a staple of your pickup. You've been picking him pretty much every single one of your recent series. So what's changed? Why are you picking Keel now?
Well, there was a change, I think, in the latest patch that now in the second bounce, the grenade explodes. So I felt like, okay, in LAN, rockets are more powerful, fibers is more powerful. Okay, let's just add, and also the fact that in LAN, players tend to play more carefully, really carefully. So if you're trying to attack, you most likely will get 150 damage just trying to attack. And also being the fact that Keel now moves faster and has a really good stack. So
Okay.
You can almost say you're innovating that with Keel at the moment. Because, I mean, we've seen you play... I'm sure we even had, like, an online interview after you'd picked Death Knight on a map that we weren't really expecting to work. Sure. We were kind of talking about it. So you're certainly no stranger to being able to pick a champion that is a bit more unorthodox, or maybe not so much in the meta anymore, and prove that there's still some source there.
Well, you know, there was a comment there that Baxter actually said it. Because he played against Ramis, and Ramis picked Keel on Blade of Net, and he wasn't expecting his pick, and he said, well, I haven't seen Keel in a while, so I didn't know how to play it.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, based off of some of the faces that Saigib made when he got hit with a few of those grenades. Another question about the Keel pick, is that just for Corrupted Keep, or should
I
we
would not
wait
tell
and
you
see?
Don't
All
force
right,
it to
right.
be
Yeah.
curious guy over here.
Look,
all right?
I've been practicing on all the maps, and it worked perfectly. You know, the only match I had lost with Keel all over this weekend was against Kielsen for one frag.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I haven't lost
You've
any.
been cleaning up in the casual matches.
Well, you know, the guys were trying to see, you are going to pick Keel, but they were joking about it. Oh no, how I'm going to pick it.
All right.
That's what that
Good
is.
stuff.
Awesome. Well, I think you're done for today, right? You get a rest and then, or
No, I think I have to play now today.
Yeah,
They're putting you to work.
Unless it wants to
Baxter.
call it for today.
Would you rather just like, let's go? You're ready to hop back in another match? You know?
No, like,
Okay.
let's get inside the pool, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Let's get started the pool con, maybe. But now I still have one match today, and I will try to just make to the top 6.
Awesome.
Good luck,
Okay.
my friend.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you,
All right,
guys.
stick around for just a second. We're going to take a break. When we come back, coming up next, I believe Chain versus Strong Sage here on stage, so don't go away. More from QuakeCon 2003 coming at you.
Teams are tied. Red leads. Teams are tied.
Welcome back to the Quake World Championship. We are live from the floor of QuakeCon 2023, and I'm back here with ZSX and 40 Lions. Gentlemen, we've got another match that unfortunately will result in someone's tournament life ending, but we've got Chain, who I don't think we've seen up here on the main stage quite yet, versus Strong Sage, who we just saw an incredible matchup versus Wenger. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
incredible match. I mean, we got to see the beauty that was Strong Sage's performance against Wenger. Incredible performance. And lucky to be here going up against Chain, who, you know, came in ultra confidence. He's played some hard opponents and found himself in this predicament now where he's going up against someone that is full of confidence and leaving on a high.
Yeah, I mean, I think you already mentioned it on the stage, but that handshake with Wenger after the fact, you can see that Strong Sage was like laughing, having a good time, and Wenger was like, I can't believe that just happened. Like, who are you? You just pushed me to my limit. He was so uncomfortable, but it's just amazing what Strong Sage has done his first season in, and he keeps grinding, and I think he might make a run here. Obviously, Chain is in the way, just another opponent, but Strong Sage is looking really good.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think back to Chain's interview earlier, you said he was confident, and I think there's been some games where we've watched him play. It's like, all right, you know, solid player. Strong Sage we just watched and is absolutely, like today, looking great. Now, will we see that same performance from Chain? I think the chances are pretty good. So the question is going to be is Chain comfortable enough based off of where he's at? Tournament life's on the line. He's looking way big shot, right? He wants to win this thing.
Exactly.
So Dan,
He really does, and like, he's been looking decent, probably nowhere near as good as he was feeling coming into this, right? But it's going to be very interesting to see this particular matchup because they do have such opposing styles. You've got Chain that wants to play slightly more passive, slightly more angle heavy.
Yeah.
You've got Strong Sage who just either wants to blow right through that with whatever champion he picks, whether it's the clutch or the slash, or he picks a scale bearer and just want to hide around the corner and just buffalo you when you turn up.
Yeah.
So it's a complete paradigm of opposites, and that's why I'm interested to see this.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic matchup. Again, I was on the B stream, so I missed all the highlights. I need to go back and watch it, but I heard about that bull rush, heard around the world, and I'm so mad that I missed it. But, I mean, that's what happens, baby. We got so much Quake going on that you're inevitably going to miss something, but that's why we have VODs.
yeah, it was pretty well. I mean, I am definitely eager to see the picks and bans here.
yeah.
I think, right, like we could talk about these two and their performance in the QPL, but here it comes. Bring it in. So Awoken, Molten Falls, and Corrupted Keep. But, you know, let's talk a little bit. I mean, we see those are some respect bans right
I know,
there,
I was about
Dan.
to say, come on, you're just giving us no fun here, Chain, with the clutch and scale bearer ban. Come on. But no, I mean, we have Awoken, the Ranger pick from Strong Sage, you know, going more methodical now, wants to play a bit more of a standard game, and Chain responds with the Athena.
In his game versus Wenger, he
True.
played Ranger, you know,
Yeah,
a little bit
yeah.
different than your typical Ranger.
Very
but-
true. And Chain has his pick of the bunch, and he opts for the Athena. We know how great the Athena is in terms of mobility, and you can control that map. You know, you can just hook up across the rail from the heavy armor into the mega. Just a lot of speed, a lot of utility. Then we move into Molten Falls, which we obviously saw before. And the most interesting thing here, the scale barrier was open. But he does not choose it on that same map that we saw earlier against Wenger, right? He decided to go for the slash. He prefers the speed. He wants to play aggressive. Maybe that's purely down to how well he played it previously on Deep Embrace. I don't know, but that was a definitive choice to not choose the scale bearer. And then
That's really interesting.
yeah, right. And then we have a Corrupted Keep where he picks the Strog. I think incredible champion. I think the BJ offers good utility and can be used very, very well, but you have to use it correctly to maximize damage. Otherwise, the Strog overall skill set is better, in my opinion.
I mean, I dig it because I think he's showing his versatility as a player, right? I don't always need to pick the same champs. You can go ahead and take away what you want. I still got a deep champ pool. So we're going to see how he utilizes that slash specifically, as you mentioned, on multiple balls, rather than opting for the scale. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I mean, Chain on Athena, like that one. Anarchy on Molten Falls is pretty good. And the BJ, pretty standard on CK. Again, I just saw somebody. Maxter, I think. Keel. I don't know. I don't know. It's a pretty big deal.
I don't
I'm
know
just
why
saying.
you're here. You're
I'm just saying.
Just a clown.
I was in the back celebrating, yelling, spiking pineapples into the ground, but, you know.
I do want to say on Corrupted Keep, what I do think is interesting is that I think BJ has some potential to stop that aggression. Now, it's not an always-on with the dual wield, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you don't want to go into someone who's got a dual wield, you know, LG.
Yeah.
So right, can Strong Sage play his aggressive game around that? I mean, will we even get to a third game? I don't know.
Well,
These are
that's a
all
good question.
very interesting questions that will unfold and play out here in just a moment as we're getting ready to jump in the first matchup. But I love this, right? I mean, Chain's trying to claw his way back through, confident coming in. Strong Sage has shown us that he's just going to play his game on stage. So both these guys deserve an opportunity to be up here again. And it's wild to think that, right, a tournament life is on the line.
I want to say, like, usually players give each other the death stare. No, they're having a good time. They kind of look over, a little smile, a little giggle. He's like, I can't wait to get in the arena.
I mean, Strong Sage seems like he's loving this,
Yeah,
right? Like, I dig it. I love it.
I mean, he's also rocking the gamer sleeve, right? The Hang made the eyeglasses cool. You know, Strong Sage out here with the gamer sleeve, so it's got all the swag as well. But I like that attitude, right?
You don't use one, Dan?
What?
You don't use one?
I look cool enough, bro.
I use one while I cast, man.
No, I need it
Look
for my
at his arms.
license and my wrists
Look
nowadays.
At that. You think you could get one to fit? Jesus. Are you allowed to show that on stream? Is that?
It's just hot in here now, bro.
Sure it is. It is
We've
now.
got Clutch in the distance, bringing in the crowd.
Yeah.
He's gonna pop his shield and just run through everyone. There's literally a Clutch out there.
I don't think I can't show you on stream, but there is an AMD Clutch man walking around Quake. I don't know how to put it, but it's cool.
All day, Dan is like, look at Clutch is over there. Clutch is over there. It literally is. People are like, show us on stream. I know there is. Show us.
We can't do it. Can't
but
do
it's there. Believe us. Should take a picture, upload that to Twitter so that people know.
I am 40 Lions. Fuck, I follow him.
Yeah, I don't have that anymore. You're adorable.
We're getting ready to start. Good news, too. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Yeah.
But we're going to throw another match onto the main stage here for the end of the day. Make sure we get through all of them. So if you're watching comfortably on the B stream, sorry, it's now going to be over on the A stream. You got to move over. But
I need to go to the
crowd here, they're going to have a good time.
Really excited. It's been an amazing day of Quake, and I'm sure we've got a few more matches at least today before we move into our final day. And you know, we're at that stage 40 where these are lower bracket matches, which means these guys are fighting for their lives. And we have Strong Sage against Chain. Strong Sage, who nearly took down Venga, against Chain, who told us he thinks he's going to win the tournament. So let's see if he can live up to that hype.
It's not the performance that he wanted, but it's not over till it's over. I ain't hear no bell as Chain has that railgun and LG looking for the angle. Great rail through the gap and almost hits another one. Strong Sage makes his way back towards the mega area. A little bit of Tri-Bolt. Does get the information off the last bit of Tri-Bolt, so Chain kind of knows where Strong Sage is angling and positioning right now.
Yeah, nice and slow and steady, and this is the way Chain wants to play. He definitely is a player that favors setting the tempo, controlling the angles, controlling the cadence of the map. And we also know that Strong Sage can flex. He can play that too. I prefer to see him going ultra aggressive, but I absolutely respect him trying not to. As I say that, he goes exactly that. Ultra aggressive through the choke point. No respect for the fact that Chain was there. He's got perfect timing. He swings on through that room. Strong Sage needs to reset. He's got himself a heavy. They do trade these items, but that maybe was not the move.
I mean, testing the waters for sure, but Chain was on point with that flick rocket. Direct hit, and now Strong Sage reeling after that.
Yep.
Chain still looking for a little bit more damage, keeping him on one side of the map. He's going to go through Banana now, make sure that he cuts off where he can, and I think he heard Strong Sage down below going through the sewers to the machine gun, and he's going to go through the telly. So Chain holding his ground on the Mega, and the split between the items and the positioning from Strong Sage. The stack giving Chain the ability to grab both items and now making the split between them even bigger, so he's more comfortable moving around and rotating between them.
Yeah, and Chain's trying to keep his distance here. He's already seen the type of play that Strong Sage wants to make. And here we go through the T-Con. He knows he's got the aggression, but he actually jumps on through or back through his Chain. Good reposition from Strong Sage, but he's living on a prayer at the moment. No health to work with. He goes across to the Mega, but there's nowhere to be seen. 3 seconds still to go, and Chain is chasing down his prey. He needs to be careful. He doesn't want to eat a rocket because that will set him more than back. And that was close to our first frag.
Love it. I love it. Leaving up the item. Does have enough time to get here. He wants to attack from the rocket platform. Strong Sage should be piped, but look at that rocket. 6 HP after that. Strong Sage made him pay. Chain is very weak, and Strong Sage might jump right back into the fray. Yes, this heavy machine gun. Chain back up against the wall and finally able to slow it down, but you could see that Strong Sage very good with that aggression, as you mentioned, and knowing that he had the opportunity. He almost took that, but Chain, his defense was very, very strong.
It was, but on the aggression, absolutely the right decision to make. But what we've seen from Chain in League play is that sometimes, in spite of the good decision-making, the execution wasn't quite there. As he knocks down Strong Sage, has to go toe-to-toe. He's still very low. Strong Sage pushing back in, but Chain with the mobility of Athena. Look at the speed he is playing at. But my point was, the execution was not that great, which gave Strong Sage the smallest of margins to deal that damage, but he has now been able to reset and get back on track and connect with those rails.
Nice little jump to get back to the T-Con again. Just waiting, playing off the sound. Strong Sage can't really do a lot right now. 5 seconds of the heavy. He's going to try and make his presence known in Chain. Just a matter of what weapon he wants. That rocket to the face, though. There's the rocket jump up as well. There's the chase. The rail won't land. Strong Sage struggling a little bit to land some damage here. Chain trying to get one around the corner, but clips the corner of the wall.
What an amazing rocket. Can he convert that into more and more control? Yes, he can. He even orbs on through just to celebrate and secure the kill. Half an Athena lying in front of him. And he's in position as well. He's actually left up this Mega and chasing his prey. Chain is in the vicinity. He's railable, not anymore. He's picked up their Mega. Strong Sage needs to connect to make this worth his while. He's going to let Chain get away with murder, peppering him with the rail. Yes, he has the heavy to pull back on, but didn't make as much as he could have had after that engagement. But he's got the timing. He's got a split. He can still control them both. There's no real rush. He has to do this. Oh, knocking him off the map. The Strong Sage speciality, it seems.
Got a partnership with Sync Air, maybe?
Maybe.
Knocks him off the map yet again. Tied at 2, 420 in. Strong Sage slowing it down. Does have the Dire Orb. Tries to spring the trap, but the rocket jump up to the T-Con.
Now we're at 2-2. 4.5 minutes in. Again, a lot of combat, a lot of action, but not a lot of frags, as both players have played these fights pretty much perfectly, which has caused us to hit this stalemate. It is Strong Sage now that has built his way back into the stack lead, but they did trade the previous major item. Strong Sage now has made his way across to the heavy armor. He's got an orb up, so something he could do if he hits some damage here. Oh, he actually goes and completely removes my plan, which was orbing through the murder hole. He's actually given up that heavy. So just trying to be proactive for it. He wants to take the initiative at all times, and you've got to respect that. Sometimes it doesn't pay off, but it often does, and that's when it looks remarkable.
Rails shaded both players here. Strong Sage dropping down for the lower armor shard. Looking for another angle, I think just spotted out Chain's shoulder here.
Yeah.
Strong Sage playing nice and slow. Again, has that Dire Orb. We've seen some crazy rocket jumps, some aggressive rocket jumps, and you know that that combo of rocket and orb is just waiting.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see Strong Sage is desperately trying to put more and more of a delay on these items, offset the timing, offset his opponent's awareness. He just takes these random pathing as he goes up on through.
Wow,
no!
the trade!
A
Unbelievable!
step too far! He does trade, he gets the better of the spawns as well, so all things considered, a messy situation somehow works out into a slight favor for Strong Sage. He's got a rail, he's got to be careful, his opponent has a rocket, he runs straight into him. Chain can't do much except hook on in, and that's what he does, and he does close the gap and takes the lead.
Chain pretty weak after that, though.
Sure.
Does grab the heavy. Can Strong Sage make a little bit of magic happen? Dire Orb in hand again, and he is no stranger to just getting crazy with it. There's an LG, does have the orb. Is it going to come out? No, forces him through the telly. Rocket jumps back up to claim the Mega. Wants probably the lower armor, I'm assuming some rail, but no, instead he's just going to go down to the sewers here, grab the machine gun, and go through the telly. 6 seconds too. That's a nice rail from Chain right there. 6 seconds to the heavy. And the double back from Strong Sage. Chain is already down there. Needs to be careful.
Chain's not confident without both of his hooks to make that play and decides with the lead, hey, I'll back on off, I'll get position up on this Mega, and I'll try and prevent the entryway. But we know that Strong Sage is a bully. He doesn't even really care that Chain is there. He's waiting to contest. He has the orb if he needs to use it, and he does use it for that burst damage. 6 HP. Oh, misses one hook. He's already burnt one. There's nothing else at his disposal. Strong Sage is chasing on through it. It's a matter of time until he ties this up.
That was an amazing rocket, but again, Strong Sage will prevail. 56 HP off the spawn after a little bit of a tickle. Chain struggling right now, trying to figure out what the safest path is. Hooks to the T-Con. Health bubble still puts him in railable range, and Strong Sage has great stack, but look at that rail that was left over. I don't think Strong Sage expected that at all. That's some free damage right there for Chain. Very fortunate to grab that rail gun.
Not game-changing, but it sets that tempo back, particularly without the orb. Strong Sage doesn't want to make that maneuver. He's he's building his game plan around the use of that orb, right? As soon as that up, as soon as he has the stack, he doesn't care. He wants to get in the face, and he just uses it for burst potential. He's rocket jumping around the map. He's taking the initiative. He's not afraid of the defensive play of Chain. Now, we've seen that backfire, and we're getting to the point of the game where one frag could just be the deciding factor. So we have to be careful, but Chain doesn't really have position, weaponry, or status to contest for these major items, and this is what Strong Sage is abusing at the fact. He's taking these fights, falling back, and restacking.
That defensive damage was big. Strong Sage did have the Mega to fall back on, but definitely a statement was made with Chain saying, if you come through choke points at me, that's easy. Give me that damage all day. Trying to get some armor to his name. The 50 shard will help as he hooks back and using that mobility very well to just stay away for now and play hyper defensive.
Exactly, and with a minute and a half to go, that's all he can do, right? Unless Strong Sage makes a pivotal mistake and gives away all of his stack or gives away position, Chain is just not going to bother. He doesn't want to deal with what Strong Sage is going to throw at him if he shows his face. He wants to keep his distance, try and have some uncontested rail damage, but apart from that, he's praying for overtime.
That's what the crowd likes to hear, apparently.
Oh yeah, they want overtime.
They want sudden death real bad. A minute 10 left, tied at 4. It's Chain working his way through the banana. And again, the defensive rocket's so good, he does eat a rail. As he makes his way to the T-Con, he has to use a hook because the movement. Yeah. Oh, the dire warp, and back up goes Strong Sage. And the rockets from Chain are so good. Trying to push him off the Mega. Eventually, Strong Sage will break through and grab it. 77 HP for Chain. And he's looking very, very tender right now. He needs to try and grab some armor.
100%.
40 seconds, Stan.
But everything's gone. All the lights are gone. You can't really drop it. No, Strong Sage is there. He's seen him.
No,
he's got
no
an orb in 3. He's got no hooks. Strong Sage won't know that, but now he definitely does. Big explosion. Chain disappears, and he's got 30 seconds to make something happen for him.
37 HP, just grabbed the heavy. He's going to push on in. The LG is going to be enough. Direct rocket. Can he land something? Chain connects with the rocket and ties it at 5. 15 seconds remain.
He made it happen, 40. He didn't need 30, he just needed 15 and a hook, a dream and a prayer. Now he can take us to overtime, part 2.
Unreal right now. Wow. That rail almost connecting the rocket through the murder hole. Nope, just a little bit of a flare here.
But he's got nothing. There's Mega up, and there's also an orb up for Strong Sage. And as we know, the bulldozer just makes his way into the room like the alpha dog he is. Chain has to retreat. He does not want to play with Strong Sage. He wants to keep away. But, you know, all credit to Strong Sage as well. He's keeping control of the map. He's keeping those item timings in his mind, and he's not giving an inch with regards to that. As we have another engagement up here. Chain needs to get away, and he does get away cleanly.
These defensive rockets are absolutely absurd from Chain.
Phenomenal. But how long can they last for? You can't just live with nothing to your name forever. He's early for the Mega. Luckily, Strong Sage isn't able to connect with as much damage. He needs Chain. Actually goes back across. They're so low. They're so weak. Chain's in there with some little bit of health. He's gone even more. Chain's the one to connect.
Wow. Just wow. Chain so clutch. 6-5. Unbelievable. Look at the item control. I mean, it was firmly in Strong Sage. Just grabs Chain, kind of shaking his head like, wow, okay, that was a little close. That was a little uncomfortable.
I mean, you got to respect it, right? Strong Sage plays to win. He didn't have to make that move.
He wanted to end it, yeah.
Exactly. He wanted to end it, and this time, it didn't work out in his favor. So you've got to respect it. But as you said, the control, the item timing, the strategy, I thought it was all pretty much on point from Strong Sage. But on the flip side, we know this is Chain's strength, right? Chain's strength is also playing on the defense, playing those defensive rockets and those angles, and he did that perfectly, and he used the hooks. Great to escape as well.
Fantastic mobility. We're going to see the highlight reel here in so many of these air rockets and defensive rockets from Chain. It was about 750 damage of extra damage, rather, from rockets alone from Chain in regards against Strong Sage. And all of that, I feel like, was defensive rockets, air rockets, as Chain was just fending off Strong Sage in all of his attempts at pushing and being aggressive. And just really well played from Chain. Came down to the wire in sudden death and that clutch rail. But Strong Sage still played his game for the most part. He got in there with rockets and orb. He just couldn't get over the hump, and he went for the kill. And that's what you like to see. You have to play confident at this stage. He thought that this was it, and by all means it should have been, but that rail separated it, and Chain was able to take this map.
He tried to take his shot and it just wasn't the right opportunity. But at the same time, Chain took his shot twice. After Strong Sage got that frag to take the lead with 30 seconds to go, I was almost sure it was over. But Chain had other ideas. He took us to that overtime. He had the presence of mind to pull out the perfect rail to take map 1. But it is just map 1, right? He had to fight. He had to, you know, dig in deep to stay in that game. He was under huge amounts of pressure, and as you say, 1,800 damage at the rocket launcher, you know, 90% of which was keeping him in the game.
Yeah, insane defensive rocket damage. But we're going to slowly shift over to Molten Falls, and we're going to have Anarchy versus Slash. And in terms of this champion lineup, I mean, who do you think? This matchup specifically between these two, you think Chain is on the cusp of advancing? You think Strong Sage, his tournament life is about to end on this map, Dan?
I don't think so, you know. I don't think so. Everything we've seen from Strong Sage today suggests it's obviously going to be good, it's going to be close, but he's picked this Slash for a reason, and in my mind it's to, he wants to be to set the tempo. If he picked the Scale Bearer into the Anarchy as we were discussing before, he does put himself at a slight disadvantage in terms of speed and mobility, right? Whereas now he can match that, and that's what he wants to do. You saw on map 1, he's not afraid to take the fight to Chain. He wants to be the one to be the aggressor, and that's what Slash allows him to do with just the pure mobility that she offers. And so if he can take that initiative and connect a little bit more with his, particularly with his rail than we saw on map 1, he 100% can take map 2 and put us into a deciding map.
And that would be great. As a Quake fan, we want map 3 all the way through, but we will see how this goes. Chain smells blood. As you said, very confident. He wants to win the whole thing. Just because he's in the lower bracket doesn't mean a thing to him. He's taking it one map at a time, Dan. Map 2 is going to be loaded up here shortly. And bear in mind, as Ketchup would say, the Scale Bearer was on the table, but he avoided it. A very specific pick of Slash by Strong Sage. What does he have in store for us? We're about to find out here on Molten Falls.
Right.
Map number 2 between Chain and Strong Sage. Knockout game. Chain up one map. And we are live looking through the eyes of Chain.
Yep, Chain picking up that heavy, got the rail to his name. Strong Sage made the long way around to pick up the rail as well and delaying the Mega in an instant as well. So we saw, and we've seen it in both series that we've been casting, even the one against Venga. Strong Sage has the control, the strategy, the timing. He pushed Venga to the limit. He's done the same to Chain. So he wants to take that initiative to control the map. But no, Chain shuts him down with more amazing rockets.
And this is something that I was kind of scared of. The defensive rockets from Chain were so good, and Ranger still had a medium stack. Now he's dealing with a light. It might even be easier for Chain. Look at the timing on that kill right before the Mega. Already up 2, less than a minute into this one.
And this is when, you know, good strategy can come back to haunt you, because he delayed that Mega, which allowed...
Oh, no! I get 3. He didn't even want to send him off the map. He's like, I'll do you a favor, and I'll just get the frag instead of sending you down to visit Rafa.
Well, Chain has got off to a flying start. 1 minute in with 3 frags in the lead. So, you've got a question. Does Strong Sage have the fortitude to build his way back into this one, 40?
This is the biggest test right now. Down a map, down early. This is really testing what Strong Sage has. He's had such a great run again. A first year in the league. Great performance so far on LAN, pushing people to their limits, but can he claw his way back from this one? This is a catastrophic start, and he's already down a map. Chain dictating the pace. Strong Sage, what do you have for us? A little bit of LG, takes a little bit of rocket damage. He's going to go in, taking the fight to Chain, as you said, and the rail almost sends him off the map. But Strong Sage is still so weak even after that. Chain uses the inject. He has some bubbles and vials to grab. He wants to make sure that inject is up whenever he needs it.
Yeah, and Strong Sage even goes out of his way again to delay the Mega. He is desperate to force control onto this map. And if he does it, we've seen just with that previous push, the pressure he can put on might be overwhelming for Chain. But for now, those defensive rockets once again stopping Strong Sage in his tracks, round in the banana area. Just Chain is reading his opponent here. The speed is not working his advantage. He goes down low, 13 HP. He has to restack, but he will now have to give up that Mega. The one item he tried to delay, and he tried to force his control upon. The strategy Strong Sage is trying to employ at the moment with his aggression is being met by a brick wall of defense from Chain.
It's so much damage. 4 out of 5 rails on a light. I mean, 80% is nuts. I know he's not shooting a ton of rails, but if this is any indication as to how this is going to go, Chain is playing so well. He's on point, already up 3. It might just be even worse here as Strong Sage luckily gets some cheap damage in there, not returned, but Chain with such a big stack, the inject is up before the Mega as well. Another rail from Strong Sage, and he's going to need a lot more of that, Dan.
Yeah, and let's calm ourselves down now. We're 3 minutes in. We saw...
I'm too hyped, Dan. I can't.
I know, you're right. It's just, I'm worried about your blood
Bouncing off
pressure.
the walls. No, I'm okay. You sound like my doctor. But 3-0, 3 minutes in, as you said, slowing things down. Chain got the early lead. He can kind of slow and still dictate the pace and kind of make Strong Sage come to him, as we've seen before. His defensive play is so good. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Exactly, and that's exactly it.
Oh, okay. The self-rocket damage. There it is again. Oh, my God, Chain.
Yikes, and you know, it's working a treat. He wants this aggression. He's actually adapted to it from map 1. He's goading Strong Sage into him, and Shane, he has him on a leash 40. He's playing him like a puppet, and Strong Sage needs a rethink quick because he's losing time, and he was losing frags until that. 5-1. There's lots to go in this map, but he has to be incredibly wary of the defensive chain and just be more calculated in his pushes.
Yeah, can't eat all of that sweet, sweet rocket damage that Chain's putting in. That airstrafe just avoiding the rail. Nicely done by Chain. Strong Sage looking for some damage here before the mega pickup. And Chain trying to line up a rail will miss. Luckily for Strong Sage, he has a lot of stack to work with. Snail trails available as well for that extra speed and area denial. Almost going through the banana here. Chain hears it and he's just playing nice and slow, playing around the sounds of Strong Sage as he's on the hunt right now. Gonna chase him up the stairs. Defensive rockets, are they gonna be good? No, up close and personal, and he swaps to the rail at that range. That shows a little bit of confidence. Strong Sage is not out of this one yet, Dan.
Yeah, confidence or foolish, sometimes they are the same. I don't know, but it worked out, so credit to him. And we're seeing the reason why he picked the slash. The reason we discussed at the start of this map, he wants to get in his face. It works both ways, we've said it now. That push looks great when it works. When it doesn't, he can just lose control, lose the fight. And Chain's defensive play has been really, really good. So Strong Sage still has to find a little bit more of an advance and pre-work before these engagements. Because if he's tackling a healthy Chain who has an inject, that's the deciding factor, right? He has that additional layer of stack to work with. That's when it becomes problematic.
Yeah, but he did get that third frag. And just for a little bit of insurance, flip the bird, Dan.
Yep.
Only trailing by 2, and now his item control is very, very strong. Getting stronger by the minute. He's going to get through the banana. No, that warning rocket a little bit too early, luckily for Strong Sage, but he's going to make a detour now and reroute for this heavy. Also picking up some time shards on the way so he can have that snail trail.
And this is feeling reminiscent of map 1 now, 40, where it took a couple of minutes for Strong Sage to build his way into it, but he managed to get the stack. He managed to split those items and get a rotation flowing. And that's what it feels like. Chain's on the back foot. He's playing defensive, and there's a lot of time for Strong Sage to work with. He does not need to force the issue. You can see Chain hanging out here over by the rail area. He doesn't really have a clear idea of the timings. He's just trying to connect with any sort of distance damage. Playing again in this choke point area. You can see him hanging around by the shards, hanging around, walking around, if you will, by the choke points. Because if the slash is going to push away in, that's the fight he wants to take. He wants to hit the opening damage in the doorway to trap his opponent and try and finish the job.
This stack from Strong Sage is fantastic, but Chain is just, he's disappeared off the map. He's playing it the way he wants, but he might get caught out here. A little bit of a tickle trying to hit some rockets, and the defensive rockets have not been as great.
No, but it was also an adjustment in approach play, right? Strong Sage pushed in, but doubled back away from the doorway. That caused him and Chain to retreat, so he's teasing Chain now. He wants him to stick around for that fight, and then he can push on in between the rocket fire. So really smart, small adjustment to the way he's taking these fights. Lovely rail there, that's going to open the door for a bit more aggression. He has his ability up as well, that trail if he needs to, that additional burst, and here it comes. He wants to chase down his opponent. Chain's been managed to burn 2 more minutes since we talked about how this was going Strong Sage's way.
Now the question becomes, is this the strategy to end it for the 3 minutes, Dan? Chain is doing well to kind of just stay away, but the minute that Strong Sage is able to break through that defense and catch up with Chain.
I mean, the heavy's up and Chain doesn't even look at it. That is how...
He's giving up all the items.
That is how scared he is, right? He's so conscious of the push and the approach play of Strong Sage. He's not even thinking about, how do I get back into control? How do I take these items? That is a worrying sign. He needs the presence of mind to still play the map, but he's so petrified of this push play that if he gets caught even once, it could be tied up.
Oh no, and somehow gets away and hits it.
Big
There it
rocket.
is. That's that defensive damage that he needed. But again, StrongSage is running the map and Chain's okay with that. Maybe he bought himself some time to grab this heavy though.
Well, yeah, what was a good situation from StrongSage has now turned into a dire situation. It was 4.5 minutes in when we were talking about the comeback at 5-3. We're now 8 minutes in and nothing has changed on the scoreboard.
Oh no. He took the wrong position. He might get rocketed off here, but he's got to hit all the damage, and he's done it. Chain makes it work even after all of that. That's absolutely absurd, Dan.
That is nuts. Yeah, no right in hell to have that fight. And StrongSage coming in again with a shotgun. He needs to get this frag now, and he does, but it's back to the same situation. It's a 2-frag game with 1.5 minutes to go. Chain this time doesn't have a stack, doesn't have any items, and StrongSage does. So we're still in that fight.
No rail for that angle. StrongSage tried to tickle the LG, will not reach. 1:15, and I feel like Chain might get away with this. Here's the cutoff. It has to be perfect. Does hit the rail. StrongSage needs to close the gap and find one more angle. Chain with the defensive rocket again coming up huge. And the rail to follow up to get the frag.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. And it's scary watching Chain as a Chain fan, right? Like, he's been just on the rope, but in Chain's world, he's comfortable, he's settled, and it looks like he's done enough here, 40, to
he's chilling
the pressure.
He's like, yeah, I mean,
how?
I'm playing defense, whatever, what? Oh my god. And at this point, no choice. StrongSage has to make something happen. But those rockets going to send him packing.
StrongSage is going to see 100 in his sleeve, just the amount of directs he's been eating all series long against Chain. And as we talked about at the start, a polar opposites of approach and Quake philosophy, right? It's been StrongSage trying to press forward, press the advantage, give us some real plays, and Chain, who has contained that. He's put a lid on that, he's understood that, and he's taken up the right position and hit the right shot to prevent that. So it was really well played, defensive play from Chain. And unfortunately, in his first QuakeCon, StrongSage will be going home, but he's earned himself some fans here,
1,000%. Yeah. That looked like some old Quake 3 ZTN games right there. That
right?
Yeah, yeah. Had the lead, played keep away, did it very well. And I think you're absolutely right. Like two polar, sort of opposite gameplay, game styles. Just, you know, Chain deserves that. Good Tuvo.
Very similar to the Wenger game. Immense amounts of pressure coming out from StrongSage time and time again, and Chain just made the right decisions. 40 lines.
The rocket damage was almost exactly the same. 1,700 rocket damage again, and I guarantee you at least 700 of that was defensive rockets by Chain. And his rail percentage was like 70-something, and that's just absolutely absurd. The defense from Chain was just so strong. Heartbreaking for StrongSage, but I think a fantastic run. But Chain, like we said, lower bracket, but he's not done. He's got plans, Dan. He's got plans.
He just got up here and I pat him on the back and a huge sigh just came out. Oh, he's looking stressed.
We've got the winner. Yeah, we've got the winner of the last matchup. Chain, wow. Congratulations.
Wow. You can tell him that.
Is it loud?
Yeah, sorry.
It's loud in here for you. You did that, bro. You did that.
I wasn't on that.
No, I'm saying everyone's loud because of Chain.
Oh, right, yeah.
You can, this is you, this is there.
We're teaching Chain the basic production right now.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Finally played how I have been in practice, so it feels good. But I do actually want to shout out StrongSage. In my opinion, he's the fastest improved player to ever play Quake Champions.
Nice.
He was my main practice partner. He actually helped me a ton to improve. I think, you know, a lot of people criticize him, say like onliner, tank, or cheeser, but he actually is a very, very solid, smart player. And for how young he is, I'd say, you know, he's like almost like a prodigy. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let it slip, but DJ Wheat said backstage that kid's going to win a championship one day, right? Like, he has all of the ingredients. And I guess my first question to you, if we're going to jump straight into it, is what is it like to play against that, and how mentally do you adjust against that, right? Because we saw map 1 and map 2, such polar opposites in the way you had to approach it. You clearly had to completely change the way you wanted to play the map effectively because of the pressure he was putting on you. So how do you deal with that in those situations and make the right decisions?
Well, for starters, like, we know how each other play, like, really, really well. We play very similarly, actually, like, when I'm playing properly. I'd say I play, like, a lot like him. So I kind of knew his default, especially on Molten. Like, Awoken was kind of, it was still, I would say, a little unexpected at times.
Yeah.
But Molten was very, like, by the book. I knew, I actually don't even remember how the first kills really happened at all, actually. But I got
That's
a good
flow
lead.
state right there. He's just like, I blacked out and I was just playing my game.
I got like a good lead, and I knew he was going to feel pressure. Like, I knew one thing for sure, he was going to get nervous. My rockets have been like insane all tournament, honestly. It's my only thing that's like stayed really good. And then I had a good rail, I guess, so it helps. So yeah, just plus back. If he gets going on Slash, he's really, really, really good on Slash. Like, really, he's like a momentum-based player, and especially like on Deep, you guys saw against Wenger, he's like insane. So,
did you even have the item timings? Because there was periods of the game where it looked like you were purely just playing him, right?
I didn't have, like, a lot of the mid-game, I had like no, I just kind of cycled the lights and, inject, and I knew like one good rocket would scare him off. So
you're just playing choke points and those defensive rockets that you know you can count on. You're like, okay, this is my strategy for now.
And like the rail really helps as well, like finish, especially like. Yeah, there are a couple moments where if I didn't, like, it just makes him have to restart his whole.
Yeah, cycle, right?
Jin, I got a question for you. During the interviews that you did before QuakeCon, you talked a little bit about, you know, your confidence level going in there, felt pretty good about your game. I know you did get dropped down to the lower level, but you've managed to fight your, you know, way through there. You've still got a little ways to go, but how are you feeling? Do you feel in the same way as you were when you did that interview? And what do you think about, right, what you would have to do in order to make it all the way to the end?
All right, well, definitely struggled yesterday. Like, I know I won, but it was like miraculous, honestly. It was like, it was just lucky, I have to admit. Today, against Nosfa, I wasn't really playing, like, it's just nervous. I was actually nervous. I was surprised. I wasn't expecting to be nervous, but like, it's land, it's a lot of pressure, but now I feel better. Like, I live in a loser's bracket always. Honestly, like,
it's true, right?
So it's not a huge, I think, like, at this point I'm handling pressure like above average, I would say.
Okay.
So more comfortable in the lower bracket. You're like, I'm home. This is fun.
Just completely fine.
I mean, fantastic play. Sorry, having something. I heard.
No, you're allowed.
Chicken salad? Have you had it here?
Was that like what the catering was?
No, I'm saying Razy told me about it, and it's been this lore for like 3 months, and I'm just seeing if maybe that changed the tide or anything like that, because it also pisses off we to not really ask a question.
Yeah,
that's what I'm here for.
We've decided 40 has the word.
All right, I have a serious question.
There you go. So you were going to pipe
you're
up.
just a clown. From your interview, have you changed your mindset? Do you still see yourself going all the way?
If I'm playing like that, like, what I just know is at this point in the tournament, it's just whoever is feeling the best. Like, as much as you want to keep emotion out of it, like, the game doesn't really matter anymore. Like, you're either going to play well or you're going to, like, be nervous. That's my opinion. So, at least for now, I'm at that point where I'm, like, playing my top game. So, I mean, we'll see if I make it to tomorrow and then if it continues tomorrow. But, like, there's been some, I don't know, crazy stuff, like Max pulling out Keel on CK.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy to some people, let's be honest, but not me, I always believe. But yeah, does that change your opinion on Keel at all? Is that something where you might explore that? I know it's weird.
Oh, now you have a question.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he brought it up. He brought it up, not me.
Keel, I'm surprised, like, I didn't watch any of his games. I just saw him winning them, and, like, I'll have to watch and see what he was doing, but...
Okay.
It's got some
That's
insane
code for
angles.
I have no idea why it's working.
It doesn't make sense, but it is working. Okay.
Scale Bearer, that's good champion, right?
Maxer's just nuts, so...
Yeah.
That's true, too. That helps a little bit, yeah.
Scale Bearer, yeah, you have to be, like... I could probably play him, like, whip him out now.
Yep.
But if you're not feeling him, like, you just get punished so hard.
And I mean, you did ban both Clutch and Scale. You just did not want those in the hands of Strong Stage at all?
More like to just remove comfort from him. I would say more than like what they actually do.
That makes a lot of sense.
I think he just, like, it's a bit of a psychological move, I guess.
But he picked Slash over the Scout Barrel, right? Is that just for you, or do you expect that?
I was like 70-30, I would say he's picking Slash. Honestly, like looking back, maybe skill is a little less pressure to play.
That's what is easy to execute, right?
Yeah, so, but his Slash, like, we've practiced a lot, and he, like, often, maybe like 50-50 beats me there at Slash. So, I guess that's what he was thinking about.
All right. Well, hey, I know you've got at least one more match today, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly,
Well, good luck. Any final words before we sign off and move to the next matchup?
No, just, again, huge thank you to Artisan and everything they've done for me. I really appreciate it, and it's really helped me excel, honestly, so.
Awesome.
Congrats.
Congrats,
Shane,
man.
congrats. Good luck in your next matchup. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more action right from the main stage here at QuakeCon 2023. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you've been enjoying your day 2 here at QuakeCon 2023. I'm DJ Wheat, joined by ZSX and Flea. And gentlemen, we've got 2 more matches left here on the main stage. This one, Chain versus Zeniku. We're going to get to see Chain's potential lower bracket run with the rate that things are going, because the winner of this matchup will go up versus Maxter immediately following.
Yeah, that is some level of fitness you need to be there, mental and physical.
Yep.
And, you know, that was a taxing series. Yes, he won 2-0, but don't put anything against how intense that was mentally for him. And, you know, even not a long break we just had, and he's already back on stage going up against an opponent who's got some momentum behind him as well.
I mean, it's so grueling. It also really factors into the coming day, right? Like, if you just won your first 2 games, that's it, right? Win up, you're into the next day, the finals day. If you don't, just look at what Chain has to push himself through just to have a shot at making it into the next day.
But
He's
you know what?
Zen,
I kind of think Chain wants to be there. I think he's kind of cool playing.
I mean, you want to be there rather than not, right? That means he's won his matches. But
of course, but you know what I'm saying. Like, he just kind of seemed like,
100%.
Keep stacking them up.
There's different players, there's different momentums, and sometimes you can just get ahead of steam, right? You begin to feel, if you feel the game, you feel the flow, as he clearly was in the last game. You can carry that through. And I think Chain has to pray that's exactly what happens, right? He said that's the best he's played so far. And that's a really good sign if he's building his way into the tournament. But he's also going up against an opponent that is just a different level and a different beast altogether, right, in more ways than one, in Zeniku. And he's going to have to take not only that combat skill that we saw, but he has to add more layers to the game in order to beat Zeniku, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, Zeniku so far, he's only lost to Razy. He's beaten Cygib, he's beaten Sparty, bringing him over here. I mean, losing to Razy, there's absolutely no shame in that.
Right.
So let's see whether or not Chain has got what it takes to prevail.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zeniku is, right, he's someone who wants this just as much as Chain does.
Yeah.
And it will be interesting to see exactly how these two will go at it. And I think one of the hardest things is, obviously, Chain's got some back-to-back matches, but he's also got 2 completely different opponents compared to what he's played against in the matchup versus Strong Stage. So it just, that layer of adaptability has to be thrown into Chain's play, because there's not, like you said, the game just ended, right?
Exactly.
Switch things up and potentially, you know, get in the right mindset to go up against a player like Zeniku.
Yeah, different style, different strategy, and different needs. And what he won't find in this matchup, I believe, is as many overcommittals, as many mistakes as Strong Stage made, right? That Strong Stage did a lot of good things, but what he didn't do great is always understand when to attack, and that's when he was punished by Chain.
Right.
Even when Strong Stage did attack at the right time, I feel like he took a lot of unnecessary risks. He would push in, he would pin his opponent up against the wall with rockets, and what does he do? Switch to the railgun for the kill shot when his opponent's at like 50 points of health, right? That is such a risky play. Yes, it worked out plenty of times, but there were also times that it didn't. And Zeniku is not going to go for those risks. I can guarantee you that.
Well, let's take a look at the picks and bans, because we've been seeing some interesting ones all day. Not sure if that story is going to continue here, but we've got them on screen. Awoken will be our first matchup. Then we're going on to Keep, and then finishing things off with Blood Covenant, should we go there. Who wants to take a look at these champs and break them down?
Honestly, there isn't really too much to write home about, so I'm just going to concentrate on the one that is a little bit more unusual, which is Blood Covenant with the Galena. Once again, you just lack the mobility, right? We've seen Visors on there, and these other champions that just have no capability to play the map effectively, and they've all struggled, and Zeniku has a Doom. So that's the big one for me. The only other one I'll concentrate on, and then I guess, Flea, you can jump in, is Anarchy.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Straight up off Awoken, and it's a preference pick for Chain. I think he felt it really, he played it really well on Molten last time. He could have picked, you know, Ranger, he could have picked Strog, he could have picked many things, but he settled for the Anarchy, and it works really well against Nyx. If you connect him with the rail, you can follow up, you have the speed and the inject, you can punish her. Are we going to see that from Chain today?
That remains to be seen, right? Because it's definitely, it's not an easy map to play Anarchy well on, right? Awoken, there's plenty of like the bounce pads that will kill your momentum, right? So even though you have the air control, it's not the easiest map to maneuver on. Now, looking at Blood Covenant, I also feel like this is a bit of a throwback, because the squishies, the small light champions on Blood Covenant, that wasn't always the meta, right? Towards the beginning of Quake Champions, it was really Galena was meta on there. Doom, Ranger, Visor, those were the champions that were picked most often. And then we kind of saw, you know, balance changes being made, and now it's predominantly the light champions, Athena, Nyx, Slash, that we see on Blood Covenant. So this, in my opinion, is really a bit of a throwback to those early days.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget either that this is an elimination matchup, right? Tournament lives on the line. It puts a little bit more pressure on the shoulder of both players because no one is safe here, and they've both had a really phenomenal run, right, throughout this tournament. One of them, though, will continue. Unfortunately, one will go home.
And if I just look at this on the surface, I would rather be in Zeniku's shoes. I just feel that in this setting, this high-pressured, staked environment, you want the champions that inevitably will give you a safer and easier execution of your strategy, right? And with all the great things that Chain has, one of them, in my opinion, isn't the ability to press the advantage. And so what I would want is to fall back and feel very comfortable just to play the map. Right. And then Chain will settle into that rhythm too, right? And it gives you a little bit more breathing space as a player. So I'm actually feeling really confident with what I've seen from Zeniku.
Yeah, same. I think that the picks and bans are really good for him. That's not to say that Chain has bad picks, right? No, by any measure.
Right.
No, like if we look at map 1, Nyx, I think, is by far the S-tier pick for Awoken, right? You either want a banner or you want a player when Awoken's out there. And then on the final map, like you said, I'm also favoring the Doomslayer with the mobility on the map that is Blood Covenant. So on map 1 and 3 already, I am favoring Zeniku. And then map 2, yeah, Corrupted Keep, Ranger versus Strong. It's one of the most classic matchups there is right now, right? Ranger's got the orb, he's got the mobility, so many neat tricks you can do. Drop onto Mega, throw the orb towards Heavy, get them both. On the other hand, Strong, really powerful as well. There's no railgun on Corrupted Keep, and that makes that Peeker so much more difficult to kill.
So we're in a situation here, I don't know, any predictions, anything you want to throw out here? Tough one to call.
It is a really tough one to call. I just want to think about the maps. I just prefer having that second map as Keep. I much more favor Zeniku on that with his play style. So it's really difficult. I'm going to side with Zeniku, and I'm actually going to go 2-0.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to side with Zeniku as well. I'm also more inclined to say 2-0. Also, looking back at their match history, they've played each other 8 times, perfectly split down the middle, 4 wins for Zeniku, 4 for Chain. But the most recent 4 have all been Zeniku. So the past couple of years, it's been the Australian every single time. So I'm also going to favor Zeniku, 2-0, 2-1. I could see Chain do really well on this map if he can do what Dan described earlier, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to load into our first map. In fact, it looks like we are in Flea. Well, join us when this one is over. But we're getting started here for our second to last matchup of the day. The winner of this will go on to face Maxter.
And we are starting over on Shane's POV. He has the Anarchy, he has the English, which he decided not to use. He wants to save it, but he doesn't have a rail. So he's got to play around that efficiency at the moment. We can see Zeniku is up on that T-Con at the moment. Just trying to use the information, the audio cues to work out Chain. He's feeling fairly free at the moment, considering there's no rail in his opponent's hands. He just played a little bit more laissez-faire. Going to pressure in as well. The leg goes for he is feeling happy. Perfect timing. Rocket jump away. He knows he can keep control of the map, and already Zeniku has got both major items weak.
That's a good place to be. Starting things off. I don't know what to say, but some good LG damage coming out there, but not enough to stop that first frag coming in from Zeniku. And control is definitely going to be a big aspect of this particular map. And I think that Chain's going to want to play that kind of slower, more meticulous game. I actually believe, though, that Zeniku is capable of maybe turning it up a little bit. Not, say, like a level of Strong Sage, but...
that's the kind of aggression meter we have now.
Is it Strong Sage aggression? Or, only one frag in. Still a lot to go. Oh, there's a Ghost Walk. He's on the trail.
Chain knows it. He turns around right in time just to hold that. But big rockets coming out to double the lead.
Yeah, I mean, both these players going through their lower bracket journey. Another good catch with the LG by Zeniku. In fact, a double back on that one. And that is an incredibly low Chain running away with no inject for quite a while.
Yeah, he delayed to pick up that heavy, which is why I tensed up for a second as he dropped down just as Zen came around the corner to try and connect that rail. Not to be, so Chain has a brief moment of pause to try and stabilize, but Zeniku patrolling that mid ground again. And this is one of the challenges of Anarchy. You can run rings around the map, but if you can't get up to that mid level, it's really difficult to pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story of this particular map right here. You know, just trying to control that middle area. Chain LG down yet again. And Zeniku not able to follow up with those rails, but some tri-bolt through the hole. And now the Ghost Walk coming out and slow and steady. 2 minutes, 30 seconds in.
Yeah, and both these players will respect one another's position. If they don't feel it's the right fight for them, and that's what we've seen from Zeniku earlier as well, he won't take it. He wants to manufacture a fight that is fairly risk-free, getting the highest percentages in terms of success. Equally, Chain just prefers to play this angles, he prefers to play stable and slow, and wants to bait his opponent into his traps and into these choke points. So it's discipline versus discipline in different ways.
Wall jump coming in big though. I think like giving him an opportunity to maybe keep Chain guessing exactly where he might be.
Yeah. He's also holding onto the inject consistently.
Yeah.
He's using it only as and when he needs it. He's not trying to be ultra aggressive to make sure he's building that stack. It's purely a competitive combat resource.
Interesting. Decided to drop back, go through that teleporter. Thought he was going to go for the rail shot, but like you said, Chain likes to play that angle game, just waiting for his opponent to walk into the crosshairs. Is not going to let him do that at all. Zeniku just keeping his 2-0 score safe at this point.
Yeah, Chain's ready. He's got the Ghost Walk up. He does take the Mega away with a big rocket on the drop down, connecting full on Zeniku, and that lead has already been halved. Heavy is up. Chain is there. He's also popped the inject for a little bit of extra and just trying to get himself across, but lovely play coming out of Chain, and he's whizzing himself around, avoiding that jump pad, and he knows there's no Ghost Walk up Fleet. Wheat, sorry.
That's okay. You know, we do look a lot alike, right? All that gray hair Fleet has.
You're both just tall.
And Chain takes the lead, right? Like, I mean, that's how easy it can happen. Chain doesn't panic. He waits for those opportunities, those shots. Ooh, big rocket coming in, but the rail. And there's a man who is confident with his rail right now. You know, he said, listen, you just got to play good if you're going to... You know, if you're gonna win, he's got to feel it, and maybe Chain's feeling it right now. Zeniku had such a strong start, CSX, but 5 minutes in, there he goes, brings it back. He needs to stop that momentum. Chain was starting to run a little bit.
And then, yeah, you all just saw the power and the speed that I think he can bring if he gets momentum. It's hard to build that, but it is there, and you could snowball. And this is what we talked about, the power of the Anarchy against the Knicks. When the Ghost Walk's not up, you can rack up those frags, and it went from a 0-frag game to a 5-frag game for Chain very, very quickly. And Zeniku has to be wary of that now. He has to respect that, because Chain has also shown how powerful he can be when he is aggressing.
Yeah, you want to watch out. Well, for sure. I think Chain also knows exactly how to convert a frag. So, right, you give one up, and there's a really good chance he's going to be able to follow up with one just based off of how he is kind of playing right now. So,
well, the decision making is there, but it's also been the execution. That's the criticism in league play, right? We'd see Chain do all these amazing things and just fluff the shots. That's what he's not doing here. He is connecting.
Yeah. And then makes such a huge difference, obviously.
Yeah, FPS, you have to hit your shots.
Yeah, you have to hit your shots. You can't just hurl insults at your opponent and hope to get a frag. So 5-3, less than 4 minutes left to go. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Chain actually go into a similar mode that he was in during the second map of versus Strong Sage, where he decided at about the 46-minute mark, I'm just going to run for the final 3 minutes. I'm just going to protect this like it is a fragile egg that will fall and expose its yolk.
Yeah, I would agree, but I also would not like to see that. I think Awoken is a difficult map.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's a risky game to play. It can work. We saw it work earlier.
Sure.
But I think you gotta. Chain's pretty good at playing, as you kind of said the other in the last matches, to his opponent and not to the map. Which is sometimes on the map you can start to go, oh, I can just run for a little bit, but I don't think you can do that, especially when you got someone who could just ghost walk in and surprise you. That's a big kill. What?
How low was he?
32? Was he even lower?
I don't know if he picked up a bubble, but he definitely picked up the heavy, and that was the thing. He had the stack there, and Shane felt confident without the armor to fall back on. That was a deciding factor, but I agree, it looked like a Chain kill for sure. Huge rocket coming out, but Ramik once again up on the jump pad here. Chain's got the inject, he wants to chase. There's still no Ghost Walk up for Zeniku, but Chain is satisfied with the lead and satisfied with the heavy armor for his troubles. And just as we were talking about it, he has begun to play his opponent a little bit more than we had seen in the opening engagements. Not contesting for the items as much, but he is contesting for this Mega. He plays keep away again. He knows he's got an inject if he wants to take the fight, but he doesn't. He just wants to try and find an angle on the exit, but they trade.
That was actually a great read by Zeniku there. Chain knew what he was up against, but again, trying to look for that shot. Similar shot he's made in other matches to find that. In fact, that's the one shot, except a reverse, that he won that game versus Strong Sage. Just waiting for it. He was much lower, hit that perfect rail.
And they keep trading. That's keeping Zeniku in this game, as you said. Like, all these creative angles that Chain is finding, he's being met with resistance from Zeniku. And that is why we have this one frag game with just a minute and a half to go. Zeniku obviously on the hunt to try and tie us up, to push us towards an overtime at the very least.
Yeah. And that, right, based off of how Chain played, he's not gonna, I don't think he's gonna show himself, actually. Throws out a rail.
No, he's playing the distance game. He's making his presence felt enough where Zeniku can't just rotate items. He has to be careful. That buys a little bit of time. It puts his mental state under a little bit of pressure, and he has to just be conscious of his opponent. But with 1 minute to go, this is where it happens. This is what you said will happen. Let's play.
Yep.
Run away.
Cat and mouse. Here it goes. And the mouse is running away. One frag lead. That's all you need in order to walk away. Chain's still trying to get some hits in. And honestly, Chain hits those rails, and it's devastating for Zeniku. He has to keep this stack in order to give himself a chance. Has to try to catch one of those rails himself. And this is where every second that ticks away, the pressure of knowing that you've got to land that frag grows and grows. Less than 30 seconds now.
But he has a Ghost Walk, and that is the only saving grace that he could use if he uses it perfectly. What that requires is the timing, the read, the knowledge, and the execution. All of the stars have to align to hit this in 10 seconds, and there it goes. He used the Ghost Walk. He's spotted from behind, but the rocket jump is there, and what can Zeniku pull out on the chase? He's finding him. He's getting there. 3 seconds, but it's not going to be as Chain uses that control to play out the map.
It is, right, this is a style of Quake. You get that lead. You protect that lead. And we've seen it, we've talked about things that go right and wrong today quite a bit. We've seen a lot of things go right. That's one of those things where sometimes you can choose to get a little defensive, a little early, and then you're surprised, especially with the potential like Ghost Walk, and then it can all kind of fall apart. I think the big difference is that even though in that situation Chain was playing a little bit more defensive, he was still peaking those shots.
Exactly.
And right, every single time a little bit of damage comes off, it means it's someone who's got a second guess and
And the way I like to describe that is the difference between being defensive and being passive, right? When you're passive, you play the corridors, you play hide and seek, and that invites pressure because it allows your opponent freedom of the map. Not only can they take the items, they can then take the position to capitalize upon that. But what Chain was doing in that defensive play was he was keeping Zeniku second guessing, and that also meant Zeniku was not able to take the attack positions he wanted to. He had to go a different route, which forced him into an angle that Chain wanted to. He was basically funneling Zeniku around the map to an angle he wanted to take it on.
Yeah. And you could really see that in kind of his own pathing, where he was going. He knew that Zenecu had that wall jump. It could get it, but it didn't really throw him off at all. He still made some pretty good reads. Zenecu had a few of his own, but it does take some really incredible skill to kind of be able to play around that and then still hit those shots. So,
and that's exactly why everyone says it's a game of chess, because it's all about moving the pieces, moving your opponent to where you want them. And all that things considered, one of the fundamental things I was really impressed with in that match was something I've always criticized Chain for. Not following up, not going in for the kill, going for the throat. He racked up 3, 4, 5 frags just from constant pressure. And I haven't seen that from Chain before. He said he does it, but that's one of the first times I've really seen him take a match, make it his own, but then he has that fallback of a defensive play, his more natural style, in my opinion, to fall back on.
No, it was rails and rockets that allowed him to play the way that you just described right there. Corrupted keeps a little bit different, right, because we're going to eliminate rail from that equation. But we also have Chain on the Ranger and Zenecu on the Strogg. A very interesting matchup, but hard to believe that right in one game that quickly, Chain's just kind of knocking him down and looking to potentially move on and face Maxter.
I feel more confident when I watch Zenecu on medium and heavy champions. I think it suits his style more, where he can be a bit more bullish. He can play into these choke points. He can play onto the item and just be a bit more present. When he's on the Nyx, I don't think that fits his style as well. Whereas this now, he's on that Strogg, he can be more bullish, and this is definitely a map that suits him. On the flip side, we've seen Chain, his defensive rockets in particular have been standout, and that is obviously a conscious threat on Corrupted Keep.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen it ruin lives before. Just coming through a door, rocket to the face. You know, Tribal also, seen some great games today where Tribal was a huge deciding factor. And so some utility there, right? When you don't have the same thing, you can replace it with other things. We'll see how Chain's going to be able to do that. And Zenecu, you know, needs to win this to keep his tournament life alive.
Well, Chain's matching him toe-to-toe with the LG as well, bullying him out of that room. Items. Oh, there's one of those rockets we were talking about. That's opening the door for Chain. He comes jumping on through, but the Pika did just enough to give moment for thought for Chain. He does retreat and wants to reset onto the major items. As I say that, he's in the vicinity up above Zenecu, trying to do something. He has that orb, and we know how powerful that can be.
Some just really great rocket reads right there. Could have yielded a little bit more damage, but he's getting what he can. And so far, kind of like how Chain is approaching this one. Zenecu, though, a little bit more active on the map. But again, the way Chain's playing, he doesn't necessarily need to be, as long as he is hitting some of those defensive shots. So only a minute 30 in, still 0-0. And I almost wonder if Zenecu's maybe even slowed down a little bit, considering that.
Yeah, that rocket to the teeth definitely halted a bit of his momentum. But
I mean, but in general, right? Suddenly your tournament life here at QuakeCon's kind of on the line.
That's fair. All things considered, there's not been a lot of action, but there's been a lot of important factors in terms of posturing and positioning and fighting for control. And it feels now like Zenecu has shifted that balance. You can see Chain having to retreat, tail within his legs into this banana area where he just has no real get-out clause except an orb.
Interesting little rocket jump fake there. He's going to actually double back and grab that. And even goes in for that mega. Might be in a great spot. Will take full control of the map. And again,
yeah, that was Zenecu's map, and it went away. Chain just using the orb to distract and try and get out. The chip damage from Zenecu slightly better, but Chain obviously took both those major items. There's more of a beefy stack to eat through. Oh, and there we go. He pushes on. He knows he's got the stack advantage, and that's all he needs, an opening.
That's right.
Decision-making is spot on.
And now he's going to go in rocket. Oh, but does a trade. And that's going to make it 0-0 yet again. So just erase it all and start over 2 minutes and 50 seconds into this matchup. For Zenecu, that actually worked out quite nicely. Just to get a reset, stop that momentum. There was that, you know, we just prior to that, Chain had picked up both major items. So
did he just get smacked by a direct? Look, more or less like a direct, but anyway.
Looked like it.
Zeneku putting more emphasis at the moment on trying to control the resources. He had Chain in the Boneyard, but decided to plus back. And look, he's taken both lights and both majors, so he's playing that long game.
Yeah.
He now knows he can take these mid to long range fights. He doesn't want to play close range because that can be messy, but he wants that consistent long range damage because that, you know, he has the stack for.
Heavy picked up. Zeneku's got to be feeling a little bit better now with this control. He's going to be able to drop back, easily pick up that Mega. He's got the timings, and the separation between the two items is actually sitting pretty good here. As long as Zeneku can keep this rotation up. The pressure, though, he continues to put on here as Chain is trying to figure out a way out of this back hallway. Caught again. Nice LG damage to open things up. Chain is hurting. But what's your chase right there?
Oh, he's gone for the light, but he knows there's no orb. This will be a bad question. How messy is it? No!
Again.
3 directs from Chain. Shuts down Zeneku and they trade.
I really feel like Zeneku should have. He read it nicely. I don't know. I mean, Chain did say, and look, I'm not saying this right now, but Chain said, you know what? I've actually got pretty lucky a few times, right? And I'm like, well, I've seen a couple times, although it was a trade, right? So, but that could end up pretty bad, right? The last trade was pretty good for Zeneku. That trade was pretty good for Chain.
Well, basically what you said is I really think Zeneku shouldn't have let him hit 3 directs in that room because
You know,
that's all that happened.
Maybe.
But anyway, he's keeping the pressure on, and Chain, yes, he got an item, but he hasn't got health to go with it.
Now this is danger right here. Oh
but it
my.
doesn't matter. Yeah, but now Chain spawns and he can keep this pressure on. Here he is. Hello, here's Chain, and I will refrag you.
That defensive rocket was the difference between tying it back up and then letting Zeneku run away with 2 or 3 more frags.
Yeah, he's got to get out of hit dodge now because the Mega's there and Zeneku knows the timings. They have a decent enough split where he can pressure both, but so risky for Zeneku, and I can tell you this is eating away him mentally, right? Every time he's trying to kill an opponent, which should be an easy frag to your point, he's coming off at least licking his wounds, if not trading.
Right.
And that really hurts. It's like, well, what am I meant to do now? I'm doing everything right. And the game plan's there. In my mind, keep doing it, but just, again, try and get more and more and more chip damage, more and more pressure where he can't get 2 rockets. He can only get 1 before he dies. That's the pressure he needs to build.
There's a nice little orb to just grab that Mega and get out. Just continuing to kind of mix it up a little bit. He's been holding on to it for a hot minute. Zeneku, obviously, with a pretty nice armor stack that he's happy with. Peeker comes out. Some damage does come out. Ooh, some more damage than I think Chain was expecting to take.
Yeah, and he's a little bit stuck here. No orb in play. 10 seconds to go. He wants Zeneku to push in, and we can see how worried Zeneku is about that. He's more worried about taking the items cleanly and keeping the scoreline at a 1-to-1 and giving up that control.
Chain right now playing to potentially advance. Zeneku playing to save his tournament life now and forcing it to a 3rd and final map. That would be Blood Covenant, which is the Galena for Chain versus the Doom for Zeneku. I know they're not thinking that far ahead, but with 1-1, anything can still happen. 3 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. Ooh. Another big rocket. The Peeker does do some damage. That's very risky. Going for it. Misses that orb. Tries to smack him right in the face, but Zeneku manages to get away. Has a little bit of an armor stack. There, that light came back in red room. Oh.
Not again. Chain has to get out this
I was going to say, not again.
So close to being again, though. All things considered, another rocket whizzes by. And again, lucky struck his ball because one of them would have hit his hair. He gets out, but look at the HP of Chain. This time, he didn't get lucky. He wasn't able to connect with what had been the frag earlier on. And this is where the pressure can build now. He's got nothing to work with. Living without even any rocket ammo. Has to make his way across the map to pick that up.
Don't click. Don't click. All right, he's trying to figure it out here. This is not in the greatest spot. I mean, yeah, he really needs that. Is he going to take it? He does. Oh my.
What a juke. What a juke. Presence of mind, and Zeneku still can't lock him down. Chain rocket jumping out. Zeneku, it's building, right? It's building. At this point, it's going to be miracle rockets that's going to keep him in this game because he doesn't have anything else to work with.
But Zeneku's stack has been growing a little bit. You know, it's going to put him in a better spot should he force out a fight. The orb is down right now, but back up in 5 seconds.
105 with the tri-bolt. That,
right, and it stops.
Yeah.
Yes, it stops any sort of, you know, rush advantage that Zeneku might have.
That's more than a direct. It resets the whole balance. Yes, Chain cannot pressure, but look, now he's got composure to actually be out on the map. 30 seconds ago, he wouldn't be here, and Zeneku had to take the long way around, and now he's stuck. Small things like that make such a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta take a look at the damage really quick. Just
another 100. Zeneku has to retreat. Pika comes out. Chain's gonna win himself. He actually goes on and he catches Zeneku with his pants literally down. And he loses out on the Mega, and Zeneku now 1 minute to keep himself in this tournament.
Yeah, big opportunity right here. Zeneku so low, he took that machine gun damage. Oh, barely misses that LG. And Chain just seeing, can I clean it up? And he can't. It didn't happen.
No, and there's nothing up for either one of these players now as Chain.
I mean, at least he disrupted the control that Zeneku had.
Sure, but now Zeneku is afraid to do anything, right? Chain is the one in momentum. Chain is the one prowling the map. Zeneku's early. He's going to take not the biggest of rockets, but enough, and he's going to make his way around to the heavy. He desperately wants to wrangle back control, and Chain is going to let him. He has the orb, and a huge rocket again.
Oh my god.
To stop that pickup, and Zeneku's going up with a kill.
Went up the jump pad, now trying to juke around his opponent, avoids that rocket. Pika does come out and instantly goes down. 8 seconds remaining. Is it going to go to overtime? Mega is going to be up.
Zeneku's there. He's got the time. He's got the orb. Load it up with Zeneku.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. What a risky play that was to just try to close it out. I kind of get it.
He felt he had the momentum and the stack, but I think it was a half a second mistiming. Zeneku took the Mega, the orb then didn't kill his opponent, right? It was the right play with the slightest of missteps on execution, and it's one of those we saw in the strong stage set, right? The opportunity was there. I'm going to try and play to win. And he hadn't done anything like that all set, so he was hoping it was going to catch Zeneku off guard. It shows you the margins these guys are playing up.
Yeah, I want to see that one again. We're going to get to see all the frags. There was not too many, but don't forget we had quite a few trades coming out there.
Right.
There's one of them.
Just the rockets. Oh, the rockets. Look at one,
that
two,
one is
three.
just...
Jesus.
You know.
And there's another two that's just nullified the momentum, and it's constant rocket damage coming out from Chain.
And here it is. Drops down, orb, bounce, bounce. That was well played by Zeneku, right?
I'm pretty sure Zen got the Mega, and he lost it with 104 HP. So he effectively would have had 4 HP or around that.
Right.
So that was what Chain was banking on, just slight mistime.
Just had that perfect bounce and allowed him to win that 2-1. Are you surprised by how low scoring that was? Or again, right? This isn't just a normal regular season match. This is a
I'm not, right? If you look at that scoreline in context, it feels like it was low action, low to hiding. That could have been a 10-10 game, right? They were all playing on the edge to win. The amount of trades that they were getting out with virtually no HP. It was just played so well that they could not get the frags.
And now we're in a situation going on to Blood Covenant, Galena for Chain, and Zeneku on the Doomslayer. Definitely a lot different Blood Covenant game that we've been seeing most of the game, and even most of the season a little bit.
Yeah.
Not saying this situation doesn't happen, but gosh, we've been seeing so much speedy light action on Blood Covenant these days. So how do you think this one plays out, right? It's a little bit larger map, not as many opportunities, I don't feel, for Chain to necessarily play that super defensive way, but it is possible.
I mean, maybe Chain pulls some old school Quake champion strats out, right? And the one thing about Blood Covenant or the Galena is because it is so big, and particularly as a Doom and with these mobility champions, you want to be high, right? So if the Galena, you end up being low ground with the tunnels and like kind of lots of low ground areas where you're not going to be scouting out as a Doom, there's a potential for you to get that overstep that you can rely on. You know, it's a riskier strategy. You don't.
Do you think that's key to his victory?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think it's nice to have, and if it happens, it generally means you're being under too much pressure where you can't get out on the map. I don't think you build your pick a Galeno and go, this is how I'm going to play, because that's not what you're going to do.
Right.
On the flip side, it's just he needs to get the rail, and he needs to try and assert himself, probably on the Mega side of the map, where he's a little bit more contained, a little bit more protected. And as we've seen all series long, if he can begin to chip away at Zoom, then he can keep in this game. But as with anything, position is key. The Doom offers that, and if I'm honest, I think Zenecu plays the best Doom in the world. He uses the ability perfectly.
I wonder if there's going to be a heavy emphasis on just like trying to keep that rail out. I know that can't always happen. A lot of it depends on spawns, but let's see. This chain got probably...
Well, he didn't drop the totem straight where he spawned. Instead, he uses it as more information up on the jump pad, a little bit of damage. I would have maybe thought he would have put it in that hallway where Zeneku's probably never going to go. But anyway, huge amounts of damage from Chain on that heavy machine gun. Zenecu eating a lot of that. And he does have himself a rail. So maybe in the game plan week, where he doesn't want to forfeit that side of the map, he doesn't even want to give Chain a rail.
Yeah, it's going to be easier said than done, but it's, you know, he can at least have some comfort knowing there's not a whole lot of movement options for that Galena to get up there. So I'm really curious how he's going to play this one out. There's an open Mega, and still no rail over for Chain.
No. Chain hasn't risked a rocket jump across yet. Zeneku's almost in the vicinity at the moment, protecting that. The heavy is still up. With Zenecu there, Chain doesn't want to drop, and he's actually going to have to give that up. And that is the power of mobility. Chain just could not get across, could not get the weapons he needs.
Wow! I thought he was going to clean that up. I like that. You mentioned Zenecu showing some good skills and displays of kind of like unique ways to play.
Yeah.
He's doing that with Doom right now.
And he's trying to close him down, but he's not to be again. Rocket's not as good this time, chipping away, keeping Zenecu at bay, but we already have a massive split on these major items. Chain is off the map. This is the worry for the Galena. One Mega all fight long, or all game long, should I say. He's in position for the next one. Can he stick it out?
He still has not picked up the rail. Mega is up. He's got to now. He knows. He saw it. Yep.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm done doing this. But that was almost 2 minutes without a rail.
Yeah, and in exchange for that, he's given up map control. He had to wait to see the Doom movement towards the Mega. By that point, he could feel confident. And because he's out of control, you can see instantly he retreats and goes, right, maybe it's time for me to get that overstack. Maybe I should try this as a strategy because I'm not being successful on staying on my high ground position.
Risky going up that jump pad. Huge. Oh, nice rocket bounce.
Did he rocket jump up the jump pad? He took so much height.
Yeah.
That was, if he did, that was so smart.
Yeah, and Chain came in for it. Put him in a nice spot. Well, let's see. One on the board for Zenecu. And probably the first time, actually, that he's outside of that second game, right? Seen himself in the lead.
Yeah, big rocket from Chain. That gets him back into this. And he's got the rail as well. Lovely little angle, cute, but Zenecu spots him up there.
I'm just expecting, right, one of those volleys to hit. It really opens up a lot of possibilities, but so far Chain's done a pretty great job of just avoiding a lot of that long-range damage. I mean, how, honestly, what even is Zeneku's rail shot right now? He's only 14% rail. Not exactly accuracy. Way home to Mom. Mom, I made a 14% rail today. It was great.
No, but he's the one in the lead, and that's what counts really. At the end of the day, the scoreboard hit 0% for like, and if you walk away, getting this far in QuakeCon, that's absolutely fine. But the previous 100 rocket, nearly about a minute to go, is what has pushed Chain into the lead here. And there's that overstack wheat. He's managed to get it up. Totems all around the map. He's feeling good. He's pushing across. Zenecu is trying to restrain this, spamming down from down below. Chain has to be an absolute beast to go up there. He does it. A big little tech to crouch slide to get away and actually hits some exit damage as well. So Zeniku's in the ropes and doesn't have a lot to work with. Chain drops down behind.
Wow. Oh my gosh, that second rocket actually does do some damage, but off of the wall, and Chain ties this back up. Still manages to keep 2 of those totems up.
Yeah, that's huge.
And there's the overstack. Yeah, there's not really any totem management.
No, they're all just in different places, so you can't sweep them up at once. And this is what we said about Blood Covenant, is that it's such a large map with so many random nooks and crannies that you can just hide these totems away. And we're seeing the consequence of that now, and Chain is playing the map fantastically. Zeniku at the moment doesn't have a rail himself. He's the Doom. He's been bullied out of position, and that is worrying.
We're about to hit the halfway point.
Impressive.
All of the several other players are out there watching what was going to transpire here. A lot on the line. Zeniku did exit the QPL regular season in the 6th seed, I believe.
Impressive.
Chain was
14th, probably.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite that low, but it was pretty low, all things considered.
But 1-1. Very, very methodical game. I mean, first game was 5-4. That second game ended 1-2. Got a level of patience and a big stack here from Chain. Feeling like he wants to make a move here.
Yeah. I haven't seen a level of overcommittal amount, but Zeniku is just forfeiting position. He's worried. He's not being able to get on the map, and considering Chain had 1 mega after 2.5, 3 minutes, he's now on parity for pickup, so he's had full control these last 2.5 minutes since he regained that.
He wants that rail. Zeniku's without rail.
Still.
It's being held off.
Not often you see a Galena strangle. But that's exactly what's happening. A lovely rail from Chain there. That offsets Zeniku, and Chain will have to now give up the mega as well. That's bad to miss that.
That was pretty bad. That puts him at a decent stack. He did still give up mega, but he avoided death.
Yeah, the only real blessing is you can see Zeniku here looking for totems. He is fed up of going up this stacked Galena, so he's gone hunting for them now, and he's done exactly that. He's wiped them off the board.
I think he has to.
He does.
Oh my gosh, right there. He could have shot the toe.
Oh, he has. He hit the toe the second time and the head the third time. So 2 out of 3 right there, crippling Zeniku's stack. And Chain is doing a great job to hold control on the high ground, teaching everyone that you don't have to have mobility to play this map.
Such a wild series, just completely different pace than what we've seen throughout the day today.
Yeah,
but really goes to show just how Quake can be played so many different ways.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the more strategical mental battles. And they're both doing an admirable job to not make any sort of hiccups and let their opponents in.
Yeah, I want to take a quick look at damage right now. That's not super high. 1,500 for Chain, only about 1,200 for Zeniku. 7% accuracy.
I just saw that. And that's
Mom, I'm sorry to report my accuracy's dropped from 14 to 7.
But that's honestly one of the reasons why Zeniku is in this situation.
Yeah.
If he had hit 3 times more, 21%, he might be competitive. But without connecting with that on the distance, he can't do anything. He finally connected with his second rail of the game so far, pushing it to 11% now.
Could only go up. Only go up.
One would hope.
Heavy's picked up. Chain has, how many, what has he got down for totems? Only 1 totem down right now. I think that was just such a huge moment in time during the game when he had that overstack up.
Yeah.
Like that allowed him to bring that frag back and tie it up.
Yeah, exactly. Putting loads of pressure on him. And as much as all that pressure is there, it's still a 1-to-1 game, Weed. And it's probably going to be the case that a 1 frag will settle this with 1.5 minutes to go. Whoever loses this, remember, will be going home, and they've both played phenomenally.
Yeah. I mean, each has a unique story here at QuakeCon, and it's pretty wild that they end up in what I would definitely say is a pretty nail-biting game.
Right.
No one wants to give up a forced error either and hand it to their opponent. They want to earn this. And they're both trying. I'll tell you what, Chain definitely earned it on that first game, and Zeniku definitely earned it on that second game. but we are seeing a completely different style of game between these two now. Even from the defensive perspective, like,
yeah,
just hasn't been on display as much as it was in map 1 and 2.
No, and for the first time in 6 minutes or so, you know, Chain's been forced off the high ground. He's now back to the low ground. He doesn't have anything that resembles the overstack. So it's back to how we felt it the first few minutes. And this is where it's difficult for Chain because the Doom is just much quicker. And he's got a big bounce, and here we go, Chain is low. Zeneku can push it in.
Oh my god, that is such a huge frag in the final 30 seconds. There's a big opportunity here. And now Zeneku, how's he going to play this one? He's got to expect that there's going to be some aggression coming out for Chain. He doesn't have much of a choice. He's going to have to go in for it. LG coming out, huge damage to Chain, but he can't give up yet. His tournament life is on the line, 10 seconds remaining. Zeneku does disengage, and there's the rail. You see the clenched, raised fist of Zeneku knowing that he just secured another match and his life here at QuakeCon 2023 at the Quake World Championships. What a crazy and wild run there by Chain. He played such a unique and interesting style throughout this tournament, right? Dropped down pretty low, but fought honorably through that lower bracket. Unfortunately, it's Zeneku who cuts his journey short.
It's heartbreaking because neither one of these guys deserve to go home. And you know, Chain said it in the interview, this is the best he's playing, and I completely agree. There's a side of Chain there we've never seen before. Stability, calculatedness, and aggression, and all of the components were there for a victory. But he couldn't seal the deal, and that's what happens if you can't do that. Zeneku also did an admirable job hitting 11% rail to keep himself in the duel, reaffirm control on the high ground, and that's the problem. The Doom just offers you way more prospect to just trap and get on top of your opponent because of that double jump, and that's exactly what we saw at the end. But incredible set.
We were in it, Flea. What do you think?
I was waiting for you to re-invite me to the conversation.
I mean, Dan would shut up, so
no, that was a 6 series. One of the closest ones I think we've seen for the entirety of the Quake World Championships. It really came down to the wire. This was, of course, the pivotal moment that rocket into rail. Chain slightly overextending back towards the blood pool, taking the rocket, then eating the rail.
Yeah.
Now, something I do have to really point out is how excellent Chain's usage of the plasma gun, the nail gun, was. He got so much mobility out of it, right?
Yeah,
and you were talking about how, of course, right, you're significantly outmaneuvered when you're playing up against the Doomslayer, but he used that weapon so well. Now, of course, enough about Chain, because we are joined here by none other than Zeneku himself. Zen, congratulations.
Thank you, mates. How'd you guys enjoy that game?
I mean, that was an intense game. I mean, I've never seen anyone probably win Blood Covenant with 10% rail, but you managed to set a record. And it was, I think we were talking about it, it was probably the most strategical and mental game that we've seen probably at this year's QuakeCon. And so I just want to know, how do you talk us through the process of that game and how you cope with that and the adjustments and the strategy shifts? Because particularly on map 1, you were under a lot of pressure as that Nyx, which you don't want to be under again in Anarchy. And then moving through to kind of map 2 and 3, you just couldn't seal the deal. So I just want to know how you kind of felt going through that set.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chain notoriously kind of does play quite...
Sorry, I'm not trying to touch your mouth. I want to hear you.
You know, notoriously he plays quite defensive, but... I think on DM6 and in that moment, like, just because of VQ3 champs and I had the mobility advantage, I could kind of get away with that. But, and then a couple times, did he have triple stack?
Yeah,
3 minutes
in the middle,
And I think that's the one he, like, fragged now, because I thought...
That's right,
Okay, And, no, I just got to pick your moments. To be honest, I don't really feel like I'm playing too crash hot, but got me through, so I'll be 10% rail. I mean, come on. I mean, can we get like someone else on here? Jesus.
It was definitely interesting. Now you're fighting from the lower bracket. Obviously, you'd want to try to make it through as far as you can up in the winners. But how are you feeling right now in terms of the games? And then, of course, your next matchup, I believe, is going to be versus Maxter, right?
Yeah, or...
I mean, Maxter has to play Buckster.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or is it the case that that the upper bracket will fall down? No, I play Maxter again.
Yeah.
Well, the winner of this game.
Yes.
Yeah, feels good. And I think notoriously it's nice because you have the top 4 players. You got your Razy, your Wenger, Rafa Kilson, and I think Maxter and I are kind of on the same page. So for me, it's like kind of a nice match to see kind of who's ahead in that, and just looking forward to it.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just want to ask you about that because we were talking about it earlier that you came into the Quake Pro League immediately at a pretty high level, but you've clearly improved a lot. And we were talking about how it was at Iron Fist where you were like, oh, I did better than expected with your result at one point. But now, like, I feel like what you need to expect is at least top 5 because you're really near the top of that. So how has that been for you, the journey from like kind of an underdog coming into the league to now really being one of...
Sometimes you think, man, what am I even doing? But no, I think just to see the process, and I think what's quite nice about it is like, not that you should take pride in being bad, but sometimes it's kind of nice because you're like, you see other people who also do the same thing, and you're like, hey, I'm pretty bad too. Maybe I can also be top 6. Or like, you know, but it just does take 6 years. You know, that's the other part of it.
I mean, you just mentioned like kind of all the top 4 players that you'd want to go up against, but what do you think, and we probably asked you this in the league, what do you think you need to break through to that, right? Because I think most of us look at you as someone that is there. So when mentally, what do you see in your game that takes you from Zeneku top 6 to, hey, why am I not in the final? Why am I not winning this?
You know, it's funny because I've been kind of thinking about that even the last few days as well. And I think a large part of it is like how, you know, how people practice. Because obviously there's a particular thing that the top 4 players are doing with like how they're approaching the game. Because, you know, anybody can spend time, but it's the fact that like, they're looking at something specifically. And I think a lot of them, to be honest, like all those top 4 guys, they're the hungriest, you know. I mean, beyond the sake of playing and I'm playing lots of games, but these guys are like killer instinct. I mean, it's nice to see Wenger and Kilson in the practice area, and they're just like sweating it, you know, still getting mad over a map. And I'm thinking to myself, would I do that? Probably not. But they're doing it, so you know, and it works for them.
Okay. Awesome. Well, hey, congratulations. Anything else you'd like to say, fans out there? Anything at all?
Just really thanks to my girlfriend Kelly. She's helped me a lot. Just kind of.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Doing a solid. And yeah, I've got a lot of people praying for me this tournament, and just really like, you know, share thanks to them. Also, my friend Dave Hippie. Hippie's down there, and he's been obviously just been really supportive for me. So appreciate that, guys.
Thanks, Hippie. Awesome. Well, good luck. Good luck here, keeping yourself alive here. We're very eager to see how far you can take it. Great games, and we'll see you again soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. We do have one additional match coming up here. I don't know what it is, but
Buxter Maxter.
Oh, it is. Okay, Buxter Maxter. Why did you say it? Why did you do the outro, Dan? We'll be right back.
Because you'd be useless.
It has truly been an unbelievable day of Quake here for the Quake World Championships live from Day 2, QuakeCon 2023. We've got one more match for you coming at you. It's going to be Maxter versus Buckster, the battle of the Turs. Hello, Flea and 40 Lion. Welcome back to the main stage. What do you think about this matchup?
Very exciting, right? It's going to be fantastic. Who can advance throughout this tournament and see tomorrow, but also Buckster having a pretty good run. Maxter's having a fantastic run too, don't get me wrong, but we've kind of seen that before. Buckster, he's really elevating his play, even though it is the lower bracket. He's hanging on.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been Buckster who lost to Strong Sage. He's the one who knocked him down into the lower bracket, and afterwards he beat Kelts and Nasfa, which I think is quite the upset.
Yeah.
And as far as Maxter goes, he first beat Tox, then he lost to Kilson, and then he took out Cygib to bring himself here.
Yeah, really impressive what we've seen. I mean, having someone qualify in. I mean, Buckster's been kind of here and entered into the league before, but a big opportunity right here to potentially send, I think, at least for some, favorite Maxter home.
I mean, Buckster, right, this is his 4th attempt to get into the Quake Pro League. 3 times he's qualified through challengers, and he had the opportunity to actually take on a player from the league, and so far he hasn't made it this far ever. So this for him is an historical occurrence, and let's see if he can take it a little bit further. But his opponent, 40, is none other than Maxter.
I know, and no bias, but woo, the Keel plays. Let's see. We're not going to get into the pick bans yet, but yes, he's been putting on quite a show. He's been showing the other players that it's viable. I love to see it. He's playing with that intensity. He's not doesn't want to be in a lower bracket, but again, once you're there, you just got to fight your way out, and that's exactly what these two players are going to do.
Yeah, it's you know, tough spot to be in. You know, you have to just kind of take every single game at face value, what it's going to be. You can't be thinking too far ahead. You can't be thinking about, well, who am I going to face in a couple of matches. It's all about like right here, right now. We take a look at the lower bracket, and you can see, first off, the number of great players from the QPL that have already been eliminated today. Unfortunately, you know, Toxic goes, and Dan the King goes, and we saw Strong Stage after an amazing play with Wenger go. And now Zeniku's set up in the lower bracket round of 4. Maxter's going to set up on the other side, and of course, then we'll have the semifinals tomorrow in the winner bracket that will come up. That will be tomorrow, don't worry. There's going to be a lot of awesome action as well, with the best of 5s and then a best of 7 for the finals coming out. So really interesting. And at least this is where they get to stop and rest. Right? Make it through this matchup. At least get some rest, bring it back tomorrow, refreshed, and see how it goes.
Another long day of Quake ahead of us, but yeah, one more set, guys, and we're almost there, and it's going to be, I think, probably one of the better ones, because maybe there's going to be pineapples, but anyways.
Well, do you want to find out?
I'd love to. Can we unveil it? Let's unveil it.
Show us picks and bans, but only if Keel's not picked.
How dare you.
I can't believe they did it. Wow, okay.
This is the best day of my life. All right, we're starting off on Blood Covenant. It's a little bit of Nyx versus Athena. We've seen that most of the day, actually, so pretty standard. And then we're going to go into Corrupted Keeper. We're going to see Ranger square off against Keel. And then if we get the third map, if we could be so lucky, Galena versus Doom. How do you guys feel about these champ picks, these maps?
I mean, the Keel really stands out again, and I love that. We had Maxter on here for an interview earlier, and I asked him about the Keel, and it's like, it's really become a staple of his play today, and he's like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, players, you know, many players, they don't really know how to play against him after, you know, him being so out of the meta for the entire season. But now there's been some changes made to his mobility, to the bounces of the grenades, and so all of a sudden, he's a lot more viable. But other than that, Blood Covenant, as you said, for the classic as classic comes, right? We've got Nyx versus Athena, Corrupted Keep. Keel is a standout, but Ranger is a staple of that map. The Orb, so versatile. And then the final map, Awoken, 2 champions you don't see every day on this map. There used to be a time where Doomslayer was a go-to pick for Awoken, but he's seen some nerfs to his double jump, so there's a few ledges that he can't get up to as easily as he could before. Needs a nail jump to aid him, so he's gone a little bit off meta, so interesting to see Maxter pick him. And then of course we have a Galena played by Buckster, who's gonna bring the totems to the arena, and of course there are a number of sneaky places to hide those totems around the map.
Yeah, I think that Blood Covenant map is really interesting. I mean, obviously, I'm excited for E40. We're going to get to see Keel so far. Pretty good record there, minus, I think, that matchup with Kilson on Corrupted Keep. with the Keel, but the Blood Covenant, I'm thinking, is going to be pretty entertaining map. You've got Maxter with that hook, and we've seen him play on this map before. But Buckster brings something new to the table, bringing a little bit more flavor to the finals here at the Quake World Championship. So excited to see how he's going to approach this in this matchup versus Maxter.
Yeah, Buckster, I think, is really like the final dark horse remaining in the tournament, right? If you look at the names of the remaining players, they're all tried and tested veterans who have seen countless LAN tournaments where they've made it really far. And then there's Buckster. So, I think there's going to be a lot of people cheering for the underdog. But then again, Maxter, right? Our South American legend, also got quite a lot of fans in the audience.
And we are just moments away from this matchup starting, the last match of the day, but have no fear because tomorrow, finals day, such a big day always at QuakeCon, where we see the conclusion to all the great tournaments that have been running throughout the years. This will be no exception. Still a big toss-up on who is going to walk away with that belt around their waist.
Yeah, somebody's raising that belt, and it looks so good. It's hard to not crane my neck and just stare at it the whole cast. But yeah, loading up the first map. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. As Flea mentioned, we have absolute legends waiting in the upper bracket. I think it's Wenger Razy. We got Rafa Kilson. And then we're going to figure out exactly what Zen is going to be up against. And then this one, Maxter right here, who is going to advance. And then they're going to see who they're going to play based on those upper bracket games tomorrow. So a lot more Quake on the way. But for today, the last set, Weed.
Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. I'll be back.
Thank you, Weed. See you momentarily. 40. This is a hype one. Yep, no match history between these two within the Quake Pro League. So this is all brand new ground. Then we're starting things off on the perspective of Buckster playing next.
Taking a little bit of machine gun damage in the beginning there, but dropping down for the light armor. We've seen this before. Absolutely maximizing that armor stack by grabbing the light first and doubling back for the heavy.
So far, just a little bit of rocket damage being exchanged. Buckster not quite where he wants to be. He's lacking the LG at this point. Both players do have control of the rail. That's often a weapon that they try to deny once they get that good spawn. Excellent shot from Buckster. He wants to apply some more pressure. Oof. Misses a rather convenient rail right there. There we go. Maxter goes back up the bounce pad. Buckster. Oh, 40, this is painful to watch. This is giving me PTSD about watching Zeneku hit, what, 7% rail on Blood Covenant
Why gotta call him out like that? There's no need for that. It was reminding me of Buckster earlier with Kels, where we casted that, and Buckster was struggling to hit rails then, too.
Yeah, but come on, those were almost free kill shots that he had lined up, and Maxter somehow is still alive. Buckster, if he's gonna be playing at this level, he's gonna be missing shots like that. I'm not holding my breath for him.
There's still time.
There sure is.
There's still a time, but yes, it is a bit alarming here as Maxter gets one rail, but Buckster finally replies, but Maxter gets the better of him as he hits another one, but Buckster again going for the third, and there it is. Now he's stringing it together. Buckster on the board with the first frag, 130 in.
Right back to 50% railgun. I feel like he missed 5 and then he hit 5. That's exactly how Buckster likes to approach these games. Now, heavy up in just a few seconds. Buckster doesn't look like he wants to really make a play for that. Also took a fair bit of damage himself. And there is a sizable delay between the items. 40 around 15 seconds between Mega and Heavy. Whoever gets control now, he's got a nice setup. Big damage coming out from both players. And it is Maxter who nails him to the wall, tying things right back up.
Yeah, the wall jump not really giving Buckster the leverage that he wanted. Tied at one. Nice shot from Maxter. Little flick of the wrist. Able to grab the Mega, now rotating over to the Heavy, but he needs to be careful. It's not as big of a rocket as Buckster wanted, but Maxter's very fortunate on there. But again, map control goes to Maxter. It looks like he's delaying it a little bit. He's going to wait, add a split. Just by a bit, but yeah, that's a rather big split.
Absolutely has been. Now so far, yes, we're only 2.5 minutes into the series, but the ability usage has significantly favored Maxter, right? He's gotten so much utility out of those hooks, constantly being able to reposition and maneuver around the map, whereas Buckster, yeah, what has the Ghost Walk done for him? Nothing so far. And now Maxter, he's got the Mustang to work with. Oh, costly miss.
That was the frag right there. Only 86 HP. Buckster needs something to stack back up, and he finally grabs that light armor. But yeah, that was an easy layup of a rail for Maxter.
Buckster wasn't even looking in his direction, had no clue that he was there.
There's the hook up to deny the air rocket. The double hook from Maxter to reposition again, and that is just pure Athena play right there. You have to be cognizant of the fact that Maxter and anyone who plays Athena can throw that at you, and Buckster gets taken back. Maxter takes it 2-1 now.
Now Heavy's about to spawn. Maxter again delaying it slightly. He's hungry for damage, as he should be. He's gonna keep using those hooks. He very strategically using them right on top of the hourglasses just to deny it, because he knows that Nyx is one of the champions that is most reliant on having that ability available. So as long as he can keep denying those hourglasses. Look, Buckster shows up, takes a look around the corner. Oh, no hourglasses here, and now it's half a minute, over half a minute before he can pop that Ghost Walk again. This is a perfect opportunity for Maxter to strike. He's got positional advantage, he's got the stack. No ability for his opponent. Buckster's got to make a run for it. No, you ain't going nowhere. That's Maxter. Gets himself a nice frag, walks away with the small armor and the heavy as well. That was perfect, 40.
Again, maximizing the armor, using that hook and saying, I'm coming over there. Finishing that kill, 3-1. Looking for a little bit more. That rocket's not going to land. A little bit of LG as Buckster jumps over. Trying to make his way over to grab a rail so he can fight this distance. We have seen a couple good rails come out of Buckster, but he's going to need a little bit more. But as you said, the Ghost Walk's not really playing into this yet.
Yeah, so far he's used it like, what, once or twice just to escape a sticky situation. Oh, there we go. That was a good one. That was a good one. Nice rockets, just to make sure that he can take away the small armor as well. Buckster retaliating nicely with the heavy machine gun. Maxter makes a wise decision not to stick around for that. He knows he's got Mega behind him, so he doesn't want to go straight for it. He just wants to deal more damage. His opponent right below him. Angle is a little bit too steep for Maxter to still connect with that rocket. But this is good from Maxter. This is showing a lot of discipline, a lot of restraint. And I just love the item management coming up from Maxter. Taking a look at major item pickups. 13 majors for Maxter versus just 5 on Buckster's end.
I think that's 6, but can he turn these items into frags? As Maxter with great defensive rockets through the doorway. Buckster has to think twice. Maxter lacking armor right now, so a bit of an opening for Buckster, but Maxter's right on time for this mega. Great positioning for this one. Oh, okay. Just enough for information here. Almost lands the follow-up rail. Still looking for this light armor here. Buckster looking for some kind of exit damage.
Now Heavy will be the next item that both of these players have got their eye on. This should be able to go to Buckster, especially with the Ghost Walk. He's gonna feel confident. Oh, faking the rocket jump. These are nice plays from Maxter. Didn't work out that way, but I love that he's trying it. 40, faking the rocket jump, pretending to jump himself, shoot himself up towards that rocket area on the bridge. But now he's actually still down there, hoping to get Buckster off guard. Now Buckster, for the first time, actually looking like he's got a decent stack to work with, right? That rail is going to do significant damage to him, but still, Buckster is in fighting shape. Finally he can bring the fight to his opponent.
Both players are shooting 34% rail right now.
Okay.
Ooh, wow, okay. Ghost Walk, just to avoid that damage, making his way over to the Mega, up in 5 seconds. Maxter, is he going to reposition? Is he going to use those hooks that we saw? He has a rail. That's a bit of an opening. He's actually backing off, maybe looking for one more rail angle. And that's it. Is he going to go out? No, he can't based on the damage, and he actually clubs a hook here. 83 HP, and the rail will miss. The drive-by misses Flea, and that gives an opportunity for Maxter to survive. Down drops Buckster to get the light. He's going to go grab the heavy and maximize that armor, but Maxter is reeling.
I do appreciate the timing on the Ghost Walks from Buckster. Very often you see players hold on to it until the very last moment, and then they end up escaping with a sliver of health, only delaying the inevitable, having to run for their life. But Buckster is very proactive when the moment that he feels that he's out of position, that he feels like he's giving up an easy angle to his opponent, he pops it just to avoid the rocket, just to avoid the rail.
As we saw right there.
Yeah, perfect.
So it's true that if you don't use it, you lose it, Flea. I understand what you're trying to say, but Maxter still has a firm 2 frag lead right now as he claims another heavy. 2 hooks in the bag as well. Maxter with a nice ball jump over to the bridge, and this could be big damage, both players. Maxter kind of aggressing a little bit to push Buckster off position here. Mega up next. Can Maxter cut off? There's 1 rocket up the jump pad. Maxter wisely waits, and he's able to pick that up cleanly.
2 minutes left to go. 2 frags of a lead for Maxter. Oh. These are costly shots to miss, 40. again, his opponent wasn't even looking in his direction, and now Buckster eats 2 rails of his own. Maxter's holding down the angle, and another nice shot, and just like that, any sort of solid positioning, any sort of control that Buckster was hoping for, it's gone. He's down to around 20 points of health, and Maxter is on the hunt. He knows it. Surely he's not going to be able to walk away with the heavy clean. He's not going to be able to walk away with it at all. I'm surprised that Buckster even still went for heavy. Dude, with as little stack as he had, I thought he was just going to nope out of there, go clean through the blood pool, other side of the map, give it up. He ended up giving it up anyways.
Yeah,
only
and using the ghost walk. Yeah, and using the ghost walk just to get away. He was like, this is a bad position, and now it's a really bad position. Minute 10 left on the clock. Maxter, huge stack. And Buckster still trailing by 2. He will have the ghost walk back, but he needs to find these frags. Hooks available for Maxter. All the pressure's on Buckster right now. You do not want to go a map down, not like this. Maxter holding the high ground. What can Buckster do?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Athena, she can go from down below to up high very quick, very easy, but Buckster, he doesn't have that same level of mobility. He's got the wall jump, allowing him to traverse more easily horizontally, but vertically, he's at a severe disadvantage. Maxter knows this, and that's exactly what he's trying to exploit right now as well. Even securing himself another mega health, doesn't want to pick it up right away because he knows that he can get more out of it if he waits. He wants to trade a little bit. Once he takes a rail for a little bit of heavy machine gun damage, he will no doubt pick it up. There we go, secures it. And now, Maxter knows that all he has to do is burn some time. Look at the speed, 40.
15 seconds, there's really no sense of urgency from Buckster here. I think Maxter's going to be able to run away with this one. Even if Buckster does get this frag, I think he just waited a little bit too long, Flea. It looks like Maxter's going to take this first map, and there's the GG called. And really, I feel like Maxter, although he hit more rails, it wasn't necessarily for frags, but it was for damage, getting about 600 to 700 more rail damage, keeping Buckster at bay, making him restack as a light, and just saying, hey, you have to restart your entire process of trying to attack me.
A lot of respect given by both of these players. This was a very campy, very cagey opening map, right? Not a lot of damage being exchanged, even fewer frags being tossed around. And I think that both of these players are just, they know what's on the line for it. They know that if they drop 2 maps, they are out of the tournament. So I'm seeing, I'm not seeing as much confidence out of these players as I would like. You know, both of them are not landing the shots that they should. How many times were they just looking at their opponent who was just staring completely off in the distance, and they still miss the rail? That's not what you'd expect from these players.
There could be a little bit of nerves at stake. There could be just stamina. I mean, they've been playing all day long, so that sets in. That's kind of one of the things about this tournament style play, is you have to be ready to play games all night long. But Flea, it's time. Shortly, we're gonna get this was more slow paced, but I feel like this one might be a bit more explosive, so to say. We're gonna get into the second map here shortly, and it's gonna be Ranger versus Keel.
This one's gonna be fun for the, and I can't believe that they let us loose on the A stream every single time that we've caused it together.
What a mistake!
It's been in the B. It's been on the B stream. It's been in the basement, but now
somebody made a mistake, and I love it. They saved the beak for last, and here we are. So we take a look at the stat breakdown here. Item control, a little bit in favor of Maxter in terms of the megas, but not too bad. But really, that rail damage, 600 more rail damage. Every rail shot on a light matters, and Buckster just getting set packing. And mostly, like you said, the Ghost Walk, not really used. We saw some aggressive attempts, but then he, you know, at the heavy specifically, he was like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta burn it just to stay alive. So didn't really get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, Maxter absolutely made the most out of his champion, got the most utility out of that ability. Whereas Buckster, there were a few attempts. Ultimately, it didn't really amount to anything, and other than that, he just had to use it to escape. Now, when he used it to escape, like I mentioned earlier, he did so well, right? Very proactive, very early, very quick on the trigger finger when it comes to that Ghost Walk, but still, Maxter had his number, in part due to that excessive rail damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Rails on point. They did miss quite a bit, as Flea pointed out. But again, the ones that he hit pretty straight on, just enough to make sure that there's no incoming aggression coming, even with the Ghost Walk. And we're slowly taking our time to creep into Corrupted Keep. And I think that's good for Buckster. I think he needs maybe a little bit of time to just take a breather. This is kind of match point, and this is tournament point for you know, his run through this. Buckster wants to force the third map. He wants to stay alive. There's a lot of pressure going into this one.
There absolutely is. Buckster has never made it this far into any Quake Pro League tournament before. And of course, Maxter, the expectations are high, right? Many of the people that we've talked to, including him, including Zeniku, are kind of like, hey, this is the new top 6, right? Yeah. Maxter and Zeniku, they are right up there, trailing perhaps slightly behind the likes of Rafa, Kilson, Vengar, and Razy, but not by miles.
This is it. We are live on map number 2, Corrupted Keep between Buckster and Maxter. This is going to be the last map of the day. That's up to Buckster and what he can do. Starting in the eyes of Maxter right now, and he's got that keel. He's got those pineapples. I'm just so excited to play. This is fantastic.
I know.
I'm dreaming.
I don't know what you did to get that patch pushed through this close to the Quake Pro League, but here he is, Keel, once again in play. Now both players opening rather slowly once again. No one looking for a full blast of aggression just yet. LG comes out. It's LG on LG. Buckster holding his own. No heavy machine gun on the side of Maxter though. And then ultimately both players end up retreating. Buckster should be the one to walk away with the heavy. That's a sizable delay already. Very often on Corrupted Keep in particular, 40, it feels like minutes go by before there's an actual rotation between the majors. But this time, it's pretty much instant within the first minute of play.
Right off the bat, indeed, Maxter might lay a trap here. Buckster drops down, avoids that damage. I think it's going to be up in 2. Buckster trying to decide, do I make a play for this? And he does, and he actually gets out. Maxter says, I'll let you have that one. That's fine. I'm going to grab the heavy. That rocket sailing past Buckster. He's going to come in like a wrecking ball and almost a telefrag there. And he actually steals away the heavy, and now Maxter's just waiting. Tempting Buckster to go through that tele, and he doesn't. Oh no, drops down with the LG. Needs to be careful here.
That's the power of delaying the items, 40. Maxter was there early. Showed up 2 seconds before the item spawned and then realized that he didn't have the exact timing. Started dawning himself, went through the teleporter, and before you know it, Buckster pushes on through and secures both. But still, Maxter's combat skills are on point. His position around the center of the map too. And he's been able to stabilize a lot of that stack and even walk away with the mega.
2 minutes and no frag on the board here as Maxter lacking some armor. They might meet center map here. Pineapple won't give him the information. A little bit of rockets. Buckster's going to commit. There's a big rocket. A little bit of pineapple splash as well, but Maxter goes down. Buckster with a fantastic rocket gets the first frag.
That was an aggressive attempt to walk back into the room. Was expecting him to just, you know, go back into red room, make his way up to those health bubbles, grab the small armor, see if it's up. But no, Maxter walked right back into one, LG in hand. Oh, Buckster eats a bad rocket for even daring to look around the corner. He has the frag lead. He's the one up over his opponent, but it's a precarious lead. A single fight going wrong, and Maxter will have tied things right back up.
It's pretty good damage, all things considered, from Buckster, and needs to keep that up. He's actually going to grab this heavy, which is going to help him tremendously. 2 bubbles to work with as well to stack back up, and Dire Orb in hand. A little bit of LG just lobbing that pineapple. A little bit of extra insurance to buy some space is Maxter. 10 seconds until the mega. Maxter at the rocket area. It's going to be machine gun on machine gun. A little bit of machine gun funk. And that rocket almost pops Buckster off. He's going to end up dropping anyway, down to 49 HP, and he's playing super defensive, and he has to. Does he make a mad dash? Does he play safe?
Oh.
Wow. Just saw him for a second. The machine gun just tore right through him. That's the tying frag right now for Maxter, but Buckster.
Oh, look, he's gonna set up a trap. I like his odds on that one. If he would have seen it through 40, if he would have just waited there, super shotgun in hand, taken away heavy or super shotty,
it might have worked, but it's pretty risky. But he's taking so much LG damage. He needs to be careful around the corner. He does still have the Dire Orb though, so rockets and orb can still be a thing. They're doing the dance through the doorways here. There's the Dire Orb, and wow, that defensive play for Maxter. He's going to follow up with some LG now. Buckster's so weak. How is he alive? 9 HP, and there's the drop down, and again, the machine gun for Maxter.
Cleaning it up. Mega will be taken by Buckster. LG on LG. Maxter's almost out of ammo. Oh, LG spawns. If Buckster would have known that, then he would have pushed through the telly or something. Probably would have been a frag for him. Nice. A little bit of a slap on the buttocks as he leaves the room. A little bit of LG damage.
Getting closer to the halfway point here. And a little bit more of the same as we saw on the first map. Calculated, nobody wants to really take any risks. There is a ton at stake here. As Maxter grabs that mega, Buckster should have the timing on it. Ooh, a little crazy there. Could have gotten floated, but Buckster goes through, wants a little bit of LG. Heavy machine gun again. So much mileage out of it for Maxter right now.
The damage is pretty even though. 1500 for Buckster, 1600 for Maxter. Same goes for items. 10 for Buckster, 8 for Maxter. Oh, at least on paper, this has been a very balanced match. And even then, the scoreline is still very, very close. 2 frags on Corrupted Keep, right? This is the arena to make a comeback happen. But now it is actually Maxter we're starting to chain together a few more of those kills. He's 3 frags up by now, and he knows that Buckster's got nothing to work with, knows his spawn, his position as well. But Buckster...
Ooh, I like the fake. So he can work out, and Maxter just playing the confusion game.
It is.
You hear jumping, but which way, you'll never know. But, okay, just in the nick of time, Maxter grabs that heavy, and Buckster just trying to stay alive. Moonwalking his way back to the red room. He's going to grab an armor shard. The machine gun not going to land. A little bit of rocket damage. Buckster still staying alive, doing decent cess damage, but after all, it doesn't matter. Maxter has the mega to back up, too. Going to grab time vials as well, get more pineapples back, and might get caught out in the red room. This is dangerous. The orb up. He wants to take the fight, and Buckster, his hand was kind of forced. He felt, you could tell, claustrophobic almost, and he wanted to just do burst damage, but that's going to be another frag for Maxter. 6-10 into this one. Buckster has to try and figure out an answer to this. Maxter is so stacked right now.
Situation is starting to get a little dire. LG is looking good. Buckster once again forced on the defensive. Mega is up, and I love how Maxter has really been playing around the Mega for these past few spawns. 40. He doesn't just go for it right as soon as he can. He's always looking for more damage first, and only then does he go for the item. Excellent orb from Buckster. Waited as long as physically possible before actually jumping to it. And now Heavy is up, but Maxter not interested in it just yet. Excellent rocket jump though. This could amount to something for Buckster. He's actually got an opportunity. Heavy goes his way. Maxter might be regretting his position right there, giving Buckster an angle to get out with the rocket jump.
Definitely got a lifeline out of that one, but Maxter's still in control in terms of the 4-frag lead here, and his stack is still relatively okay. He's going to take an LG fight. Buckster trying to cess with the machine gun. It's not going to really net him a lot, as Maxter has the upper armor to fall back to, and now it's just a matter of, does Maxter even want to try and push through that choke point to get to the heavy? All the pressure's on Buckster right now as time is ticking. The damage has to be his, and Maxter makes it look easy as he flies by and does grab the heavy, and look at Buckster's stack right now.
Barely anything to work with. Oh, he's gonna drop down, pick up some of that armor. Ultimately, didn't really get anything out of it because the heavy machine gun sessed him down, took a lot of that additional stack clean off of him. And now Maxter is just running circles around the map. He knows that all he has to do is survive for 2 more minutes. And even then, he can still drop a frag or 3 before it really becomes a problem. But that's not how he wants to play this. He wants to continue applying pressure. He wants to add more frags to the board. He doesn't want to give Buckster any sort of safety, any sort of foothold to potentially get back into this.
A little bit of pineapple damage on that one. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Maxter needs to play some distance here. You never know what can happen on Corrupted Keep, especially against a Ranger with an orb, and the ability to force spawns on this map is so easy, relatively easy in comparison to other maps here. It's Maxter making his way towards the heavy. It's going to be up in about 2 seconds. Does Buckster press on and push? We didn't see that sense of urgency in map number 1. I don't really sense it right here. You have a minute 30, you're down by 4, and there's the trap. It's a pretty good one. The dire orb, and this could be a frag, but the rocket from Maxter was fantastic. Luckily, Buckster has the mega to pick up on, but he has to find these frags, Flea.
He does. The 40, I fear that it may be too little too late. As you said, the sense of urgency has been missing, right? It wasn't there on map 1, doesn't seem to be here on map 2 either. Buckster, he's got to press. All he's got. Yeah, that's all he can do, really. He's got to apply pressure. He cannot allow Maxter any breathing room whatsoever. But instead, here we go. He's again burning, what was that, 25 seconds? Just walking around on the other side of the map, even though he knew where Maxter was at. And now that rocket jump, that's gonna get punished. That's gonna get punished so bad. Even if he gets this frag now, Maxter is going to be able to do so much counter damage that I think, you know, turning that 1 frag into multiple is going to be impossible.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the Buckster stops here. I know I said that on the stream. I'm sorry, the stream is canceled, everybody. But 30 seconds left, 4 frags. Absolute miracle required in Buckster. That sense of urgency was just not there, and it looks like Maxter has taken this in 2. There's a little bit of pineapple, direct rocket, and just there's no answer here from Buckster. Unfortunately, he's going to go down yet again. That's 6-1, 10 seconds left. The GGs are called. It is official. Maxter has taken it in 2, and he will advance to tomorrow.
Well deserved.
Well deserved indeed. Weed, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
What are your thoughts on that series?
I mean, you know what? Shout out to Buckster. What a great story coming in through the qualifiers. We said before QuakeCon that we would expect some shakeups. I think that when we were saying that, we were talking about from folks within the QPL already. So seeing Buckster and his run here at the tournament deserves that round of applause for sure. And Maxter stays alive throughout the day, which means he gets to come back for day 3, the finals day. Still a long road ahead for Maxter, but you know, we said that he deserved to kind of be in the spot, that he knows he's working pretty hard for it. So I'm just excited for what tomorrow could potentially bring, because it's been a great day. And if we continue to see some of the excitement that we've had just here for day 2, I can't wait.
Yeah, neither can I. I mean, we're down to really the best players to make an appearance, to show up at the Quake World Championship. They all really deserve to be in the spot that they are now, right? There's no one here that you can look at and say, man, they only got there for X or Y reason, or whatever bullshit went down. Like, no. Every single one of the players that remain in the bracket absolutely deserve to be here.
Yep.
I absolutely agree, and let's not forget, we're starting to get into the BO5s where you have to have a deeper map pool, deeper champ pool. We might see a lot more DO boys.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be interesting for that exact reason, right? I mean, very surgical picks and bans for each and every player, and map picks as well. But that all changes tomorrow, right? You've got to expand horizons. You've got to be more comfortable with the deeper champion pool. You've got to maybe play on maps that you just don't particularly like, and this is what is very common throughout you know, these types of tournaments. And take a look at that upper bracket, right? Tomorrow, Fenger versus Razy on the team kill that was going to be inevitable. And one of those players who could potentially be a champion is going to have to fight their way back through a nasty lower bracket. But then Rafa Kilson, those 2 matches in the semifinals could straight up be finals matches.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Rafa, 4 Quake Pro League victories, right, versus Kilson 3. It's literally the #1 and the #2 in terms of total wins that are facing off against each other, and we're not even at the grand finals yet. But then lower brackets, Zeniku and Maxter are waiting for some of the results of the upper brackets. So
they'll get to kind of sit back a little bit.
They do.
Like watch, get some practice in. But then, and then the winner of those 2 goes on to lower bracket round 5. So it is just like tomorrow will be exciting. I wish many of you might be saying, well, but we want it now. Well, the players need some rest. We need some rest. People got some BYOC tournaments to play in. 40's got to go
cheesecake.
Cheesecake.
A lot of cheesecake.
There's a lot back there.
Hey, he's doing the preaching right now. He's showing the world that, yes, Keel is viable. So you don't have to listen to this clown. You can actually see it in action. I'm just saying.
I'm really curious how it's going to come into play tomorrow. We're going to have to go deeper. So, gentlemen, before we wrap up, a favorite moment from today?
So many to choose from, Flea.
Yeah, there are so many to choose from. One of my favorite moments was just how close the match between Strong Sage and Wenger was.
Yeah.
I was talking to Wenger afterwards, and he was like, I was not expecting that. He said that he was feeling relieved to have made it through that series, and that's just a testament to how good Strong Sage, really the new blood into the higher echelons of the Quake Pro League, has become.
Yeah, I mean, at the finals last year, we were saying the same thing. Watch out for that guy, and we did. We watched. But to have that level of performance, again, as a relatively newcomer here to Quake Champions overall, love his attitude, love his approach to the game, really solid, really exciting. So I would agree, that was definitely one of my favorite moments too.
100%. And just here in the crowd, it's nice to see and hear people are going to be at a live event, and there's going to be more. We're going to be packed tomorrow, lots of games. It's just a great environment, and it's great to be back.
Absolutely. All right, well, guess what? That means we need to close it down for day 2 here at QuakeCon 2023 for the Quake World Championship. But have no fear, we'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. CST, right here. The stream will go live. We've got some amazing matches to kick off with, including Razy versus Wenger and Rafa versus Kilson, 2 games that could potentially be another finals rematch later on. So thanks so much for joining us here for day 1 and day 2. The finals is tomorrow, an exciting day here at QuakeCon. We appreciate everyone to come out. Big shout out to the production, the players, and all of the tournament admins who have helped things run oh so smoothly. We appreciate it on behalf of myself and all the casters here at the Quake World Championships. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace. this is a legendary situation that will never happen.
I mean, I guess we hope it all doesn't happen, right? If it does happen, someone's really deserved it. So
yeah,
I don't think this is going to be a 3-0. And I know I said that before, but this one, I believe is going to go 3-2. And a big part of me is obviously looking at how is Wenger regrouping and how is he going to manage this. And my only real commentary is he can't afford to get sucked into Maxter's game, and that's what we felt in the Razier set earlier. He didn't play his game, and he was out of his own comfort zone. And if he does that against Maxter, he's going to get punished just as hard because Maxter has some of the best damage output in the league, and he won't be able to match that.
Now, historically speaking, and this one's actually very interesting, Maxter has beaten Wenger more than the other way around. So they played each other 3 times, and Maxter has won 2 out of the 3. Now, the most recent one did go in favor of Wenger, I think quite convincingly, so 3-0, I believe it was. But
during the regular season?
Yes, I think it was during the regular season. But generally speaking, you know, Maxter has been beating Wenger, right? He mentioned it during his interview as well, right? Yeah, I'm here with, you know, the 5 other top dogs of the league, but I have beaten every last one of them, whether on LAN, whether online. I have done it before, and I'm hoping to do it again. And clearly, when it comes to Wenger, he has repeatedly.
Wow. Should have let Dan guess again. I like this. Dan, you've got a good track record this QuakeCon, Dan. You've called quite a bit, so good on you.
I'll close my notes next time.
yeah. I don't know. We don't know. He's always the first one up here. He could be looking through your notebook. Who knows? We are going to get started here in just a moment with this lower bracket. Don't forget, we've got another one coming up after this. That will be Kilson versus Znaku, which, again, another amazing match. And then we're going to pop back up to the upper bracket and see Razy versus Rafa, which... hope you like tasty treats. Should be amazing. Here's where we're at right now. We've seen a lot of players go home. We had started with 6 today, 8 matches. Kilson versus Zenaku, and then Wenger versus Maxter, which is on stage right now. To just think that you're going to roll into another brutal mini-boss right after this one is rough. And at this point, you can't really be thinking about the what-ifs and what might happen. You've just got to look at the massive Goliath in front of you and figure out how you're going to take him down at this point.
Pretty much, yeah. There's no other way to summarize it. And then you've got to concentrate on how much stamina you have to take off the next Goliath that's going to fall into your path. Right. They just keep cascading down from the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, but each one has said very consistently, like, this is the point where you can't really be thinking about, oh, I hope I play this or not this person or avoid this person, because it's anything, the cards could just play out however, and you've got to be able to deal with it. And frankly, I think that's championship quality.
Yeah, I mean, and that's also especially true when you're down to the lower bracket, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, Razy was talking about it with us earlier. I think you asked the question, Wheat, and he was like, yeah, you know, I've been down in the lower bracket very, very often, and it would be great to continue through the uppers, because otherwise, just look at what you have to get through. Look at how many matches, how many top players you need to beat. So best of 5 as well, right? This isn't your granny's best of 3. This is
right, exactly. Yeah,
this is big.
And Razy brought up the other point too. You get the pick ban advantage, you get the map advantage, and he's been on the other side of that one too many times. So I get it why that might be as important as that belt there, because I think it just increases your chances of putting that belt around your waist.
Yeah, I think he's still got PTSD from one of the first finals. He had to have Death Knight when Death Knight was basically a useless Pokemon.
It was so close as well. It went to the final map. It was the Deep Embrace, best of 7. He was so close, and then he's stuck with Death Knight, who at that point was more or less useless in the meta. So, yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen today to end their run of these competitors.
Well, 2 incredibly focused competitors here on the final day of QuakeCon, and I see that map loading. My palms are getting a little sweaty. I'm getting all excited, Dan. This is good. But it's also incredible to think that one of these players is going to go home. For Maxter, what an epic victory this would be, but what a devastating loss it would be for Wenger. I'm not even going to try to call it. Let's just see how the games play out, and we'll see you on the other side, Dan. Bye. Peace.
There we go. Now it's just the 2 of us, Wheat, as warm-up is about to draw to a close. We've got Maxter, we've got Wenger. This is a lower bracket match, so the loser will be leaving us today, whereas the winner will be advancing, and crowd, the audience is making some noise as we're starting it off on the perspective of Maxter.
Yeah, I'm really just excited that we are starting the series off on Deep Embrace 2. Probably one of my favorite maps in the pool, just because it tends to be a little bonkers, a little bit of chaos. It does force players to kind of figure out how they're going to deal with certain situations, and there's not a whole lot of places to hide. So it kind of forces 10 minutes of some type of action, and I expect action is exactly what we're going to be able to get, as Maxter already trying to deal with the pressure that Wenger's putting on from that heavy. And we saw such a remarkable game between Wenger and Strong Sage yesterday on this one, just as a really great example of what can happen. And there's the first frag going to Wenger, and already, Flea, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but already, like, Wenger looks incredibly focused.
He does. He absolutely does. So far, his game has been on point. Look at that 80% railgun damage. That is huge when it comes in terms of accuracy, rather. And Maxter is really struggling to get footing of the map. Loving the patience from Wenger as well. He knows that he can dodge almost all of those plasma bolts from a distance, and that all he needs to do is land one shot to significantly outmanage Maxter. Oh my goodness. Still 75% railgun accuracy. Wenger is absolutely not giving his opponent any room to breathe. And here we go, he's going to pounce on him again. Plasma Trail is going to do some damage. Won't be enough, though. Wenger's got to be careful, though.
Yeah.
He's a little tender right now. Might not be the smartest choice to just set up over on the heavy.
That's, you know, also one of the reasons I really like Deep Embrace, because things can turn around in a matter of moments, and there's one great example of that, right? It's very rare that you're going to be able to convert a frag and just, you know, have a full stack be super clean. So you've always got to be thinking about where your opponent may spawn, what they might come at you with, will they be aggressive, what are you going to do to try to get back up, and if you don't get that clean frag, and that's just kind of a natural evolution of a Deep Embrace game, but Maxter sending back some rails, return to sender there to Wenger, and 2 minutes in, already a lot of action. The LG coming out, and a big rocket. I don't think Wenger was really expecting that one, but Maxter's keeping that pressure on quite well.
I mean, on paper, in theory, the play was solid, right? Allow Maxter to just drive, let the speed drive him, jump far into the room, and you just stop him. Face first with that LG, but nope, Maxter got so close that he was able to switch to the rockets and finish it off quickly. And ultimately, relatively clean. He didn't take all that much damage. Now, Mega and Heavy, both up at the same time. Slight delay between the items. Before this previous fight week, there was pretty much 15 seconds separating them, so there was a perfect division between the items, but now they're much closer to being in sync, so that's going to make it difficult for full control to be established.
Maxter was like, oh, hey, Wenger, you got a 75% rail? Watch, I can do this too. He's got a 75% rail. In fact, both players just above. Now they dropped down to 60, but that's okay. Incredible start to this matchup as both players hitting all of their shots. You know, sometimes we've seen it on the other side where a player's hitting all their shots and the other player's like, how are you hitting all their shots? But when both players are just nailing every single pinpoint pixel rail that they possibly can, it definitely makes for an interesting game. Maxter doing a great job of keeping that pressure on. You know, it looked really like Wenger was going to be able to have a level of control, and I would say that both players really battling it out here. Once again, caught up in the upper level. Ooh, the eject comes out, but immediately deleted, and then possibly a conversion frag. Ooh, that was good damage coming out from Wenger, but more importantly, Maxter did get that conversion frag.
As solid as Wenger's opening to the map was, as good is Maxter's clapback right now. He's one frag in the lead, and he's going into this clearly with a very determined game plan, right? Close the gap, get up close and personal, rockets, shoddy, LG if need be. That's how he wants to play the game. But even outside of that range, like you mentioned, Week, his railgun accuracy has been sublime. So Maxter right now really seems to be the complete package.
It is interesting how that kind of close range get in your face, I would say it completely negates the eject, but it does make it, like we just saw it right there, you know, rocket, inject, shotgun to finish it off. I kind of like the approach that Maxter is taking on this with sort of that aggression, and not something that Wenger's definitely dealt with this before, but you know, interesting. I wouldn't say like this is typical play that we'd see from Maxter, but he has that game plan here. It's working.
Absolutely. He's got to be careful though. Tribolt versus Tribolt. Maxter's reigns supreme at, I think, a single point of help
Yeah.
Wenger, he smells the blood in the water. He knows that his opponent is weak, and while he might not have the same level of explosive speed as Slash does, he's still plenty fast and mobile on Anarchy. Nice little jump shots.
But again, it's really showing on Deep Embrace how rare it is to walk away from a frag and not be, you know, screaming, as we saw it both in Maxter's case and Wenger's case. More importantly, though, we're tied back up 5-5, and we're halfway through this map #1. And, you know, we do talk here at Quake a lot about momentum and how important that can be, especially in a best-of-5. You know, winning that first map can do great things for sort of your overall mental health there in the game and in the series. And so it's crucially important to each of them that they try to take this initial map.
Absolutely. Wenger now positioning himself on top of the pillar. Heavy's about to spawn. That's a good rocket from Maxter. Still applying pressure. Stacks are actually relatively balanced right now. And Heavy's gonna spawn. That's gonna be the next major point that both of these players are gonna be looking at. It's LG and LG. We're seeing it through. Maxters.
I mean, toe-to-toe in some of these battles that just like 1 or 2 cells of LG are deciding it.
Yeah.
Really impressive, but Maxter regains the lead, putting Wenger the back foot once again. Wenger landing a nice rail there. Maxter taking a second to think about, okay, what's my next move here? Big rocket does come out, follows up with the second one. It's very low though, and Wenger manages to tie it back up yet again. 6-6, lands a beautiful rail. Wenger now with an opportunity to convert on that one. Rocket's coming out. He's got his one back in the corner, midair for the frag. 6-7 with less than 4 minutes left to go.
Wenger kind of taking a play out of Maxter's book right there. Just inject all aggression right in his face, rocket into Shoddy. And here we go now, Maxter again, he's screaming, he's screeching, he is low, he's got to get out of there. Heavy is up, should be able to secure it, but does he get out? There we go, there it is. Good rocket through the floorboards. And Wenger is managing the spawn so well.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think he was expected to take that much damage at all. I thought, yeah, okay, he's gonna take some. The inject, allowing him to dodge out of the way. Yes, he's got a lead, but there's still 3 minutes left.
Yeah, now the speed over the Wenger's side a little bit here, as he is now taking this tied game and is now up by 3, but with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, still a lot of time for anything to happen. Some extra clawback from that initial loss, and that was a big frag there for Wenger at the middle level. Might be able to convert on this one. This would put him in a pretty comfortable spot here, given that we are about to hit the 2-minute warning.
Wenger's been looking so much more confident these past couple of minutes. He's really just been running the spawns, right? It feels like every single time he gets a frag, he makes another one happen right after, because he is there to apply pressure off spawn. And Maxter, he knows the time is running out. He needs some big damage. He needs it now.
Oh, wow.
But Wenger is not just going to let that happen. Will actually be the first one out of the room, using that inject, getting small armor, health bubbles around the map, and now Maxter, he needs to take a fight, but he doesn't have the resources to do so.
Yeah, and I mean, really solid play there by Wenger. No, he knew both of them taking considerable damage. He shot a rocket over here to the murder hole, and then managed to pick up that health. Now, Maxter does bring it back, and this puts in a really interesting spot. If he can convert right here on that 7th frag, I think he's in a spot to be able to potentially tie this up. You can see the speed there will be advantageous to him in that regard. Lands a very nice rail, going to go after it. The inject does not come out quite yet as he's holding on to it, and then juking over to the side, landing that rail. 8-11, 1 minute to get 3 frags to tie this up.
It's possible, it's doable. Maxter can do it. Good rail to open things up with. Is he gonna sit around for Heavy? No, he's gonna play really the aggressive game. Oh, there we go. Maxter gets up close with the super shoddy. Now Wenger forced onto the hyper defensive. Maxter's gonna hear him, that hoverboard that makes a whole lot of noise. Maxter drops down. Oh, there's a bad rocket to take. And just like that, the engagement nullified. Maxter cannot push ahead. Mega is up, he's probably gonna loop around, secure himself a little bit of extra health. Indeed he does, but now it's all about the hunt, the chase. Can he find Wenger twice?
Yeah, and of course not having the armor there means that it's impossible here for Wenger. He's got the speed to be able to chase down, but he's got to basically make the right call based off of where Wenger's going and how he's rotating through. A missed jump there to get that heavy. He sees his opponent go right past him. He's going to go after him. He does catch him in his crosshairs, gets a little bit of shotgun damage, but now it's the 10 seconds, final seconds tick away. It looks like Wenger is going to take that one by 2 frags. And, you know, I don't think you can say convincingly, yes, Wenger looked great. Yes, Wenger 100%, you know, took that one. But you know, Maxter looked really nice in that matchup. And if you were to ask me, well, based off of that, do you think Maxter has a chance to take some games away? 100%.
I mean, just to pick up on that, right? It's like Wenger, yes, he got himself the win, but looking at the item control, Maxter, significantly more major items. Looking at the damage output, Maxter, quite a bit of additional damage as well. So on both item control and damage, Maxter did better on paper, at least when it comes to the statistics. So indeed, as you were saying, Wheat, indeed, Wenger did secure himself the win, but this was far from flawless. This was far from convincing for this stage in the tournament.
But you know, like, when we are at this point, you do kind of expect that. With 2 great players, full of skills, kind of going at it, you do expect that there's going to be some ups and downs. A mistake can also, you know, put some frags up on your opponent's scoreboard. But, you know, I just like to see the back and forth battle. Like, to me, that is a good indication that you've just got 2 incredible skill sets that are just kind of duking it out. And we already said, Deep Embrace is a unique map. It's pretty small. We had 2 incredibly fast champions. And so that was what we expected. And just like you mentioned, looking at that item control and pickup, pretty incredible. That 42% LG and 53% rail from Wenger was probably a big part of that victory for him. But yeah, the damage, really, really interesting how that kind of...
I mean, yeah, if you look at the accuracy, it was all about Wenger, but overall damage, we don't have the total tally, but it was maxed by, I think, 200 or 300 points of damage. And then if you look at the items, right, 24 for Maxter versus just 11 for Wenger, that just shows that control absolutely was not in favor of the Italian.
Considering that in the first semifinal, Wenger, who was 3-0'd by his teammate Razy, right? Like, I would imagine that in any series, winning that first map is helpful for your own momentum, your own mindset, etc. Having come off of the 3-0 versus Razy, I think that was a critically important win for Wenger. If Maxter would have taken it, do I still think Wenger has the potential to take it? I do, but that should be a confidence booster to be like, okay, I play my game, I hit my shots, and we're going to be able to, you know, to do this. On the flip side, like, Maxter's never really been one to be flustered, and I think we saw that in his interview. We've seen it in his regular play as well. So I'm just excited for a reboot into map 2, but I would say probably pretty important that Wenger was able to pick up that first map win, just to say, okay, I'm not 0-4 today on the finals day of QuakeCon, because that kind of feels bad, man.
No, absolutely. This is definitely going to help him out moving forward, right? Yes, it's one map on the board. You always want that, but still, the psychological component cannot be underestimated here. And after suffering, you know, what to many will be a pretty devastating loss against Razy, it's really, really important for him to secure the first one here. Now, you know, Maxter,
Well, I was going to say one other thing, is that I feel like Maxter won a majority of those LG battles in map number 1, right? The 2 times that they kind of went toe-and-toe. And that's going to be really important here on Keep, and I just, you know, wonder if that's going to factor in at all. We'll have to see.
And indeed, here we go, Corrupted Keep. Saw a lot of railgun action on the first map. That will not be the case on this one. Corrupted Keep, only map in the pool without a railgun. Good use of the super shoddy by Wenger, though, to take care of that peeker. Maxter immediately pushing it out at the very opening of the game. We're starting it off so far a little bit cagey. Oh, not anymore. Wenger pushes in. Out comes the shoddy, but he is out positioned by Maxter. He definitely didn't want to have position down below at the stairs. Maybe if he was able to pick up LG, that would have worked nicely, but he didn't. And so he was fighting up against an opponent that was holding the high ground, and when all you've got is rockets or shoddy then
no, not a whole lot of resolution there on that one. And that was unfortunate, but Maxter capitalized nicely on that one. Venger's really not gonna let up though. Almost keeping that pressure on, not gonna allow Maxter to necessarily take control off of that first frag, and I think that's needed. You mentioned he, nice use of the super shotgun to take out that peeker, but just want to remind everyone, like if you're strong Sage, you just use your orb. Delete the peeker.
Yeah, no, it works, it works. Yeah, I think you can do it.
All right, one frag, 1 minute in.
Yeah. Relatively slow start. We saw a burst of aggression, one that Wenger most definitely regrets, right? I was not expecting him to fully commit to that one, chasing through the teleporter. Good LG, there we go. This should be an excellent point. Oh, somehow it all goes wrong.
He just landed literally on the rocket of Maxter, who looked like he shot straight up into the air, but the second frag coming out. And I have to say that both engagements that we've seen Wenger in have come obviously in favor of Maxter. I like the fact that Wenger is trying to keep the pace and pressure going, but we mentioned LG battles, and it was Maxter who runs out trying to finish off with the heavy machine gun. Both players screaming for their lives, but Wenger is the one who is able to bring that back, and he needed that frag.
It's interesting that Maxter was the one to break away first when Wenger was down to 3 points of health. A single tickle of LG would have gotten it done. Now, Wenger setting up in the red room. Oh, that's a fair bit of peeker damage coming out right there. There's a lot of information, mainly for Maxter as well. He knows where his opponent is at. He should be able to kind of freely maneuver himself onto the rockets. But the one thing that Maxter is missing right now, Wheat, is that LG. Such an important weapon. Wenger is going to make sure that if he gets a hold of it, he's going to put up a big fight. But again, these orb pushes, they're just not working out for Wenger. Wheat, I think that's the third one where he went aggressively, used the orb, and he ended up dying. It feels like all of the frags that Maxter have gotten have been fights that Wenger initiated.
Yeah,
it really has been.
It is true. And that bodes well for Maxter. Of course, I don't expect that to be the case for every initiation that Wenger is going to make throughout this or throughout this game. It just happens to be how it is played out. Now, Maxter has Wenger kind of trapped at the top here, but is forced to kind of get out of there, trying to do some tribal damage just to kind of soften the stack from Wenger, and did a good job of doing that. But we've both our major items still so close together, which means that we're having a lot of split there. Orb comes out. No real chance for a bad engagement there because the orb just doesn't do much other than just back Maxter off a little bit.
Red leads.
He's gonna be spawning soon, so is Mega. A little delay between the items. Tribolt will not connect. Mega. Both players are eyeing it. Maxter knows that he's in a weaker position. Can't just push in. It is Wenger who's now dominating the area. Small armor is gonna spawn. That's a good push from Maxter. Wenger, despite having the better position, unable to do anything. His rockets weren't connecting.
They
Maxter's
weren't.
LG was, and in doing so, plus having that extra piece of small armor to his name, allowed the Argentinian player to just walk right in and take away the Mega, and Wenger decided to just leave it to him, fall back on the heavy.
Some of those engagements where Maxter's getting 30, 40, 50 damage with the LG before the fight even begins, you know, it is always a great feeling as a player to get that damage unanswered. And in those cases, like you mentioned, the Rockets really weren't doing the job. So Maxter's just had a great sense of his weapon selection and preparing and what do you have out to be ready for that. Again, some more LG damage goes unanswered, and I feel like that is definitely one of the reasons like Maxter has a really solid lead right now. Good rocket bounce up to the top. Gonna go ahead and throw the peeker out to do a little damage. Quickly dispatched. But look at the aggression and the pressure that Wenger continues to put on. Ooh.
Oh. Nice bit of tribal damage there as well. Heavy is up. It's going to be a race for the item. Maxter, though, decides that he wants no part in it. He knows that he's ahead.
There it is.
But only by one frag now. Wenger closing the gap, and finally we see one of those big orb pushes work out in favor of the Italian.
Bound to happen eventually, and that one just was perfectly found its target. Yep. So now a one frag lead for Maxter still. And we are seeing a little bit of time between these two that might allow the heavy to be picked up. Nope, Maxter still able to grab it, but Wenger doing a good job in defending that position, forcing his opponent into a fight. I could see a couple more seconds in delay there, and one of these players could take full control here on Deep Embrace. We're hitting the 6-minute mark, 4 minutes left to go. Still a lot of time. And this could be the chance right here. Gonna orb right up in the face, and he does manage to get the rocket follow-up, and of course the heavy. So big frag here for Wenger, just for control. Now has his opponent stuck at the top of the statue. Runs out of LG damage, does get a nice shotgun blast, but does clean up the frag with that heavy machine gun.
This is looking better and better for Wenger. Maxter now doesn't have an LG to work with. Picked up a heavy machine gun. Here we go. That's a lot of damage being taken. Mega does spawn. Wenger eats a whole lot of rocket damage from down below. Decides he wants no part in it. Will be able to secure heavy. And I think that this is a good decision from Maxter to not go in too aggressively, right? He's only down by 1 frag. There's still over 3 minutes left to be played. Ooh. He can play this calm and collected. Focus on the items. Be the first one to restack. Get positioning onto Mega. He can be in a good spot to regain control over the map, but it is actually Wenger who is first in position. LG on LG. Maxter knows he's not gonna win that one. He has to retreat. This is a good opportunity for the Maestro player.
Oh, coming out of the corner. Nice rocket there by Maxter, but this could be an opportunity once again for Wenger to take both of the major items. He did give up Mega in the last rotation to his opponent, but with 3 minutes and about 2 minutes 40 remaining, that control there could be a game decider. Depending on what happens here. Wenger, though, despite getting both the major items, has less stack. And he does have the lead, but still needs to be careful because we've seen how quickly that can snowball.
Absolutely. This is Corrupted Keep, after all. A map where 1 frag very often turns into another. Sometimes even 2 or 3. And now Maxter is on the hunt. Look at the stack he's got to work with. Both of the major items. Big peeker as well. This should be a frag, and he does. He ties it up.
Yep,
and he's
real big hit.
He's on the hunt. He wants to chain it into another one. Oh, Wenger perhaps slightly overextending, making a play for the Rockets. Does manage to survive, but Maxter is just happy to leave him alive, knowing that he's crippled, knowing that he's the one who can fall back onto the Mega, onto the Heavy.
And that is going to allow Maxter to take full control here while he's tied up in 1 40-second remaining. That's actually a good spot to be in if you are going to be going to a sudden death overtime, and Maxter doesn't want to let it do it. Orb does come out. He turns off to the side and finishes up with the rocket, and Maxter gets the frag 5-4, and a great setup for himself to potentially win this second game here. Wenger is certainly not out, but that was a nice display there by Maxter to potentially avoid that sudden death.
Wow, Maxter! Gorgeous rockets, and now all the pressure is on Wenger. Oh no. 1 single point of health is all he's got to work with. And this is exactly what Maxter wants. Forcing his opponent in an impossible position, and now, yes, this is Corrupted Keep, but I don't see this one happening anymore,
I don't either. I think, honestly, Peeker needs a little metal there. Wenger does try to get that orb frag, but a direct rocket followed by a 65. Not much that Wenger can do right now, and that is going to mean that Maxter will pick up this second game. And that means we will not have another 3-0 that we had seen in both of the upper brackets. Let's see what happens in the next 20 seconds, but great job by because, you know, he did the damage, he got the hit, and he knew. He could smell the blood. Like a shark in the water, went after his opponent.
Around 4,000 damage for Maxter versus just 2,600 for Wenger. The damage output has just been lacking. We saw it consistently when he went up against Razy, right? We saw it. I don't think there's been a single map Wenger has played today where he was the one dealing the more damage. Even when he beat Maxter on map 1 weed, he still got outshot, got out-aimed. Of course, a lot of it has to do with the decision-making as well, the positioning. right? Where you are able to position yourself around the map to control the stack that you have. It allows for so many more opportunities to deal damage, but still, this is not a performance that Wenger is going to be happy with, I think.
Yeah, and it was around that 7-minute mark that, you know, Wenger had some really, really solid control. That orb and that exchange in the red room was really interesting. Taking a look here. Yeah, look at that that rocket damage alone from Maxter's. Really impressive.
1,500 versus just 400. That's something.
And I should note that now that we are tied 1-1 in the series, we are 100% going to see Wenger play on that clutch, which I'm pretty interested in seeing how that one is going to play out. That's versus the Visor on Blood of all maps. So next is going to be Awoken, where it's going to be Wenger on the Doom and Maxter on the Death Knight.
Okay. Doom used to be a staple pick on the map that is Awoken, right? But then we saw some balance changes being made, slight nerf to the height of his double jump. So there's a few jumps that he was able to do, like for example at the LG to the Tri-Bolt ledge, that he can't simply get off anymore. Now, on the other hand, Maxter playing Death Knight, DK has not been the most common pick, but out of the arenas where we do see him picked, I would say Veil and Awoken are probably the two most common ones.
It's really going to force Wenger to, I think, right, step up his aim game, right? You mentioned he hasn't been dishing out as much damage as he needs to. This is exactly the kind of map and kind of picks in which he is going to have to. I mean, both players obviously are trying to accomplish the same thing, but I think that he needs to kind of pick that up if he wants to be able to take this series. And this is a good map to showcase that. But we'll see.
I'm curious to see how Wenger is going to be using the Berserk, his active ability, right? Very few people use it to actually try and deal damage to their opponent, but they mainly use it as a tool to relocate, to get that instant speed boost, and of course to be able to lunge forward by punching the air, as Doomslayer somehow does. Now we've started things off on the point of view of Maxter. He's gotten himself the Mega Sight, LG. Oh, Wenger, hyper-aggressive, dropping down rockets, knowing that his opponent is still lacking most of the weapons. But those flames, they hurt. We can never discount that ability of Death Knight.
You can't. They seem weak, you know, when you pick up a health bubble, but when they start ticking away, a little rough. Great rail coming out. Opportunity for that first frag to go to Wenger, but he's very, very low, and he does manage to get that first frag with a heavy machine gun. Less than 1 minute in, he puts himself on the map. It started off a little aggressive, like you said, was stopped, and that's something that I would expect to see out of Maxter's Death Knight, is try to use those flames to stop that aggression. If you have a good enough stack, you might be able to fight through that a little bit, but considering how well Maxter has aimed today in his match here versus Wenger, it's still something that he's got to be a little worried about dealing with.
Wenger did an excellent job during that first fight, or that first life of Maxter, to utilize that mobility of his to deny weaponry, right? He was very good at making sure that his opponent did not get rockets or rail at the start, and he knew that he was the one who could take fights at an angle that his opponent couldn't. And that is ultimately what allowed him to clean up that first kill of this map. Now keep in mind that is 1-1. Things are tight, but this is a best of 5 series, so we're going to see at least one more map after this one.
Both players slowing it down a little bit after that first minute of aggression, looking for an opening with a rail shot or perhaps a nice predictive rocket. Wenger does manage to land a rail there, which will force Maxter back. And you can already see, oh, big rocket coming around the corner. LG coming out. The flames do go down. He is going to decide to fight while burning, and he picks up the health in order to stop that, but picking up, more importantly, that second frag. That was a beautifully placed rocket, and the kind of thing that's going to allow you to up that score and that potential lead. Nicely done. I understand why Maxter threw out those flames to try to give him some sort of advantage after being put in a disadvantaged spot, but Wenger gets the run.
And now Vanger's got to try and restack, right? He's got no armor to his name. Oh, takes a bad rail there as well. Is actually still railable. I love what Maxter is doing, just holding the angle.
Yeah.
Hoping for the double back. Don't think he's going to be able to clean this up unless Vanger decides to jump across. No, he gets himself the small armor. And the mega health as well. That's well played by Vanger. He was in a tricky situation, bad spot for a moment there, but was ultimately able to quickly get himself back to a decent fighting stack. And now Maxter had an opportunity to put himself on the board, but he'll have to wait for a little longer.
Could have a little exciting little meetup here. Big damage coming out by Maxter. Not only the direct rocket, but putting it on flames on it. And that was a great way to get that first frag. And an example of how that burst damage, if used properly, can really turn the tides of a game. Now, you also surprise your opponent. I'm not sure Vanger was totally expecting that, but it's one of those situations, Flea, where you think, okay, probably Vanger will be thinking about that and expecting that to happen again, right? Is that going to be another trap that he'll be able to, Maxter will be able to use in this matchup? Probably unlikely, but we'll see how it plays out. Most important thing is he stopped Vanger's momentum.
Yes.
That's really big here on World.
I mean, that's just going to be a bit of a reminder for Vanger, I think, right? You do not want to be playing the crawling game through the choke point, through the winding corridors, the small close combat areas, because you are outgunned when you are up against that flame strike. Those are not the places that he wants to take those fights at, and I think that Vanger is now probably going to be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more careful, avoiding putting himself in those kinds of situations. And here we go, LG on LG, rails come out, both players are low, Mega's about to spawn. Can Maxter find the shot in time? No, he cannot.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but Vanger is still weak.
Oh, that was big
Indeed.
Flames, and also just the rail to negate that mega health. Quite nice coming out by Max. So he walks out of there actually, you know, he was not in the greatest spot, but because he hit that rail and has the armor stack, there's not much that Vanger can do to get aggressive here, and that allows Maxter to kind of hold on to that control after that last frag he got. So Mega's back up, picked up by Maxter. Grab a little bit more rail and just set up here for the heavy, giving him potentially full control of the map.
Problem now, though, is that Vanger does have a significant mobility advantage. That double jump gives him a lot of leeway around the center area of the map. Allows him to more easily maneuver. I feel like Maxter, though, has got the better awareness. He's got the better grasp of the map. Earlier, for example, he chased his opponent while he was down to 63 points of health in a railgun battle, right? Because he was so confident in the fact that Vanger would not be checking his back, that Vanger would not be trying to go for another angle. And indeed, he was entirely right. So when it comes to situational awareness, reading your opponent, I'm definitely favoring Maxter right now. And he needs it too to be able to catch up with Doomslayer.
These two played some mind games, jumping spot just to try to say, maybe I'm over here, maybe I'm not. Vanger trying to play a play out of Maxter's playbook.
So I guess
But less than 4 minutes to go, only one frag separating these two. Vanger has the lead, but he is still having to play like he is playing from behind. Rocket jump by Maxter for a little bit of aggression. Thinks his opponent might be there. It's nowhere to be found. Finally catches a quick glimpse of it right there as Mega is going to be up. I like the use of flames there to kind of zone your opponent out. What a rail from Maxter. It follows up with the second one. Is he going to go in? Yes, he goes for the rocket jump, misses that rail. But kind of puts Vanger into a run for your life kind of a situation.
Look at that. He is just aiming at the very bottom of that small armor because he knows that is what Vanger has got his eyes on. Man, that was not one, but 2 pixel rails in quick succession. Vanger probably confused as to how he got hit both times.
And this stack.
Yeah, Maxter's got a great stack, but ultimately he's no closer to finishing off Vanger than he was before.
He's not, you're absolutely right. Oh, big rail. Gonna be upset that one missed. That one though connecting. And another one allowing him to cleanly get this heavy. Ooh, who almost lands that one as well. Light was picked up by Wenger, but Maxter, just with all of the thoughtfulness behind the shots, some of them are hitting. Some of those could be potential game-tying frags, but another great rail coming out, and the rockets of Wenger may stop that aggression from Maxter, but just for a moment, as we are about to hit the 2-minute warning.
Indeed, we are 2 minutes left to go. One frag to get for Maxter to tie it up. Both players looking closely at the clock. Wenger going for a nice little catch. That was good. LG has got such knockback, and players have been talking about how good it's felt, Wheat. So if you can get your opponent off guard like that, just stop them dead in their tracks with LG to the face, that can go a long way. Nice. Good rail as well. Maxter down to 13 points of health. But Wenger decides to just reposition and go for heavy instead. Doesn't want to extend his lead. Thinks at least that situation was a little bit too risky to make a push.
Yeah, and this is kind of the first time that Wenger's had a stack that is outstacked Maxter right here. Ooh, big hit. Flames do come out, and there is the frag. Gonna get the Mega to stop those. And that is a huge frag as we enter into the final minute. It's still not over quite yet, but giving just a little bit of cushion here. As Wenger now, will he go into a more defensive mode? 2 frags can be made up here. Oh, the rocket jump up, and there is a kill, but it is a trade. That's probably the best thing that Wenger could have asked for in the situation. That minute rocket almost hitting, and now Maxter knows he's got to make a move, but he doesn't have a whole lot of options to do so.
He lost so much stack in the previous engagement. That machine gun damage was obscene. Maxter flying in a rather predictable curve through the air, making it very easy for Wenger to get that damage off. And now, what does he have left in the tank? We've 20 seconds to get the frag. He hears his opponent. I liked what he was doing earlier, slow playing it, right? Kind of crouching around the map, hoping to get his opponent off guard, but he just doesn't have the time for that. He needs to charge behind his opponent, chase him down, but that will not.
That'll be GG.
Yeah, GG. And that means Wenger, match point.
Yeah, and I mean, not a comfortable match point, right? No. All of these games have been incredibly close. I don't think you can say, oh, I'm up a game, this is no problem. I mean, clearly, Wenger has been put to the test here on the finals day. First of the loss from teammate Razy, now Maxter fighting for his tournament life, and of course Wenger fighting for his. Saw some really, really great play out of Maxter, and again, from a champion that we don't see very often, the Death Knight, and I felt like how Maxter utilized it was quite good, right? He got him that first frag, got him the, I think the second one as well. He used it to zone a couple of times to regain control on the map. So, masterful play here from Maxter, but Wenger with all the right moves. And I think once again, Maxter outdamaged Wenger in that game.
I think he did, yeah.
By a couple hundred points.
Yeah, it was overall relatively close, I agree, but indeed, looking at that, I'm inclined to believe you, Wheat.
Yeah.
Especially, right, the railgun damage, that's what stands out the most. 1,440 damage with the rail, and also looking at the control, again, significantly in favor of Maxter.
Yeah.
This has got to be, I mean, on the one hand, this is great for Wenger because he wins the map. On the other hand, it is no doubt frustrating that yes, you're winning, but you're being out-damaged, you're being out-aimed, you're being out-controlled. That is your opponent who's picking up most of the items. That does not just bode well, right?
Yeah, and if you think about that particular setup going into Blood Covenant now, where we have Wenger on the clutch and Maxter on the visor, item control is going to be incredibly crucial for both in the situation, right? I mean, it gives Wenger with the clutch such an unbelievable advantage, having the shield on top of it, and obviously with Maxter, it could allow him to get a little bit more aggression, maybe burn that shield, and then get those frags. So, how this one will play out, the interesting thing is that they're going to be sort of fighting for this control without the same speed that we would see on some of the champions that we've seen during the meta. So how do you think I'm trying to think about how the clutch movement is going to potentially benefit or, dare I say, hurt.
I don't think Wenger would be playing clutch if he's not confident in his ability to do well with it. So looking at this one, I'm a little bit worried for Maxter. Visor is not exactly a powerful counter pick to the clutch, right? There's a few champions, like for example Ranger with the Orbs, or like with the Spit, Athena, Nix, that either have damage to retaliate with, or they've got mobility to get out and stay clear from that shield when it gets popped. Maxter has none of that. Playing Visor, all he can do is use the piercing sight and trying to get damage in from a distance. But if Wenger gets close, I'm very, very worried for the Argentinian player.
Yeah, this is already a super interesting start as we are going to see Wenger go massively aggressive with that shield down below in the LG room. You called it exactly, and that is kind of scary, right? The fridge coming at you, shield out. He also picked up the rail right away, immediately just avoided the heavy. He's like, I can actually win a game with the shield, but didn't quite land that initial rail. But Maxter now got to be thinking to himself, well, wait a second, how's this one going to play out?
Yeah, big rocket damage though. I'm surprised. Oh! Wenger with the jump shot.
No!
And he immediately catches Maxter again. But now just look at the stack that he has, right? Previously, Maxter tried to push in. Oh, Wenger has no idea that Maxter was there. That would have been such an easy kill if Wenger knew that he was up there, but now it almost ended up being a trade. Oh my goodness, 4-0 up already. This is looking disastrous.
The clutch Blood Covenant meta has been born here. Kind of ridiculous because already in this first minute and a half, Wenger making it look so easy. And I never like to call games early, but what is so interesting is like versus a champion like Clutch, suddenly being down by 4 in the first 90 seconds, that's a rough go.
Indeed.
I mean, Maxter's going to have to absolutely just be on his best rail game. He's got to figure out a way how to chunk and then be able to capitalize on those.
I both love and hate that you say that, because when the moment you said that, Maxter had 0% rails fired and landed
a couple here.
Yeah, here we go, finally. But he's got to keep this up, right? First railgun shot fired 2.5 minutes into the game. Not the situation that you want to be at, but of course that's got so much to do with how Wenger has been playing it. And also just with the lack of mobility that Visor has, right? There's so little you can do to get onto the rail. It's always a risk. Don't have a double jump, don't have a hook. You've got nothing to just quickly get in and out and walk away with that weapon.
And now, Maxter's really got to be thinking about what are the situations that I cannot win if Wenger has shield up. That's pretty much anything that's not a long or mid-range battle or shot, in my opinion. 7 minutes left to go. A lot of time. Big rocket coming out. There's the LG, but coming right back and answering the huge rail from Wenger as Maxter falls down below. He did pick up the heavy, and that is going to be yet another frag here for Wenger, and now it becomes almost a Quake puzzle game. Like, what is the Visor going to do, and how is he going to approach this to try to bring it back?
Maxter getting a bit of a lucky break right there, that Wenger missed almost all of those rails. Only the very last one actually ended up connecting, because that allowed him to get a lot of free unreturned damage off with that heavy machine gun. And now we can apply some more pressure here at the heavy. It has been taken. It does end up going towards Wenger, but look at the stack. Wait, this absolutely isn't the kind of obscene monster stack that we sometimes see Clutch dominate the arena with.
But holding on to that shield, and rightfully so. Yes, it can be used as an aggressor, but it can also be used if Maxter does get that small window of opportunity to hopefully negate that out. So, the vision here, it's right, I don't know how helpful it's actually going to be And what I think is really important is that in the next couple minutes that Maxter does find a frag to at least bring it a little bit closer, because he will have limited options as we get further and further along. There will be a point in which, you know, you reach it and it could be statistically impossible to just get the frags you need. But here he goes. Still no shield, waited till the last second. Maxter does manage to LG him down. He doesn't walk away from that incredibly clean fleet, but the most important thing is he got that frag, and that's exactly right. Suddenly that 3 frag lead looks a little bit more obtainable than what he was up against just moments ago.
LG is looking solid. Wenger unable to get out. And Maxter has indeed slowly but surely been closing the gap, Wheat. Only 2 frags separating these two, down from 4 earlier. Heavy is going to be up in just a few seconds. Let's take a look at the stats real quick. Once again, Maxter doing more damage. Item pickups have been pretty much equal. Both players landing a lot of rail by now, so that's good for Maxter.
What's really interesting is that Maxter's approach is just to use his fundamentals, right? His LG's been on in all 4 of the games that we've seen. He continues to kind of use that. He is, you know, setting up little traps and trying to anticipate where his opponent is. He's, you know, unfortunately, there's sometimes you just can't deal with clutch aggression. He's just going to catch his opponent right here. He's landing some nice rails. But if he keeps, you know, delivering with his fundamentals, that could just be a strategy that works out for him.
Prepare to fight.
It most definitely could. Now both of the items are up. Wenger, I feel like being a little evasive already. Still got 4 minutes left to play, doesn't want to get into an open brawl just yet. And he realizes too that Maxter has done a lot to stabilize this, right? He knows that Maxter now has got a much better grasp on the map than he did in those opening minutes, especially with those kind of defensive rockets. Stacks are now pretty much equal. Luckily for Wenger, the shield is still up. Otherwise, I do think that Maxter would have tried to get more out of that engagement.
Yeah, I completely agree. And he's still got to be careful. We're going to have vision popped. It's going to give him opportunity to know exactly where his opponent is. As Wenger just doing a little dance behind the wall there. Rocket jump over. Yep, he's still there. Wenger heard that and was waiting, anticipating it. Dropped a rocket, but just a little bit of damage. So 3 minutes left to go. 2 frags separating these two. What an unorthodox game here on Blood. We saw the early aggression come out from Wenger, using the bulliness of that clutch. But it has limitations.
It does. It absolutely does. Now, on the other hand, it's also a very difficult situation for Maxter, right? Because as you said, Rail is going to be critical, right? But Rail doesn't usually clean up these kinds of frags when your opponent is so much faster, right? Like you Rail, Wenger gets around the corner, right? He's fast. He's got the dash. It's a fast robot. And what do you do as Visor? How do you chase across the map that is Blood Covenant? There's very little that you can do. So Maxter is trying to find this delicate balance between, you know, kind of slow walking around the map, setting up traps, catching his opponent off guard, and still being there to apply pressure with the railgun. But just look how fast Wenger is moving around.
Wow.
Oh, he's actually falling back down.
Does get hit with that. Maxter will grab the Mega. I mean, it was pretty wild that Wenger decided to go on the run, and Maxter actually disregarding the major items as well, just to keep that chase going, which is absolutely necessary because there's less than 2 minutes left to go, and you've got to still make up 2 frags versus Wenger, who's held on to his shield for about the last 2.5 minutes. He hasn't really put in a position where he can use it aggressively. There's a big, big direct rocket coming out. That will force Maxter back just a little bit. Mega is back up. But what does Maxter do? Wenger seems to have this on lockdown at this moment. But Maxter looking for an opportunity to just crash the party and make something happen.
Fumbles the rocket jump though. I was on Maxter's point of view. This is a critical phase, Sweet. The future of his tournament life will all be decided in this final minute. Good LG, 160 damage coming out of that. There we go, Wenger gets caught against the wall. He's gotta go, he's gotta push this, but he won't get the frag. Maxter calling GG's already.
Wow.
He knew he had to go for it.
Yeah.
He knew he couldn't wait after that initial opening damage. He had to make a move on it. And running towards the stage. Joining us once again is ZSX. Dan, how was that for you?
I'm told they can't GG early and I have to sprint now. But
that, I think that, you know,
some cardio.
That was a respect GG. Maxter knew he had one chance. He took it. It's like, it's over. That wasn't a like, I'm just mad. You're totally destroying me.
No.
Like, you know, that was a loud GG. Hello.
Because what else happens, right? If you don't chase, he's going to get the Mega, right? There's 50 seconds left. You're going to have to run all the way to the other side of the map, go for small armor, go for heavy. Like, nah, he had to go for it, so...
Congratulations to Wenger. How about a round of applause for Maxter, who had a phenomenal tournament, some great entertaining games, took a map off of Wenger too, that corrupted keep game. Drop it on us. What do you think of this matchup?
It was an incredible series. Yeah, I think, you know, particularly the first few matches, it felt that Maxter had Wenger's number, out-damaging him, had a lot more control as well. And I think as the series went on, Wenger did stabilize. But particularly in that last map, right, I just felt he got out-picked because...
Yeah.
The snowball off the front, off the start of the map, Clutch has that potential. Wenger was able to do it and execute really well. You see Maxter thinking it's an opening here, but then just getting caught from above. But the problem is that the limitation advisory doesn't really feel that it adds enough. The vision is not sufficient to counter what Clutch is bringing without the ability to boot, right? You can see, hear, and sense Clutch at all times. So what is really that vision doing? And that was the deciding factor. But pretty much every map went to the absolute wire because they were just tied neck and neck. And I predicted a Wenger outcome for some apparent reason after this morning, but he managed to do it.
He did. And we've got Wenger on the stage with us here. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
That must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I didn't start the day very good, and I think anyway, Racy played super good. Like he was hitting every shot, and I really struggled to find my game. But I was like trying to, you know, push myself into this match, like, and trying to like redeem myself later on. Like the day is long and nothing is lost. You know, there is a long day ahead, and I am confident in my skill. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Wenger, I just want to ask you about the picks for the final map, Clutch. Right, it's not the most common pick. I don't think we've really seen him during this tournament. How do you feel like he works at LAN right now? Where is his spot within the meta?
I played Clutch a lot against Kilson on the same pick, so he was Visor, I was Clutch, and he actually worked out even online. So I just went for my instinct and picked him. Like otherwise, I would have gone like Galina, but I wanted something that gave me speed. Like if I had to like play a plus back game, I had the capability with the Clutch.
Yeah, of course.
I want to know, I mean, you're obviously a very cerebral player and I think one of the most stable players mentally, but how on a day like this, when you get put into the lower bracket in the way you did, do you mentally reset? Do you have any kind of processes or exercises just to stabilize so you don't basically go in with that tilt? Because it wasn't a long break.
Well, if I am at this stage now and I have won in my career already, I already know like how can I reset. Even if something didn't go my way at the beginning, doesn't mean that it has to be like that for the whole day. I think I am confident. I practice a lot, and I deserve like other players to win the belt, and that's the goal. And I'll try my best today.
Let's talk a little bit just about the tournament overall, right? You know, coming into this, the #1 seed, is that put any additional pressure on you, or is it just all about reaching the finish line?
Seed doesn't matter to me. Like what I do online and what I practice is just the way I want to. Obviously, everyone wants to win. So if I can get a better seed, that's fine. But what matters at the end is winning the event. So I don't really think about seed #1, 2, or 3. I don't really care. What is the most important thing is lifting the belt at the end of the event.
Yeah, well, and to follow up with that, now you've kind of got this longer road. We've talked a little bit about the whole idea is that you go to the lower bracket and you've got to fight your way through. You kind of have a little bit of a disadvantage if you make it to that finals, but is that affecting anything, or is it just whatever is right in front of me, knock that boss down and then move forward to the final goal?
Fairy tales wouldn't be easy, like, you know. They have a rough road ahead, and I'm confident that I can do it.
Great. Any final questions, gentlemen? All right, is there anything you'd like to say? We've got a lot of fans out here. Take it away.
Yeah, like after my match against Racy, I got a lot of support. People trying to cheer me up because probably they saw I was feeling really down. So I'm really grateful to all my fans supporting me as always, to Maestro, to Logitech as always for bringing like to support me for everything they do. That's it. Like I just want to keep playing and try to find my shape like I did yesterday.
Well, you're gonna get your wish.
Just shout me out.
Don't shout him out.
I went to the gym with him yesterday. You're actually in good shape, so.
Wenger, congratulations. Get yourself a little break, and we're going to take a break ourselves. And when we come back, it's another matchup in the lower bracket. Is that right? Yes.
I told you, you're useless. Seriously.
Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, QuakeCon 2023 and the Quake World Championships continues. Don't go away. Finals day of the Quake World Championship continues here, live from QuakeCon 2023. Another elimination match, this one including last year's champion. It's Kilson versus Zeneku. Welcome back to the desk, Lethal and 40 Lions. How you doing? And are you excited for what I think will be a pretty awesome match?
Yeah, it's going to be a banger, this one, and we don't really know what is going to occur here, do we? Because we saw a lot of weaknesses coming out from Zeneku yesterday, especially against Chain, but he seems a lot less nervous today going into this matchup, and he's also very familiar with how Kilson plays.
Yeah, I mean, both players don't want to be in the lower bracket, do or die. We've seen the weaknesses in their games, but right now they have to bring everything they have to the table. And I think Zen, you know, he's probably mentally reset well enough, I think. You know, we've talked to him previously during the Quake Pro League, during interviews, and how he approaches games, and he's pretty good about clearing out what happened before and focusing on the now.
No, I think it's a great point, right? We've gotten a chance to interview him several times throughout the regular season, and in most cases, he's talked about the little things that he's done to try to improve his game, and clearly, just based off of him being here, not only in the tournament, but also making that top 8, and then kind of being the seed that represents all of these folks that we said, hey, there is a lot of potential for all of these folks to be a potential champion. Kilson, on the other hand, really interesting story, right? Like, had a very, very massive matchup versus Rafa, where Rafa took him down 3-0, and that just, I don't care who you are, like, that one is going to sting a little bit, forcing you, after you just went through a winning bracket run a year ago, down to the lower bracket and having to claw your way out.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And Kilson, he's going to be absolutely ruthless going to this series. He probably wasn't too happy with his performance against Rafa. And for Zeneku, he's probably quite relieved to make it this far. Think about how close that matchup was against Chain. That was ridiculous. Went all the way. And now we're going to find out how Kilson is going to perform. And you can see already giving me the eyes. That's all right, mate. No worries. But we'll see how this goes. But it looks like he is more than prepared now to go all the way through that lower bracket run and to see how he's going to perform. But it wouldn't surprise me if he went so much further. But with Zeneku, though, I'm hoping we don't see the version of him we saw yesterday. That's just the biggest worry for me right now.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to Kilson, there's no time to even think about what happened with the Rafa game. Right?
Exactly.
You have such little time. You have to adapt. It's do or die. So I don't think he's necessarily worried about that. We saw the stare. It's full focus. And in terms of Zen, again, he's always been good at kind of cleansing the palate and saying, let's go. So one map at a time, as everyone always says. This should be a very close matchup, in my opinion, as both people. We see the clapback. We saw kind of what happened to
that's
Wenger,
right.
and then clapback.
Yep.
So Kilson's kind of in that mode where he's like, no. That wasn't real what just happened to me. I'm not going to allow that. So
there's truth to that. There's truth to that. Well, I'll tell you what, let's actually hear from Kilson, who yesterday sat down with us to find out what he had to say going into today's finals.
It was the plan to make it this far into the tournament, but you never know what's going to happen. Like, there are so many challenges up the road, and yeah, you got to take on one at a time, right? There are quite a few who could make it. Us, the defending champion, coming here quite confident. That's just what I'm carrying with me into the matches, and made it work out. Even being a very tough match with Maxer, no matter how comfortable I feel against him because of his style. But yeah, it's worked out so far, and getting closer. But it's only small steps so far. The most proud of I'm right now with the victory against Maxer on Corrupted Keep, which was quite an intense matchup for me. Somehow it made me feel like super nervous at some point, and I even started to press the wrong buttons. So yeah, it kind of shake me off a little bit. I mean, I also didn't know what to expect in that kind of matchup, because that's something you don't play as often. I knew I could have the edge, but yeah, he played it really well, made good pressure. But in the end, I managed to survive critical situations, and that just made me, made me still keep my composure in the game, and still allowed me to take the map. It's a tough battle, no matter who you have in front. There's no one I would like to avoid, because in the end, you gotta be able to beat everyone. So to really be able to call yourself the champion. So whoever it is, you gotta take on, and you gotta win. And to lift the belt again, like last year, was quite incredible feel. And you know, doing that here in America now at the QuakeCon, would just be fantastic. I mean, I still have like memories from 2019 at the kickoff event, being able to lift the belt as first as the tournament winner, and to repeat would be really, you know, it's like a dream, really. That's the only goal I'm here for, like nothing else. I don't want to finish as second. I'm not, you know, don't want to finish as third. I'm here to make first place and nothing else.
It's very clear that Kilson has a target in sight. It is that belt. You heard him say it right there. And I do think that Kilson is completely capable of resetting focus. If you've ever watched a stream, or you know those emotes that he throws around, and I would guess that that's what we're going to see here. But you know, Zenecu is a phenomenal player who has seen some great growth, not only just in this season, but over the last couple of seasons. And if there's someone that deserves to be here, it is 100% him. He's going to put his heart, he's going to put his soul, he's going to put his everything into this matchup, and that should make for just a really, really exciting game.
And everything we've seen, all the players we are in the top 6 currently is probably what we predicted and what we expected as well. Zen is, again, an example of that. And it's like I said before, it's just refining his gameplay over time. And he's got to a point now where maybe last year I would have felt like he had a very tiny percentage of a chance to be able to take it. But now this time around, I thought it's increased massively how much progress he's made. It's been absolutely ridiculous. But I'm hoping for his sake, it's not going to put a halt to that. It depends on his confidence going into this series, but Kilson's mindset now is just, I want to win the entire thing, and that's the championship mentality you need.
Yeah, and being able to bounce back from the lower bracket proves how much you want it, and you've been in this situation before. You know, you're down, but you're not out. Both players have to keep fighting through this one here in this best of 5.
Well, speaking of best of 5, let's take a look at the picks and bans. We've had some interesting matchups and scenarios already, and I would expect that we're gonna. Wow. Okay, we've got. All right, let's take a look at the maps first. We're going to start off with Deep Embrace, go on to Keep. We have Molten Falls in there for map 3, and then Awoken and Blood. But who wants to take us through the champs?
Oh, I think I might start things off. Athena versus Anakin, that's a nice little start, a nice little flair on the server we'll witness. But you can see for the bans as well, Veil being banned straight away by Kilson. Pretty much does it every single time, so there's not really too much of a surprise there. More meta speaking as well, the cut to Keep with the BJ versus the Ranger pick, not really too much to talk about there. We've seen a lot more of the scale, of course. One of your personal favourites there, we've seen Strong Sage make good use of that time and time again, but against the Doom, it's not something we see too often with that slash ban. And we're going to see Zen coming out with the clutch, and again a rarity in itself against the Sorlag, and Eisen versus the Death Knight. Again, 2 champions you'll never ever see, even on the rarest of occasion of Blood Covenant. So if it does go to map number 5, it's anyone's guess who's going to take that.
Yeah, getting real thick on map number 4 and Zen on the clutch. I haven't seen that a lot, so that's got to be some pocket practice happening right there. I would have loved to see more Citrus, but this is fine. I feel fine. It's going to be a fantastic set. And looking at these picks, I mean, look, you pick to win. You pick what you're comfortable with, whatever is available. Completely understand, especially at this stage, do or die lower bracket.
Yeah, some comfort picks in there, but also, right, a couple of areas I do think that clearly Kilson would love to probably take this into. There's like a little bit of just chaos in that Awoken matchup, especially like the Sorlag versus the Clutch. That's pretty wild. The Blood Covenant game, should we make it to a map 5, it's hard to even imagine exactly how that plays out. And, you know, in our last matchup that we saw with Wenger and Maxter, we were on Blood Covenant with a Clutch versus Visor. Very unorthodox game. This one is even, you know, more interesting because I'm not sure that either champion is like excels on Blood in any way. So it might just come down to just who has the greatest fundamentals and the stamina to win that game, should we actually go there.
I think with Blood Covenant, just in general, with Eisen, you can either make it work or it will completely fall apart. We've seen it being used on Corrupted Keep as well, and it's, if you get absolutely zero use from Timmy, then it's basically curtain call for you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. And it's going to be the same situation for Blood Covenant. I don't know how he's going to use the turret. It's going to be used just to prep those items, I'm sure, on the bridges. Quite often I try and keep on spawn on some of the areas, but I do feel like the Death Knight is a much more of a viable option going into it. But it's just a clutch pick from Zen, which I'm very excited with. Of course, he's witnessed Razy, and there's normally about 4 players in the QPL who have been continuously using that clutch, or just using that champion, just a wide variety of their champion pool overall. But the fact that Zen's actually whipping out for himself, we don't know what he's like with the clutch in terms of his startup play, and I think that's actually the perfect time to use it. But the Sorlag, though, it's going to be a completely different question in itself.
Yeah, super interesting pick there. We'll see if we can even make it there. We've seen some crazy games already.
We have.
The sets have been a little insane. Hopefully this one can go the distance so we get as much Quake action as possible. But yeah, I mean, the clutch pick versus Sorlag, my eyes went directly to that one, especially because it's just like, it's not often you see Zen on clutch.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is we've got the scale on Molten Falls, and yesterday we saw a pretty interesting matchup. That was a scale versus Anarchy between Strong Sage and Wenger, but it takes a very specific style in order to play and really capitalize on that. I kind of feel like the Doom is an interesting pick. It could stay a little bit out of some of those traps, but it's exciting that will be a map played no matter what. So we are loading into our first game, of course, kicking us off with some action and some chaos on Deep Embrace. And we're going to go live here in just a moment. Of course, after this, we've got the upper bracket finals. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves yet, but
my
the
goodness,
day is just begun. So we are live in Deep Embrace now, gentlemen. Enjoy yourselves. Take it away.
Thanks, Sweet. Appreciate it. And yes, the gamers' desks are reinforced because both players are jacked, and we don't want any kind of shenanigans. No need to break through the table. Lethal. But it's a pleasure to be here with you. We're going to get into it here. Zanaku versus Kilson is live on map number 1, and we're starting off on Zen with that Athena.
So Liam indeed, and already picking up that light, rotated back around to pick up that mega and delay as much as possible. Already a little bit of segregation with the timing's about 6 seconds here so far. So to see who's going to get that full item control early on, it's going to be a bit of a doozy here for that heavy in the next 10 seconds, but still just both these players just finding the footing at the moment. Gets a little bit of triumph damage done, but even then come out with the LG from both these players, but Zen's slightly weaker as Kilson just picked up the health bubble, still chasing him down, left to 46 HP, and the rocket comes out from Kilson. First frag in his favor.
Really nice play there. You could see that Zen was lacking rockets, couldn't really fight back, and Kilson pounced on his prey there, taking the first frag rather quickly. And wow, up close rail, no problem for Kilson right there. 10 seconds till the inject. This is the opportunity for that, but already denying the lower light, making his way back to the heavy, which is going to be up here shortly, but he has plenty of time to reroute and even press Zen and kind of test that defense a little more. That's too much almost. It's going to go in. The shotgun from Zen puts a stop to that immediately.
Well, that's one way to stop the momentum, boys. Quite early on still, though, mind you. Still a few seconds between the items here. Just Zen just biding his time. Just trying to assess the situation. And deciding what the next move is. He hasn't any rockets on any rail to his name as of yet. Finally picks up his rail on the spawn, just backs away. He was trying to get a cheeky shot off, but also so did Kilson, but didn't manage to get it at all. But backing away once again.
That Athena hook, a little bit of LG action here. Inject is up for Kilson, looking for that rail, and he nails that through the drive-through window here. And Zen needs to be very, very careful. You can see immediately, he's trying to get out of there. Kilson looking for the kill shot. Zen just trying to stay alive right now. Has that tri-bolt out, and the mega, luckily for him, is up, and he will grab that unscathed.
He certainly does, and the heavy's been up for quite a while, and that rail shot from Kilson is going to be pinnacle towards that second frag. Zen finally is able to slightly recover, but look at the stack from Kilson though, as Kilson's after blood once again, trying to get away and wasn't able to fully, but some good tri-bolt damage coming out there from Zen as Kilson now is rotating back around. Heavy's not up for another 10 seconds. It's a little bit more done onto Kilson with a mega still up, but you can see Kilson just trying to prioritize that frag, and my god, that rocket from down below, and the rail sadly missed. He managed to get one through the murder hole.
And again, he's just been hitting so many rails. We're starting to kind of see Railson emerge on this one. There's the inject with the rocket jump. Zen with 60 HP gets a little bit of a tickle, but can't really contest. He's going to go back to the mega. And Kilson says, no, that's not free. And again, rails him before the pickup again. Kilson railing out of his mind right now, up 3-1, 3 minutes in. Missing with that one, unfortunately. He's going to miss with another one, and Zen's going to try and stand his ground. A little bit of tribal, not going to connect. As the swishes again, a rail is just so critical against these light champions.
Certainly is. Zen's only fired one rail shot the entire time, and Kilson's fired 16 already, just denying that rail on so many different occasions. As we're just past that 3-minute mark. Mega is up, gets another good rail once again, just doing so much chip damage and just making matters worse here. Zen gets another, he's so weird. So let's drive over the kill before he picks up the Mega, manages to get it, and the Mega on top of things, and now heading towards that heavy. But he will have to pick it up, but he hasn't got any weapons in his arsenal.
Yeah, this is looking a little brutal here as Kilson is just punishing with that rail. And that opens up the whole game. That's what he wants. If I hit a couple rails, the world is his oyster here, especially as a light champion of Athena. So inject in the pocket here for Kilson as he's on the hunt yet again. No major item up for 8 seconds. He's just trying to find that angle, almost clipping Zen as he backpedals and just wants to get away and stabilize here, Lethal.
He's trying anyway. He really is trying, but so far Kilson's just put way too much pressure on him over the last couple of minutes, and he's shown a lot of creativity with his movement as well to try and corner off Zen. But now Zen's reading him a little bit better now over the last minute, but the Mega's been picked up by Kilson once again. This heavy will be up in the next 15 seconds as Zen's just trying to get in position for it, but he's just a little bit unsure as he misses that initial rail once again. And so far, just taking a look, he hasn't actually hit one rail shot yet, so this is going to be a little bit brutal if he doesn't start hitting them now, but gets a little bit of damage done, gets the inject, gets the heavy, and look at the stat difference as well for it. This is not looking too good as Kilson now just still on the hunt and a little bit on the chase, as at least Zen's got, or did have, a bit of a positional advantage, but had to back away again.
Yeah, and Kilson opts to just not take any damage. Go ahead, grab the Mega. I have a 3-frag lead. I want position on this heavy. And he's sitting pretty. Again, as an Anarchy with the inject, you essentially have a pocket Mega, so he's not too fussed about it. A little bit of tri-bolt there. There comes the hook, premeditated and seen from Kilson, but he does take some damage. He's going to miss out on it. Zen just wants this frag with the shotgun, the Athena hook, the rocket defensively, but Zen finally gets the buckshot he needs to put up a second frag.
That was really well played from Zen. I love the ID he had from the back of that, even with the stack disadvantage, able to steal with a heavy. If he was not able to, there was no way in hell he would have actually been able to get that second frag. But so far, Zen just going back up. He knows the heavy's going up in the next few seconds as Kilson's backed well away. And to be fair, who wouldn't at this point in time? We've still got 4 minutes left, so plenty of time for Zen now to try and bring this back. He's trying to get another rail shot in, still has the stack and looking to try and get an angle, but of course, Kilson not making it easy for him here.
Ooh, that swing, just dodging that rocket here. A lot of LG coming out. 1 HP. Finally pops the inject back to 51, but he's still railable even after the bubble. He needs to be very careful. Low in there.
Lovely.
Zen converts with the rail. And again, as you said, struggling early on with the rail, but now he hits that one, and this should be another conversion. Tied at 4. Zen is clapping back. Misses with the rail off the spawn. Wants to pick up that rail and make Kilson work for grabbing another one. LG on LG. Kilson trying to play defensive here. Can he stay alive? The buckshot won't get the frag that he wants. A little bit of a tickle with the rocket, but the Mega should be in Zen's pocket here with a perfect rotation potential for heavy.
Zen is looking so much better compared to yesterday, and my god, the tracking from that LG from Zen. He was down by 3 frags at one stage and now up by 1, trying to make it 2. You greedy boy, trying to get that sick frag to his name, but it looks like Kilson does get away for now. Stacks almost equal as the Mega will be up next 5 seconds, and this would be a big fight to that. Oh my goodness, the tri-bolt damage as well. There's no way Kilson can face this or even attempt to contest.
Yeah, and I mean, not to point it out and be the bearer of bad news, 15% rail for Zen, not a problem. He's using all the other weaponry he needs, positioning well, does have the 1 frag lead, trying to get some rocket damage from down below before the heavy, but he's going to have to concede that, or at least just opt to do some exit damage here. But he's making it work, Lethal, and that's all that matters. But if he chains together more of those rails, he gets more options here, and Kilson just going in right now for the kill, and you can see Zen almost thought about trying to chase, doesn't have any rockets, needs to be careful, the rail swap won't land. Will grab the upper armor, finally get some more rockets to work with.
I was gripping so hard there for Zen when he was going through that TP, but luckily for him, Kilson did miss his shot and could have equalized the scoreline. But heavy's up, it's been up for a few seconds as Kilson just Again, just trying to analyse the situation, but caught with the LG, but that was a good rocket coming out from Kilson, and he's going to be able to find him and uses the inject, and Zeneku manages to make it 6.
Those rockets were pixel perfect as they needed to be in a great rail. That's going to send Kilson packing. He's already used the inject. This might be another frag. The rockets won't land, and the tickle from that far away will land in 7-4 in favor of Zeneku. Less than 2 minutes lethal. Another rail, and this might be another frag. There's the hook. The shotty comes through for Zen again.
My goodness me. What a change from what we saw yesterday. LG coming out again, some good rocket shots as well. Kilson super weak, and of course, trying to get away with the tail between his legs, but the hook comes out with the LG, almost cleans him up. It's going to see if he could try and deliver the fatal blow, but he does manage to get away once more as he's going to prioritise the item to see if Kilson's actually lurking about, which he isn't currently, but Zen's looking pretty damn good. A minute left, huge stack. It looks like it's going to be Zen's map to win.
Yeah, just incredible adjustment here from Zen, being down early but making it work. And again, another frag for Zeneku, 9-4. And another rail off the spawn again, struggling at the beginning of the game, but now hitting him off the spawn, making sure Kilson can't do any shenanigans off his spawn, and there's just not enough time right now, Lethal. I don't think this is it. 40 seconds, 5 frags. Zen should be able to take this one, just play defensive, and what a first map.
I know, this is ridiculous. This is something we just did not anticipate at all, considering what we spoke about earlier. And Zen at the start, the first 5 minutes, he wasn't hitting anything, and now he's hitting everything and more. This is just going back up as we only got 20 seconds left remaining. Is Kilson just trying to keep this as competitive as possible. Cleans him up once more, making it 10.
There it is. It's not about how you start, Lethal. It's about how you finish.
That is true.
10-4. Maybe another frag. Who knows? Who knows how saucy he's feeling? Yeah, he wants one more. Why not?
Yeah, treat yourself. Go on.
It's a buffet, isn't it?
It is.
10 minutes has been hit. 11-4 is the official map score for map number 1. Zeneku takes it over Kilson with quite the performance. And again, we kind of alluded to bouncing back. You said the chain game yesterday kind of sent Zen in a spiral, but he bleeds, but he doesn't quit as he came back here against Kilson. Kilson might still be reeling from the set with Wafa. We don't know. I mean, the rails were on point, but then once Zen chained together those rails, it changed everything.
It certainly did. Where was this Zen yesterday? Maybe he had a day off yesterday? I have absolutely...
Power save mode, you know? He's like, look,
yeah.
I can get through barely and save most of my... I don't know. But
you could be right.
What matters is that he's here now.
Yeah.
And he performed that well, and especially with that kind of start to come back from that, that's just going to build that confidence going into map number 2. And now you got to start kind of questioning, like, all right, Kilson, how can you get back into this? Be it mentally, reset, however you got to do, whatever you got to do to get back into this, because, you know, that performance was good, but the fact that Zen was able to claw this one back, we don't see that a lot from Kilson. Once he has the lead, he's kind of just foot on the gas, and some of these plays, as you see the rockets from Zeneku in the rail, again, just fantastic.
In terms of aim skill, I'm actually quite surprised because his rail wasn't hitting anything, but his LG was really strong, like a lot more stronger than I anticipated. And as soon as he got to the flow of things, the momentum was building, then his rail kind of complemented it at a later time, and that's when we saw him just escalate that scoreline to a ridiculous amount. But honestly, well played from Zen. You can see there, 23 items for Zen and only 11 from Kilson. And considering Kilson's known for his timings and known for how well he is to prep for those items, absolutely ridiculous. 43% for Kilson for the rail, 37.5%. But to be fair, for Zen, that was good, considering he was hitting nothing for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, again, the turnaround, the adaptation was fantastic, warming up, whatever you want to call it, Zen did it, and he got it done. Kilson, both players playing lights, but once you fall behind, it's just so incredibly hard to get back, especially in a fast map like Deep Red against that team that has so much speed. And then, like I said, Zen near the mid to end game started hitting those spawn rails. Kilson even off the spawn using the inject previously before dying. It's just like you don't have options. You don't have options. Time's ticking, and Zen was able to run up the score on him, and that was just a fantastic performance.
It certainly was. Now we're going to map number 2 shortly. We'll be on Corrupt to Keep. It will be the BJ versus the Ranger. Almost Meteorez, of course, the Stog not being in there, but this is going to be an interesting matchup in itself. How Zen is going to try and use that dual wall just to maybe scare his opponent off some of the items, or maybe to use it to his advantage in terms of the damage damage. It's going to be a lot to take in, but Zen is very passive on Corrupted Keep. He only plays to his advantages, which you of course normally do anyway, but with Zen, he has his own style of how he actually plays Corrupted Keep, and a lot of players may find he's quite hard to break defensively on Corrupted Keep. But Kilson, we've seen some style points, some flair on the server with his creativity to try and at least annihilate his defense. If that's going to happen, well, it's going to be another question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Very, very bursty champions on either side. Obviously, Ranger with the Dire Orb has the capability to escape, be a little more versatile, but BJ tracks you in a corner with those rockets, or LG, you are dead to rights right there. And as we saw previously on map number 1, Zen's LG is on point.
It definitely is. Honestly, I wouldn't want to fight against it.
No, I'm good. I'm good over here with
I'm
you.
alright.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Safe here. Let's just stay together. Hold me, Lethal. Hold me.
I will. Don't worry about that.
But we are going to get into map number 2 here shortly. Zen with the map lead. Again, lower bracket action. And yeah, we're going to get into it here. Do or die, slowly getting to that point here.
As we're going to go into it now very shortly, we have got underway with Zen versus Kilson now, and we're going to see who's going to come up trumps it, if Zen's going to make it 2-0 in the series, or if Kilson will try and equalise that scoreline in terms of the series score, kicking things off from Zenaku's perspective to see exactly what mischief he's going to be up to.
Yeah, I didn't hit the button in time to transition. My bad.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, chat's blowing up right now. We missed the first 15 seconds. Nothing happened, all right? Here's the action. Calm down. 37 seconds in. There's the rocket jump from Kilson, using that passive to try and get position to damage on this LG as Zen is stuck behind the statue, but Kilson says, you know what, this isn't really in my favor. That's fine. I'm going to rotate back and grab this heavy instead. More importantly, still has the Dire Orb in hand. Again, very, very bursty. And Zen might be able to play some defense as he does have the dual wield as well.
He certainly will. No tri-bot for Zen, but trying to make it work. He's backing away once again. Mega's up in 3 as you can see. Kilson holding the high ground, but the duel's looking pretty good here for Zen, but Kilson comes out trumps there in that little scuffle, back in at that first frag.
More LG here. Zen able to steal the heavy, and Kilson says that's fine, I'll allow it.
We'll let him
for
off.
him, yeah. More LG as well. And one rocket in the pocket here. Zen trying to fight his way out from this corner. He's going to run into some tribal. Never mind, it doesn't even matter. Kilson now on the back foot with the LG of Zenaku. That was fantastic here. No dual wield. Dire Orb is up. Kilson needs to try and get out of there. And that situation looks dire for a second, Lethal.
Yeah, just a tad, as Kilson does have the high ground, but doesn't have to stack, so edge strike coming down, but the dual wield is just a bit too much there for Kilson, and now Zen already tying things up, and still after just a little bit more.
He's going to drop early. That might be, yeah, that was a bit of a mistake there, Lethal. Maybe missed timing is 2 seconds to the Mega. Kilson's going to dive back in, at least steal the upper light armor here. Zen grabs that Mega. 5 seconds till the heavy, and Kilson with the cutoff with the rockets, trying to set up some defense here to make sure that that heavy is his.
2.5 minutes in, Kilson's just picked up the heavy. Mega's up in the next 15 seconds. Both items heavily segregated, so of course Kilson's looking to aim for that full map control. As the dual wield is ready and waiting, but so is the orb from Kilson, as now Zen just trying to, again, just gather enough information, keep his distance, go for the chip when required, but also has good reads on Kilson as well. Just trying to keep his distance for the time being. Good amount of LG coming out from Kilson, but we have some good tri-bolt damage coming out from Zen as well.
Big rocket there. Still dual wield available as well. And I like that little jump, but actually lingers around too long. Takes some rocket damage from Kilson. So he really wants this Mega, and now it's just a matter of, is he going to drop? Did he see it? Now he did. Kilson pushing in, and Zen wants nothing to do with this. He's going to concede the Mega. Almost gets a little bit of exit damage here. There's the rocket jump up, and the Dire Orb closing the gap. But the rocket's going to be good from Kilson. 50 HP. Zen hanging in there and just backing away. Can he at least steal the heavy? A huge defensive rocket. Now, who wants to die for this heavy? And it looks like Kilson's going to dive in and not make it. Can't even steal the heavy. Zen, what a play.
He didn't even burn the heavy. That was a huge mistake there. And it means now Zen can continue piling on the pressure and just continue engaging with that aggression. That was sadly a big mistake there, but it does collect up over time here. Double rockets coming out there with the head strike coming down from Zen. Getting a good rocket off a direct there. Orbit up. He catches him as he drops down here. 4-1 now for Zen.
Kilson is starting to force the issue a little too much. He needs to Chilson right now as Zen has a 3-frag lead. We're not even halfway through this. As he's trying to fight for anything and bully his way onto these items. He's going to eat another big rocket, and the shotgun blast takes him out again. And Kilson just keeps dying before these items, trying to force the issue, and Zen will take these frags all day, Lethal.
All day, every day for Zen. Maybe not yesterday, but definitely today. Like, my goodness, it's such a change. It's what happens, we get a good night's sleep, I suppose, going into the day 3 of the Quake World Championships. What difference is going to make, and the damage from that heavy machine gun as well. He's given Kilson very little room to breathe across the map. And I did say as well before the match even begun, as that Zen has a very strong defensive mechanism here on Corrupted Keep. It's very hard to break. Again, Kilson tried to make a better of the situation, but Zen coming on top once again.
Yeah, it almost feels like Kilson's treating, you know, the BJ character like it's a light champion. He wants to die orb in and use the shotgun, but Zen has too much stack, and his LG is so on point right now. 6-1, we've officially hit the halfway mark. So much, oh wow, that rocket combo. Zen actually couldn't put on the brakes. He was just trying to tear through him with the machine gun, and potential for Kilson to finally turn this around as he gets a clean mega after that frag, and he's gonna have the dire orb up shortly.
He certainly will. 12 seconds till this next heavy's up, but Kilson's just prioritized for night before he makes any kind of engagement, but he does find him around the LG. Gonna get a sprinkle of damage here and there whilst he's around that LG spot, but Heavy has been delayed by a fair few seconds, so that will throw Zen off a little bit in terms of the time. It will have an educated guess later on, but good LG coming out from Kilson, but Zen does drop down. He's trying to get a little bit more if he can, but he is a little bit stuck here, but it seems like Zen is going straight on in with the LG. Lovely jump, movement and play coming out from Zen.
And that dire orb didn't even phase Zen, because like, what are you going to do, go off the map?
Yeah,
that's fine, I'm just going to LG you. You don't really have anything to do with that. The rocket to LG combo should be good here, and yes it is. Kilson can't even find any damage from those rockets, and I am just flabbergasted at what we're seeing right now. Kilson just, he has no answers for this, and he's kind of forcing the issue, and that's just giving Zen free frags right now.
And time isn't exactly of the essence either, considering how clean these frags have been from Zen. Yeah, it's going to be looking pretty tough for Kilson so far. And look at the stack once again. Just Zen just picking him apart here and there, and it's just unbelievable how well and how proactive he's been around the map. And considering the circumstances now, 3 minutes 15 left on the clock. Zen just continuing to roll back the items. And speaking of the items though, 14 items for Zen and 12 for Kilson, so it's not like he's been out of pocket in terms of the items there, as he does manage to get away.
Yeah, and Zen is completely cool with that. He's like, I'll do a little bit of damage on this. I don't really care so much about the majors anymore. It's a 6-frag lead. You're going to have to start, you know, pushing through these choke points that I'm going to play around. And Zen's defense has been sublime so far. And I can't imagine it's going to falter the last 3 minutes. Kilson has to kind of overcome the odds here. A lot of LG through the doorway, and Zen's just going to back off onto the heavy easily.
It hasn't been contested heavy as often as we would like for the last couple of minutes. As Kilson does drop down for that mega, but at this stage in time, with 2.5 minutes left, he needs to take some risks. That could be a potential one here, as they're both going back and forth with those rockets. But Zen, do you know what? That's a good trade for him. Even though no deaths occurred, no kills occurred, any time wasted is going to be in his favor every step of the way.
Time and ability, Lethal. As the dire orb was used for that, vials on the other side of the map already taken. Zen does have dual wield, so those vials in the banana will be up, but Kilson doesn't really have time to cycle these anymore. We're down to 2 minutes, down 6. He's got to put pedal to the metal, make something happen here.
Certainly does indeed, and look at the LG damage as well. 1,530 damage for Zen, only 737 for Kilson. As actually Zen's done exactly 1,000 more damage than Kilson here. That just shows how proactive Zen has been for the entirety of this second map, but Kilson has the stack, but it's just way too little too late. Coming up with the duel, coming up the orb as well, is backing away, and still, man, and evens the stack line once again. That's what Zen is aiming for. If he gets a frag, great, that's going to be a bonus for him at this point.
And he backs up onto the mega. He's actually spawning. Kilson just had to push that frag, and Zen with a little bit of loop grabs the mega yet again, and that just resets Kilson's progress. Dire orb's already down, 1 minute 15 remaining, and I think Zen has taken map number 2.
Yeah.
Well, this is crazy. I don't even know what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, he might have taken this map.
Yeah, I think
pretty
there might be
sure.
time, but I don't know.
No,
I can't tell, Lethal.
No, I can't tell either. I'm yeah, maths is not my strong point.
I've never been able to read.
On forecast, it's great.
Oh, I thought we were just admitting things. Sorry.
Oh, well, we can admit as much as you want. It's 55 seconds left there with that duel coming up. But yeah, it's all said and done. But my goodness, the fact that it's already 2-0 for Zen in this series already is just crazy. It wouldn't surprise me if Kilson found a way to try and bring this back and took things one map at a time. But my goodness me, what a way to start day 3 off for Zen here as he does take him down once more with that 9th frag.
And there it is. Kilson calls the GG. He wants a little bit of a breather. 30 seconds left. It doesn't matter. There was no way to really get back into that 7 frag deficit. But Zen, big shouts to him. 1 map away from advancing, and I didn't think it was going to be like this. There's still 10 minutes remaining. But Lethal, there's a world where we're not even going to see the thick play that we thought we would with the clutch and Sorlag. And that's crazy because I really genuinely thought that this was going to be a back and forth affair, and Zen had other plans.
Yeah,
so
I'd be a sad boy if that's the case. But GG for both players, so it does mean that Zen now up 2-0.
That smile.
He's
close.
I do like the cheeky grin on his face.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after that performance, you have nothing but to be really ashamed of. That was fantastic. First 2 maps. I don't know. It's the Zen's show now. Usually, I'm used to saying it's the Kilson show, but he's got to show us that he can get back into this one. And, you know, this is where the championship mentality does matter. You're down 2. You're in lower bracket. Can he fight back? It just seems like he doesn't have the answers, but another 10 minutes will tell the tale.
It certainly will indeed. And I hope it does go to the 4th map because that one just looks ridiculous.
Yeah, I just want to see it.
Yeah, exactly. I like a bit of chaos and mayhem, exactly. I don't want to like just sit down on just a 3rd map. I just want just a little bit more. I don't ask for much, do I? Don't ask for much.
Well, not on stream anyway.
No,
but the dire war play, I mean, it didn't really net him a lot. Like, a lot of the dire war plays that Kilson did were to force the issue, and Zen just had too much of a stack. Again, you're not going against the light. You can't just orb the shotgun combo and anarchy on this one. So I think miscalculated, kind of forced the hand a little bit too much. But to Zen's credit, great defense, too. Didn't really give up an easy frag, even though Kilson got in his face and tested that defense. Here we see these defensive rockets. Kilson kind of unsure, should I try and take the armor, and jumps in, and then we saw countless times that Kilson was just dying right before the item spawned, and yeah, Zen just played really well. Things like this, just forcing the issue and then not being able to convert.
Yeah, it was a few occasions, wasn't it, for the Itsons where he was actually just in a forced scenario, but he was trying to hope just to try and claw back a little bit earlier and trying to maybe fumble a tad here and there. We've seen it a couple of times, but you can even see there with the item control, it's literally identical. It's just Zen's been a lot better proactively and doing a lot better with his stack, and the defensive mechanism I said on Corrupted Keep, he's just playing it so well in a passive manner, and it's just really hard to break. But Kilson was trying to break through that barrier. He just couldn't. He did it time and time again. Really struggled, but even look at the aim score percentages as well, like nearly 2,000 damage with the LG, like nearly 35%. Unreal stuff here from Zen.
Yeah, just crazy. Just crazy. And, you know, you keep thinking back about a year ago, a couple months ago, you're like, yeah, this would never happen.
Yeah, exactly.
We would never be in this situation. Now it's just Zen's putting everyone on notice.
Just playing pretend at the moment.
Yeah, Zen's just putting everyone on notice, saying, I belong here. I know I shouldn't, I don't want to be in the lower bracket, but I'm going to fight my way out. And he's doing a great job. It's absolutely insane to see. 1 map away, 10 minutes away from advancing.
Who would have thought it, though? Honestly, who would have
Probably
thought
not
it?
most of chat. I feel like they're just like, what is happening? Check him PC, something's up. I don't know.
I was going to say, if anyone's saying in chat that it would have been a 3-0 for Zen, stop lying. Stop kidding yourself. Unbelievable. But do you know what? It could happen. And going into this 3rd map, no clue how this is going to go. But with the 4th and 5th map, it's probably even worse because of the fact that the champion pool, in terms of what they selected on those 2 maps, it's unfamiliar territory for them and for us as well, considering like over the course of the QPL in the last 18 weeks. So it's anyone's guess. But for Zen, I think it's best for him just to close it out now, because with those champion choices, both players are going to be a little bit unfamiliar with how things are going to go, that matchup, and I think it's best to be safe rather than sorry at a later time.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Zen wants to close this out 3-0. He wants to get that extended break. He doesn't want to drag this on. He doesn't want to give Kilson any
we've got things to do,
places to be, things to eat, snacks to have. I mean, you're up 2. Like, you cannot give your opponent any kind of in, especially Kilson. Because if you give him an in, she's going to take a mile. But right now, Kilson has to do his best to try and reset mentally and get into this. You can see this full focus. He's clearly not happy with the situation, but he's got to fight his way out.
If Kilson takes this map, then it'll give him a bit of leeway. It'll make him feel a little bit relieved, thinking, right, okay, at least I've got a slim of hope, at least a bit of light at the end of a tunnel in order to give myself a bit of breathing room and just take things 1 map at a time, as we're now going to head into Molten Falls between Zeneku and Kilson. Coming 2-0 in the series, the Zeneku will be the scale bearer versus the Doomslayer, and we're going to see how things are going to finalize off. If it does finalize in this third map, depending on Kilson's situation. Already starting off from Zen's perspective, absolute chaos from the get-go here, trading the blows. But it looks like Zen does come off a little bit better with that heavy, and now can get the rail as well as those rockets.
You gotta love that aggression from both sides. Bull Rush and Berserk used, wanted to maximize the armor, did Kilson, grabbing the light, falling back to the heavy. The Bull Rush came out from Zen as well. Now Kilson patrolling in the upper area, shotgun area. Zen waiting patiently by the LG for this next heavy. Grabbing some vials, wants that Bull Rush. Trying to read exactly where Kilson is and has a good idea where Kilson's going to peek from, but he can't do anything. I mean, he's a big boy. He's going to eat some rails on this one, Lethal.
He's a beefy lad, so not really too much of a surprise there. So we're just almost surpassing that 1 minute mark. We've seen Strong Sage play Scale extremely well in a defensive manner on Molten Falls, but he makes it work so well. So now I'm curious to see how Zen is going to play Scale. Is he going to do the same way? He's going to play quite defensively, coming in. Fisticuffs comes out from Kilson, but he's like, actually, no, see you later, mate. I'm actually just going to back all the way off.
You're a lot bigger than I thought.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I really don't
forget your Bull Rush. Exactly.
Good rails from Kilson, though. That's exactly what Zen has to be worried about. He is a big boy, and Railson, this makes it even easier for him to connect with those rails. So Zen has to manage that stack a little bit better. Think twice about taking those rail fights and not giving unreturned damage to Kilson, because he will take that all day, and that's exactly the kind of foothold and way back into this series he needs.
Certainly does indeed, as of course he does have that mobility, but he needs to be very careful how sneaky Zen's going to play and the traps he's going to set as well, because even with a slightly bigger stack by 50 to 100, that Bull Rush Destroyer or Rocket combo can really pay the price. And that's what Zen's going to be looking for at some stage. But Dismo damage coming out from Kilson, a rail as well to boot as he's trying to get away, and does manage to for now.
Yeah, 5 of 7 so far, no signs of stopping. Kilson's like, this is just kind of target practice, but all that damage doesn't mean anything if you can't put a frag on the board.
No, you're not wrong at all, as he does pick up the heavy, manages to steal it away, so it's made some progress there, but did take some chip from that previous rail from Kilson. Still has that Bull Rush, just a matter of how and when that's going to get initiated, as he's on the lurk at that moment, 40, just having a bit of a wonder to see exactly what Kilson, in terms of what shenanigans he's going to be up to. The Mega has been picked up, trying to time that rocket round, doesn't hit the rail either, so Kilson can go through the TP if he wants, but decides to go over to that rail jump pad.
Couple rockets thrown out, going to use the Berserk to try and get in and out of here rather safely, and he does so with the vials waiting for him in Banana, and it's just okay. Zen just so patient with that one, knowing that Kilson might show his face, taking the opportunity to get that rail damage. Kilson has to back away, and he does hit the fadeaway rail, but unfortunately for him, the Mega pickup was after the fact, so Zen's stack isn't too bad.
You can see from Zen's position there, he was LGing, but he wasn't too sure if he wanted to fully commit, and then decided to. He's going to push straight in to try and clear it with the LG, 41 HP. Kilson trying to do everything he can to stay alive, and does manage to, but my goodness, look at the stack difference as well, as Zen's actually rotating all the way around to try and catch him off guard, but Kilson was more than aware of what Zen was up to.
Yeah, really nice pathing on the Bull Rush, going low to high instead of the other way around, so Kilson's kind of forced onto this side of the map now as Zen has taken full map control, and here he comes, never mind, drops down. Could have been a big boy coming around the corner there as Kilson. I'm sure he was clinched ever so slightly for a second.
I'm pretty certain of it, pretty certain of it. 4 minutes in now. Luckily, he didn't go through that rocket entrance at the same time as that tribot, but still being chased down once again as Kilson just debating over that TP, depending on which angle Zen was going to come from. Finds him, hits that rail, is going to try and go ahead, but use that Berserk to just collect the light and that health bubble, but also still in position for that heavy if he does want to contest it, but it's decided to back away again.
Yeah, just burning that Berserk so he doesn't float up and give Zen another opportunity for a rail and then push in after that, so I like it from Kilson. Using it however he can. Bull Rush needs to jump over or something, but Ole instead, and now the rockets from Kilson are fantastic, and Zen takes out Zen. Kilson is officially up a frag here, 4:30 in. Good rail from Zen off the spawn, though, to keep Kilson a little bit honest here. Berserk is back in his pocket. He's going to try and drop down on this heavy. Zen can only really defend with that rail, and he's going to concede that one.
Yeah, interesting, because as well as having that double jump, he's obviously had the high ground on those LG stairs, so he could have just bounced over it Like it was Mario at one point. As Mega now will be up in the next few seconds as both players are looking to try and contest this. Kilson literally just standing his ground, waiting for Zen to try and throw a few rockets in towards his direction, but succeeds, does get away, doesn't hit the rail, mind you, so it will have to deal with a bit more congestion from Zen for this heavy.
Bull Rush is available. Kilson needs to be careful. If he drops down, maybe Berserk's back out onto the jump pad, but it's a bit of a stalemate here. Kilson hears the telly noise, gets a rail, gets the armor. That's fantastic for Kilson. Might even find another one here. So here's the jump pad again. Lethal almost finds another angle.
Certainly does. It's quite a slow approach in this game, completely different what we saw in that first one. And now just rotating back around. How is Kilson now going to try and extend his lead? How's Zen going to get back in this matchup? Really, in all fairness, good amount of damage from that last rocket. He's thinking about dropping down, but he's going to just wait above. But Kilson's actually going to jump on up, and as he gets to rail as well, Zen needs to get away as fast as humanly possible to try and recover.
Really good pressure, and you can't be caught at Mega right now. Going to try and grab a light and get out, maybe. But yes, Kilson knows that he's got him weak, almost hits the rail. He's not too fussed about the Megas. That's going to be free right there. And had Zen on the back foot for a minute there. Still stacked, not looking that great, all things considered. But Kilson doing a good job of rotating these items, taking more map control now. Zen wants to try and push in. There's the Bull Rush to try and steal it. Luckily for him, the timing is good. A little bit of chip damage again, the Bull Rush with the damage reduction there. So Zen making sure that he still has item timing and doesn't give Kilson that huge, huge full stack.
And he's still got plenty of time left on the clock. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. And Kilson does pick up the Mega. Heavy's up in 10, so we're going to see how he's going to try and contest this shortly. Maybe he might not even bother at this point. It depends on the circumstances. He has that mobility, mind you, to get away, so have to see how that goes at the later stages of this map. The LG comes out. Rail also comes out here from Zen. He's going to try and Berserk as fast as humanly possible once again. Using those rockets defensively to keep him away, but realizes that Zen has backed off. But it's actually gone underneath the Mega now, so again, just trying to catch him, but he's also been caught with the LG from Zen as well, going to try and push it forward with the rockets, but he falls off! Oh no! But the trade comes out in the end, as Zen finds him with the rail. He's going to try and get a second, but doesn't get it, sadly.
Shouts sync error on that one. But Kilson still is in the lead at 2.5 minutes left, more importantly. Bull Rush in the pocket for Zen. He did hit that rail off the spawn. Now he's going to grab the heavy, and Kilson has to be shaking his head a little bit again. Still kind of stable, but getting a little crazy. One frag lead. Kilson needs to win this map to extend this series. Zen trying to work on a 3-0 against the reigning champion. I know. Mark, I can't believe that that's a thing. 60 HP Berserk. And Zen with 2 great rails as he drops down. He ties his one after 2 minutes remaining on Molten Falls.
A lovely way to even the scoreline may come up LG battle once again, but Zen has the stack advantage here, waiting for him to dare him to go towards that heavy. He manages to pick up. He actually dropped down. Surely that must have been an accident. What on earth happened there?
I don't understand that. Oh, 9 does constantly popping Kilson. Why? Why would you drop there and give Zen the lead with less than 2 minutes? I have no idea, Lethal. I'm going to assume that was a mistake this time. But Zen will take that all day. He has the Bull Rush back. He has a fantastic stack to work with. And Kilson is just up against the wall. That's been the story for this series right now. Can he dig deep and find a way back out of it?
That's going to be the next question, but Zen still has that huge stack lead, and of course with the Bull Rush to boot, it's just going to make matters even worse here. You were saying, like, you know, defending champion question mark, top 6 question mark at this point. He uses the Bull Rush straight afterwards. This is so clean coming from Zen.
Oh, minute 10, and he's throwing the shoulders, he's throwing them off the map, and this has just got to be so disheartening.
It's all right.
He can't even think about that right now. 1 minute championship mentality. He's got to throw everything he has. That's a fantastic rail clipping Zen on the exit right now. He has to double back for the heavy to have a stack to try and attack, because it's just go time right now for Kilson.
It certainly is. Even with the item control, 17 items for Kilson and 18 for Zen, so it's not like he's been out of pocket with the items again. 68% rail coming out from Kilson as well, and you can see on the hunt once more. There's only 35 seconds left remaining. Zen being railed once again. Kilson looking to try and at least feed us at that second frag, manages to, but needs to find one more to take us to sudden death in these next 25 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds, yes. 20 seconds now as he has the heavy armor, he has the stack, but he doesn't have any rockets lethal. He needs to try and push with LG and hit some great rails. 15 seconds separates Zen from advancing and Kilson from extending the series. Is this going to be the end of the tournament run for the reigning champion? He needs to find these rails. He's going to use the Berserk. He's going to clip the wall. That's going to eat up the time. And with 4 seconds remaining, Zanaku has done it. He's knocked out the reigning champion and advanced through the lower bracket.
3-0 over Kilson. The defending champion Kilson is sadly been taken down, but my goodness me, what a difference we've seen from Zen night and day compared to yesterday. And yeah, goodness gracious me, what a series. Wow.
I mean, wow. It's surprising in the moment, but when you think about how well Zanaku's played this whole season, look at how he finished off last season as well. You know, it's actually not that shocking. It is just because it just dethroned, right, the previous champ, and you know, like that is now an option off the table. But Zanaku played just such a remarkable game, and goes to show when he is playing his best, when he's prepared for these types of matches. That was unfortunate. He can do it, and we said that those who are kind of seated in that top 6, even top 8, have ability to create disruptions, have the ability to make things happen that we may not expect. And we just got one of those moments right there as Zanaku's about to join us here at the desk so we can hear what he has to say about a very impressive victory, dethroning the previous champion Kilson in 3 games. Zanaku, dude, good job.
You done it right there. You done it right.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I was looking over here as the game ended because I was kind of expecting like maybe just the ultimate pop-off. But even, you know, even in victory 3-0 here where you're at, tournament life on the line, it was just, tell us about that celebration right there. What were you feeling in that moment?
I really respect Kilson a lot, so I didn't want it to be, you know, I know obviously he really wants to win as well, and I mean, obviously I'm happy about it, and I think also, like, when there's 10 seconds left and I hear him take the pad, I'm like, okay, I got this. Where I think sometimes if it's like sudden death and it's like, okay, well, you know, I'm really feeling it, but yeah, just out of respect, I didn't want to, like, you know, pop off too hard.
For sure. I'm sure my power back for you before the series started helped you out a little bit, didn't it, mate?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, you'll take it after.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah, exactly. What I was going to say was, what's changed since yesterday? I did notice yesterday you were slowly going back to your old ways of being a little bit hesitant. Great item control, good map control nonetheless, but today you were back to how you should have been yesterday, and you looked phenomenal, looked absolutely incredible. What changed between yesterday and today?
Well, I think I put a really big expectation on myself to at least make it to day 3 because, you know, last Quake I didn't make it, and I think for me it was more just the anxiety of getting to that.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because, like, I don't know, while I was up there, I'd be curious to see if my heart rate went over like 100. I don't know, I was just chilling. I was actually just playing, and yeah, so I think just the fact that I made it to day 3 and I thought, I've done what I needed to do. Now it's like, you know, I'm still going for number 1, but I'm just enjoying myself as I'm playing, and it shows.
Sweet.
Just in that flow state, huh? So everyone might think that you're a cuddly koala, but in the arena, no.
The drop bears. You ever heard of the drop bears?
No, I haven't. Actually, no. Danny King told me about that. Yeah. We had a little conversation.
Okay.
But I have to commend you. That was a fantastic performance. But in your head, I mean, how did you mentally reset? You know, the game with Shane yesterday, the series was very close. A lot of people were surprised by how close it was. I'm sure you were as well. A bit of a nail biter, but the bounce back. What kind of went through your head? You had, you know, the night to sleep it off and everything. What kind of going into this one? What were you thinking?
I think just see how far I could take it, and I think just take one match at a time. And I think a big thing for me was, what can I say? I have to think about that for a second. Hold on.
You got 5
Side
minutes.
question. Was the chicken salad from raising any kind of...
yeah.
Sorry, performance-enhancing chicken salad. Sorry.
No, I think, yeah, to take one match at a time, because I think, like, I was kind of getting like, oh, I wanted to make it here, I want to do there, you know, can I beat this guy, can I beat that guy? And I think I just said, you know what, we're just gonna, now that I've made it to day 3 and I can clearly map out it's this set, potentially this set, and I was like, and I'm just like, oh, okay, it's pretty doable.
To take that one step at a time, yeah.
So do you move the goalpost just to the next matchup, or have things changed? It's like, hey, I'm moving the goalpost, but you know what? I see that belt. It's not quite, it's not too far away. Or is it still just got to focus on what's next?
Well, I think the desire has to still be #1, you know, and I think as soon as you let go of yourself, it's kind of, you can tell your heart's not in it. So it's like, yeah, your heart has to be in it for the sake that you could win, but also you're going to be let down. And, well, yeah, one match at a time, but I don't know, man. The belt's behind me. I was eyeing it off, so we'll see how it goes.
It looks real good.
Yeah.
It looks quite tasty.
One final question. We've got a chance to hop on an interview with you several times during the QPL, and I think all the casters would agree, right? You talked a little bit about just how you're rethinking about the game and taking care of yourself out of the game, and right, all of these things. And do you think like kind of the approach and the journey that you took throughout this season has helped you reach this point? And you know, does that then just encourage you to say, I'm going to continue to double down on that?
Yeah. Well, I think there's still an element of me that could be developed that's going to kind of, you know, that I'll be like, oh, you know, Dave, top 4, and that's how it is. But look, I don't want to get too preachy on you, but I swear to God, like, the stuff that I do with the Bible and Christianity and reading all about it, I was up there and I was seriously chilling. And I think, like, I mean, all respect to Kilson, I could tell in some moments he was quite nervous, and I don't think Kilson played his best, to be honest, but it just goes to show like where my mind was, where my heart was, because while I was playing, I was like, well, if I'm going to win, it's going to happen because, you know, God allows it to happen if people are into that, you know, believe that, but it's what I believe, so.
Man, I'm really proud of you. You've put a lot of work and effort into it. You've right, focused on all sorts of aspects in and out of the game. You deserve that victory. Congratulations, Zenecu. Big props to you. And good luck in your upcoming matches. We're excited to see what else you got. So we're going to take a break here, and when we come back, we have got, oh yeah, it's Rafa versus Razy, an upper bracket final, surely to be an explosive matchup. So don't go away after this break. We'll be back. Welcome back to the Quake World Championship. I'll tell you what, day 3 has not disappointed. Some incredible matches all day long, including this one, the upper bracket finals, as we get closer and closer to crowning a new champion this year at QuakeCon 2023. I'm DJ Wheat, joined by ZSX and Ketchup. And gentlemen, it is Rafa versus Razy, two individuals who 3-0'd their respective opponents in the semifinals. And who knows how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, I don't know which victory is more impressive, if I'm honest with you. And
yeah,
it's looking spicy up here, and it's come around too quickly, if I'm honest. You know, it's been a quick day, and it's because players like this are just playing too well. But this is one of them I don't think I can call.
It's one of the rivalries of Quake Champions. It's one of the great rivalries where you can genuinely lose count over how often these two have gone head-to-head. However, if your memory is even semi-competent, you'll probably know that Rafa tends to have the upper hand. Now, I think we've talked about this. I think the community has talked about this. The question lies in, as of recently, is there some kind of mental barrier that is just preventing Razy from being able to get that upper hand again? And if you can conquer that, this is the event to do it in.
I'll tell you what, yes, might be true, but I think you have to look at the environment in which a lot of those games happen. And what I actually mean when I say that is that Razy has traditionally had to fight his way back through that lower bracket. And this is a different scenario, right? More comfortably in the upper bracket, still an opportunity to potentially take those advantages that Razy talked about early on. And so now that he's got, you know, like one finger on that final spot, you know, I think that makes him an even tougher opponent here. I'm not saying that that means clear victory on the other side, but it is just different because it's different than some of the other scenarios that we've seen these two face off in the past.
You speak to Razy, I just spoke to some of the Maestro guys. There's just an aura of confidence that they hadn't seen before. Not to say he was ever going in unconfident, but it was more that there just feels like a shroud of pressure that's been lifted for whatever reason. And you're right, it's kind of moved a step forward where he'd be down in the lower bracket, making his way through. This is just a different challenge to him, a different environment, and he does look like a different player. We saw it against Wenger, and hopefully we see it in this next series.
It's all you can hope for, really.
Right, right. Well, I'll tell you what, we got to sit down with Razy yesterday before the finals day, and apparently he had some great things to say. Let's see what those are.
When it comes to my performance, I have very high expectations. Many times before, I've been performing really well, getting really far in tournaments, and I intend to do well online as well. But, you know, on LAN events, you can never really be sure. You still have to give it your all, and things can happen you won't expect. You might get nervous. The other player just plays better than you would expect him to. All things aside, I was confident. I know what my capabilities are, and I just played the best I could. I don't really have anyone that I want to play against specifically. I'm just hoping I'm going to do well, no matter who it is. Last year, I played against Kilson in the grand final, and it was a relatively close match, I would say. I put up a good fight, but in the end he won. But I usually get matched up against people like Rafa and Wenger and Kilson as well. And they are really, really good. They are the best of the best. And so the fewer of them I have to meet, the better it is for me. But you know, you have to win against everyone, so it doesn't matter. My mindset, I tend to be calm and collected whenever I play, whenever I compete, and it's not necessarily because I don't get nervous or because I am overconfident or whatever, but I just, you know, I realize the situation. I'm on a LAN, I have to perform, I only get the one opportunity. And so I just try to bring the most out of it, and in order for that, I must not question my decisions, I must be confident, I must not be scared. If things don't go well, I must not break and give up. And I just have to keep on going and just focus on the game and do the very best I can. And I think that's how I'm gonna approach it, as I usually do. Am I going to win this year? I really hope so. I've been second so many times. I'd like to win for once, you know, for a change. Would be nice.
It would indeed be nice. What do you think, Dan?
He'd like to win for a change.
For a change.
For a change.
I mean, you know, it's hard to say because like second place is still really good when you consider the talent that is here each and every year at the finals. But I get it. I totally can understand why he feels that way.
It's the push for perfection.
Yeah.
When you look at a game at this caliber, like at this level of play, anything that's not first place is it's not going to be acceptable by their own standards. You know, Razy is well equipped and well aware with what he's capable of, and he knows the kind of players he's been able to beat in the past. But it's, you know, it's all about number one, least of all somewhere like this. Like I said, it's a moment that will stay with someone for the rest of their life. Most Quake players around the world have always dreamed of being able to play at a QuakeCon, let alone win one. So I think there is a lot at stake, but the skill behind someone like Rafa, someone like Razy, is being able to just block that out. When the match is live and you've got those 10 minutes to focus on, that is all you can fixate towards.
Of course, you've also got Rafa, right, on the other side, who many of the things that you just said, many things you said, pushing for perfection, like staying calm, just like taking every match at face value and not necessarily thinking ahead. I mean, I think you've got two players right now that are truly showcasing, right, a little bit of what Razy said is like, I have confidence in what I am capable of doing, and then they're displaying that.
Yeah.
And how do you even take a guess at what might happen between two players that just are 10 out of 10 right now?
Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just got to sit back and enjoy it, and this is one of these occasions.
And yes. Well, I'm ready to enjoy the picks and bans because we've seen some really, really, really phenomenal outcomes, and I have a feeling it's not going to be any different. So who wants to take us? I see you already fist pumping in the air. We got Veil, Keep, Molten Falls, Awoken, and Deep Embrace. Talk us through the champs. What are you so excited about?
Look, I think we can all tell what Dan is so excited about. We're starting off with Ranger versus Anarchy. Sorlag being picked quite early, mind you, actually. So Sorlag going through Corrupted Keep versus the Strog. Molten Falls. It's the Scale Bearer once again versus the Nyx, of which the slash there was taken away. Awoken, Death Knight coming out to play versus Razy's Visor. And then Deep Embrace. Should we reach a final map, it's going to be Ison and Galena. So the champions taken out of this equation: Athena, Clutch, Slash, Doomslayer, and BJ.
Yeah, the two I want to focus on are exactly that. Obviously, the Molten Falls matchup, we have the Scale Bearer against the Nyx, and it's obviously a massive battle of opposites, effectively, right?
Yeah.
And what we've seen in the past from Rafa, particularly against Razy, and I kind of see it in a thematic element here, is he's picking champions that can fight and can combat, and that gives him a bit more of an edge when Razy is setting these traps and trying to push in. He has that additional layer to work with. We see it with the Sorlag early pick, as you pointed out, Ketchup, and we see it with the Scale Bearer, which he picked up, leaving the Nyx on the board, which he picked up very late in the draft. So obviously matchup number 3 there, how Razy plays the Nyx is going to be very interesting. It's going to have to be a slower paced game.
I'm not 100% if this was the clear idea, but I do kind of like this setup here. So we have Corrupted Keep, Clutch was taken away, Molten Falls, Scale Bearer gets picked. The Sorlag being picked on Keep, you'd almost think that, you know, because Molten Falls was still in that rotation, and we know that Razy does use Sorlag on some maps like that, one of the intentions there might have been use Sorlag on a map that, yeah, we don't really expect but can work, just so that she's not going to be usable on a later map where she might be more effective or able to compete against something like a Scale Bearer that Rafa wants to play.
I want to take an opportunity. This has just been on my mind all weekend long, but I don't think we've ever had a player profile photo of Razy where he is smiling. And I don't know why I keep on hyperfixating on this, but I think it's just kind of indicative of his attitude here at the tournament and even the play and what we're seeing. And so every time I look over there and I see Razy smiling and even laughing during that interview, it does kind of seem like a different Razy. Whatever he is doing seems to be working. Not saying that a smile is going to win you Quake games. I wish it did. But I don't know. Just... it's one of the oddities I've noticed throughout the weekend.
It's learned emotion, Weeds, and maybe that's the edge it needed. No, but seriously, it kind of harks back to what I said at the start, right? He's definitely feeling a little bit different, a little bit lighter in himself and happy and contented. And there is a lot more pressure within him to win because he's been so close. But for whatever reason, he's taken it in a different light this time. And it even comes back to what we discussed before, how everyone out was nerding in the practice area. And he was just enjoying himself and relaxing. And we kind of discussed it backstage.
Yeah.
He feels he's in the best place he needs to be. He doesn't need to practice or change anything. He just wants to be content, mentally sound, and approach the game as it comes.
I mean, morale can be a underrated tool at a tournament like this. You know, if you're feeling stressed, if you're sometimes the term training too much, always overtrain, is that you can burn out, and then by the time the tournament's live, at that point you're not fresh anymore. You're not in a position that you can really clear your mind and focus on what you need to do. If Razy is spending this weekend, frankly, enjoying QuakeCon like many other people this weekend, that might be great because you're going into your matches, you're already warmed up mentally, you're fresh, you're good to go, and you're feeling good too. And you know, we've seen that from players historically, that if they feel really good about themselves, they can play almost, I don't know if the term is they can play a bit loose perhaps, but it's just a bit free.
But so much of Quake is intuition and feeling and getting in that momentum, right? And to Ketchup's point, you can overtrain. But what happens if you go into a day and you've had a bunch of bad scrims and you're not playing your best, right? You might be playing your own mental game and defeating yourself. So it's a slightly new strategy, and hopefully it plays dividends for Razy because he looked incredibly calm this morning going against Vega. He said he wasn't, but he didn't look it.
Yeah. And I mean, on the flip side, you think about Rafa in his prime when he is just kind of convincingly taken title after title. And one of the things is sort of him playing that intuition, him playing kind of a flow state game where, you know, it can go wrong in the first 2 minutes, but then that's okay because I can make it right again. And I think sort of the clash of these, maybe the more free and flexible Razy versus the adaptation of Rafa, this to me